Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 2 1287 Chapter 7. Kamiyonanayo Madara's Student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. Kamiyonanayo, pathetic. Thought Naruto. He was currently tied to a chair and bound with rope. How did I get into this mess? Everything was going great before I was fucking taken hostage and tied to a chair within a dark room with only one light. But did they have to take my shirt? Pathetic. If I could mold my chakra at the time I could have killed them easily, but the gas also had to mess with my senses, making taijutsu near impossible. Flashback. Kamiyonanayo, thought Naruto. Just before the killing blow was made, something blocked the katana of the Iwa nen. What? Whispered the nen. It was a scythe. And the one who was holding it was a priest wearing black robes and a strange mask. The mask had two pointed ears resembling a fox and three eyes. The Iwa nen was cowering under the glare of the mask. Where did it come from? The black-robed priest pushed the Iwa nen back, and with a swing of its scythe a sickle-like wave appeared and cut through the nen, but it didn't kill him. But he found that all his chakra was gone. Possibly that wave-like energy drained his chakra from the black-robed priest's attack. The other Iwa shinobi were unsure of what to do. Their partner wasn't dead, so why was he just standing there? Naruto stared blankly at the nens, but his breathing was heavy from all the poison gas. He focused as much chakra as he could into his right eye, and a blue ring appeared behind him bearing the kanji for Jewel. An angelic priestess burst through the rain. She wore flowing cream-colored robes and translucent ribbons. She too had a mask with two fox-like ears and three eyes, however she had a red crown-like accessory on its mask. The priestess gathered up chakra that the black-robed priest stole and focused intently. She created a glowing ball of white transparent chakra and threw it at the enemy shinobi, which forced them to fly back onto a street. They were relatively unharmed and their wounds were superficial. Naruto was struggling to stay conscious, but the Just You was wearing down all his chakra. The gas was causing his chakra control to go haywire, and the sleeping affect was hampering his physical abilities and was wearing down upon him swiftly. He was foolish to believe that the chakra signatures outside his hotel room were Kiri Shinobi Mei had sent. And he didn't focus on his sensor abilities to reveal the location of the shinobi who threw the canister into the room. Naruto was trying to maintain control and focus on his two creations. But the gas was affecting his concentration and he was becoming incredibly drowsy. He got up onto his feet and with his remaining strength propelled himself out of the hotel room, breaking through the walls. He landed on the ground, but Tunbled Abbott, his feet came in contact with the ground, coughing all the way, his two priests following after him. When he was outside he saw that the Iwa shinobi had recovered from the priestess's attack. His remaining strength was waning on him and the blonde lost consciousness and his two priests puffed away in smoke. No one in Kiri were able to get to the disturbance fast enough to ascertain who caused it, and by then the enemy shinobi had already taken Naruto. Flashback end. When Naruto woke up he found out that he was tied to a chair in a dark room. He could only guess that the Iwa nens captured him and later restrained him. He was currently wondering where Konan was. Was she trying to rescue him, or did she not give a shit about him? And where the fuck was Zetsu when you needed him most? Deciding that Naruto was just going to sit back and find out what the Iwa nens wanted, he relaxed in the chair, not caring about anything in particular or what the Iwa nens were going to do. Did they want to bring him to Iwa to turn him into a breeder for the Sharingan? The ancient and stubborn Keijo Noki probably wanted him to join his village. Or was it out of revenge for all the Iwa nens he killed a few days ago? He sighed happily. He was going to enjoy whatever amusing torture the Iwa nens had in mind. Madara had personally put Naruto through the worst kind of torture imaginable by using Tsukuyomi to keep him within the world for days, torturing him non-stop. Zetsu questioned the old mon's sanity at the time, believing that it was overkill to keep a person within Tsukuyomi for weeks at a time, torturing them. Although the end result was amazing. It helped Naruto build up his mental fortitude and gave him a high resistance to pain. His thoughts then traveled to one of his dojutsu's techniques. The Kamiyonanayo was described by Madara to be the greatest battle jutsu in the world. With it Naruto could create his own unique beings made entirely out of his chakra. It was similar to the Susanoo but on a more advanced level, where like the Susanoo it created beings made of chakra but instead of a skeletal soldier. The beings made from the Kamiyunanayo were more like shock troopers than soldiers. But there was more to the Kamiyunanayo than creating personal guardians with their own individual powers. There was far more to that eye ability than the Tsukuyomi or even the forbidden eye techniques of the Uchiha clan. Naruto had accidentally discovered this exclusive ability when he added too much chakra into his right eye when practicing with the blaze release. The result was 9 created constructs, each with a different shape and abilities. However, that was for the right eye. The left eye was far more versatile and powerful, but both eyes at once using the Kamiyunanayo was truly a jewel among pearls. Naruto tried to focus his chakra, but he found that his chakra was being actively suppressed. Focusing even more, he found the chakra suppression seal on the nape of his neck. From all he knew about Iwagakure, he knew that they were at least decent in seals. The chakra suppression seal was created by the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's clan. So he knew the advantages and drawbacks of the seal, and he could use his knowledge to escape. That is, if someone rescues him before then. The shackles that were currently holding were weak and made of soft flexible metal. Therefore it would be easy for him to break, in part to his physical strength that he advanced in the years. But he knew that even with taijutsu he wasn't on the level of Might Guy, the green idiot of the hidden leaf. But he was confident enough that he believed he could kill the Iwa nins with one hand. But then he remembered his capture. He truly was pathetic that shinobi fodder such as Iwa could capture him. He admitted that the only people who could defeat him were Nagato and possibly Obito. Nagato because of his skill with the Rinnegan and his experience in battle. But the leader of the Akatsuki's arrogance was a weakness he needed to fix. And Obito, but that was because Naruto overestimated him. Naruto was brought out of his musings by a door opening in front of him. A person walked in wearing a brown flak jacket. He had slightly spiky, brown hair and brown eyes. When the nin looked at Ryu, he sneered at the tied-up blonde. "Hello," said Ryu with an annoying smirk. The nin narrowed his eyes at the Sharingan wielder. The nin scrutinized the man in front of him. He was laid back and relaxed, as if nothing could affect him in his content world despite being tied up like a criminal on trial. The blonde was also well sculpted in muscle, and there wasn't a scar on his body except for a spot above his heart where it looked like he was hit by a lightning bolt that arced outwards. "Can you untie these bonds, please?" The Iwa nin looked up to see Naruto smirking at him happily. "Can you please untie these bonds?" stated Naruto with a big grin as if finding the situation funny. The Iwa nin's eye twitched a little in annoyance. "My name is Kuri Ganseki. I am a jonin in service to Tsuchikage-sama and—" But he stopped his sentence when he noticed Naruto wasn't listening, as if he wasn't worth his attention. He gained a tick mark on his forehead at the level of attention Naruto was giving him. "Hey!" yelled Kuri. Naruto snapped his head and gave him his attention to the nin. "What?" asked Naruto, shrugging his shoulders. Kuri's face puffed up in anger and he gained a prominent tick mark that was pulsing. "You killed my brother," said Kuri, gritting his teeth. Though Naruto stared him blankly, which seemed to unnerve Kuri a little. Naruto sighed and breathed in some air. He closed his eyes and started thinking about who was the person he killed. But then he realized he didn't care. "You think I care about your problems and you believe that I actually do," spoke Naruto as he opened his eyes. "Honestly, I could care less who I kill. Your brother did his duty as a shinobi serving his village. He died like a shinobi. No. He died like a dog," said Naruto scornfully. He then felt a fist impact against his face. Kuri was shaking with rage and he was grinding his teeth. But Naruto continued on with his psychological warfare, intent on finding what the shinobi wanted, but he guessed it was revenge. "I slaughtered him just like all the others. He couldn't ever think of defeating me. None of them were worth my time. But it felt good watching his life slip away," lied Naruto. "He was the ninja who I killed via lacerations to the heart. Correct?" asked Naruto. Another punch to the face was his answer, and he knew he was right. "He had a child," yelled Kuri. But Naruto continued smirking. He didn't care if he had a grandmother. "I don't have what he has," said Naruto with his smirk. Kuri punched Ryu again and left the room. All throughout that talk, Naruto was sending enormous amounts of chakra into the suppression seal. Konan was currently speaking to the Mizukage about what had happened at her and Ryu's hotel room. When the blue-haired woman arrived at the hotel after a mission the Miyukage gave her, She saw that the door had been blown nearly of its hinges. There were tumbled over items as if there had been a scuffle in the room. However, Ryu's items were still there, such as his katana and his coat and Akatsuki cloak. However, Ryu himself was missing. Even though she had been partners with the blonde for a while, Konan knew that he would never leave behind his katana or his coat. So where was her partner? Shortly after the Mizukage's forces arrived to investigate what had happened. My Anbu are currently looking into what has happened at the hotel and who could have caused it and why, said Mei in a professional voice. I just care about getting my partner back, said Konan emotionlessly. She had many questions that only Ryu could answer and she needed them answered, and soon. She meant to ask him after his date with the Mizukage, but her mission took longer than expected, and then there was this mess. My Anbu were able to discover a few pieces of evidence that could lead us to the perpetrators, said Mei as she took out a scroll and unsealed its contents. There was a used-up canister, a gas mask and a katana. Konan inspected the gas mask and canister. They were used in recon unties to capture targets judging by the canister's model and the gas mask. It didn't take a genius to figure out that it was linked to the canister, but the katana, Konan had seen the same brand of that sword. It was shorter than the average sword, but it had a square-shaped guard and brown hilt. That katana is a model used usually by shinobi from Iwagakure, informed Konan. Mei wasn't surprised by Konan's information. In the past, Iwagakure had utilized the Akatsuki, so it'd be natural for Konan to recognize the sword. But still, why kidnap Ryu? Iwa has always been a village who couldn't rein in their emotions very well. Given the many assassination attempts on the Yondaime Hokage after the Third Shinobi World War. Suddenly Ao burst into the room. He was sweating and his breathing was heavy. Mizukage-sama. We found this near the crime scene, said Ao as he held up an Iwagakure Hite 8. There are only a few possible explanations why Iwa is here, or more specifically, Ryu, said Konan, her face not betraying any emotion. 1. The Tsuchikage ordered his shinobi to capture Ryu and possibly use him as a breeder for the Sharingan if he does posses it naturally, because I don't believe his Sharingan is a gift from someone like he said it was. Or to join their village, strengthening Iwagakure by training its next generation of shinobi. 2. Some of the Tsuchikage's shinobi have gone against his orders and have taken it upon themselves to eliminate Ryu in revenge, or because he is a threat to their village, theorized Konan. Mei nodded her head in agreement because it sounded like something Iwa would do considering all it's done in the past. Ao, have 3 teams of Oinen to track down the shinobi that took Ryu-kun, ordered Mei. Already have Mizukage-sama. We were able to find a trail leading out of Kiri, said Ao. Mei smiled in gratitude and dismissed Ao. Naruto was still sitting in the dark room. He continuously channeling enormous amounts of chakra into the seal. His clan created the seal and they sold it to all the other nations, or was stolen from in Iwa's case. But most didn't know the weakness to the seal. By focusing large and continuous amounts of chakra into the seal, will the seal itself wear down and eventually break. However, it takes a while for the seal to actually break. He heard a lock click and the door in front him opened to reveal 4 Iwa nin, all with sneers on their faces. We have time before he arrives, said one of the nins. But he wants him unharmed, said another. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the banter but decided not to look into it. We'll just use medical ninjutsu to heal him, said another. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face. Let's just do it. What can he do? He's an old man and this one is tied up, said the last nin, gesturing towards Naruto. This is going to be fun, said a voice within the room. The nins looked at Ryu, who had an annoying yet arrogant smirk. That's our line, said a shinobi who was particularly annoyed by the smirk. Then all the nins started beating Naruto within an inch of his life. All the while the blonde had the same smirk throughout the beating. He had suffered much worse in his time in Konoha. What the Iwa shinobi were giving him was a massage. 3 men were walking on a road towards the land of water. 2 had distinctive Anbu masks, but instead they wore attire different from normal Anbu. And each had a tanto sheathed on the back of their right shoulders. The third individual was walking slowly and it appeared he had withered in time as he was walking with a cane. Has the Iwagakure shinobi captured the target? Asked the third individual. Yes, my lord, they are currently holding him in a bunker on one of the islands that dot the land of water. Within a few more hours we should be there," answered one of the other individuals. "Very good, as long as the acid is mostly intact, I have no qualms," said the man with the cane. "But my lord, can we truly trust him?" said the other person among the trio. "Yes, we can, for we gained the Sharingan in a useful pawn. I just have to use that, if it doesn't go according to plan," said the man with the cane. The trio were currently unaware that they were being tailed by shinobi wearing demon masks and wielding katanas. One of the trio sensed their presences through their chakra. He craned his eyes searching the forest they were walking through. "My lord," stated the censor among the group. "Yes, I know," said the man with the cane. He then stabbed his crane into the ground where it stayed there standing like a statue. "I have not seen combat for quite a while. This is perfect chance to get my muscles all limbered and supple." The old man then began shifting the bandages around his right eye, revealing a blood-red Sharingan. "Do not interfere, this won't take long," ordered the old man. Suddenly 4 shinobi wearing dark green flak jackets sprung out form the tree line, their katanas at the ready, aimed for the kill. The old man went through some hand seals, now revealing that he had a fully functional right arm behind his black robe. He drew in some breath and faced the shinobis were attempted to attack him with crescent move like waves of cutting winds. The ninja in mid-air couldn't redirect their trajectory as they were sliced up by the wind currents. They tumbled on the ground and landed in heaps, one landing near the old man with the Sharingan and a katana landing near his feet. The only living nin gasped in pain from all the wounds on his body. The old man grasped the katana and held it over the nin's head. "Is your target the Konoha elder? Or me personally?" asked the bandaged man. The nin gasped out a, "Kill me," in response. "Well, not that it matters anyway." The bandaged man stabbed his katana into the shinobi's head, killing him instantly. A rain of kunai flew from the tree line straight at the hidden leaf elder. The man used his unbandaged arm and grabbed the collar of the nin, using him as a human shield, protecting him from the kunai. The old man's Sharingan scanned among the trees, picking out his targets. 7, 8, 9, 10, 17 in total, thought the shinobi as he scrutinized his enemies. More kunai flew from the trees intending to kill the man. The man used the body as a makeshift shield, and the kunai kept impacting against the body while the old man went through some more hand seals behind the corpse. He pushed the body aside and aimed his jutsu at the trees. "Futon! Shinku Renpa, wind release! Vacuum serial waves!" yelled the man as he fired multiple waves of eviscerating wind at the trees. Some shinobi didn't have much time to move before their bodies were bisected from the wind. The shinobi that were able to escape drew their katanas and charged at the bandaged man. The man grasped the katana that was in his human shield's head and engaged the nins in kenjutsu. The man had years of combat experience under his belt, so he was able to parry, dodge and slice all the nins in his sight. Most of them were cut down before they could register that they were dead. He threw his katana at a shinobi where it pierced his head, killing the nin. The man went through some more hand seals and prepared his jutsu. "Futon! Shinkugyoku, wind release! Vacuum sphere!" yelled the man as he exhaled numerous bullet-like blasts of wind at his remaining enemies. The bullets penetrated their flak jackets and flesh easily. 3 shinobi fell to the ground dead while 3 more still lived. The old man took up his sword again and engaged the shinobi in swordplay. He killed another nin by stabbing him in the neck with his sword, where he then used the body as a shield where the 2 other shinobi stabbed the body. Using the opportunity that the ninja were close to him, the bandaged man removed the katana via slashing the neck and killing the last 2 combatants in a swift and grisly strike. The man's lone Sharingan watched as the last of his attackers fall to the ground, and he stood there, not a drop of blood on his wrinkled body. These are remnants of the Hanya Black Ops from the Land of Woods that we eliminated in the past, informed one of the old man's traveling companions. "It's always been like this. Snakes always look for the slightest opportunity to strike," said the man. "Now that you have come out of the shadows, incidents like this will increase our headaches in lots of ways. This may become more troublesome for you, sir," said the other traveling companion. "Shinobi once belonged to a world of aesthetics. To be nameless and anonymous, your existence hidden from the world was a source of pride. said the man as he grasped his cane that hadn't moved from its spot. By controlling what's seen and what's hidden can one truly strengthen village and nation. That is why I respect Ryu Yokaze. He is everything a shinobi must be in this world: deceptive, cunning, ruthless. He doesn't allow the world to see him unless he wants to be seen, and when he is seen he inspires fear with his power. When he infiltrated the village he purposely revealed his presence when he was compromised, and before that he was hidden in plain sight. Let the people mask you so that you are one with the crowd. He knows this best of all, and as quickly as he appeared he disappeared as if he was phantom. That is what a shinobi must do. What ninja must be. He is the pinnacle of what shinobi must represent, and I will have him as my pawn, proclaimed the old man. We should arrive at the bunker within an hour or so if we keep up our previous pace, informed one of the trio. Good, I am quite eager to meet Yokaze-san, and when I have him on my side I will be supplying the village with a powerful weapon. One that is far more exceptional than Kakashi Hitaki or possibly Sakumo Hitaki. Not even Tsunade will repudiate the decision, for even though he killed all those Anbu he is worth more than 50 of them, said the man as he shifted his bandages on his eye to their original position. With that the trio reignited their journey to the land of water. Naruto didn't feel anything. The fists striking his face were tickling him. What he went through at the hands of the civilians was far worse than any beating. And throughout the beating he had the same annoying smirk all the way through. He wondered why Zetsu had yet to contact him. The plant man was loyal to him, so where was he now? If he hadn't had gotten captured by ninja fodder this wouldn't have happened, but now that has occurred to him. The canister and the gas it excreted didn't come from Iwagakure but from Konoha. Someone in the leaf wanted to capture him and they supplied the Iwa nins with the necessary tools. Naruto felt like a headless chicken for not seeing it sooner. The Iwa nins then stopped their brutal beating and took a look at their work. Ryu's face was red and puffy and he was bleeding from his mouth and nose. There wasn't a part of his face that wasn't bruised. His nose was slightly disfigured and his lips and eyelids were swollen. It's as if he appeared out of a bad painting given the extent of the injuries. Do you think he's had enough? Asked one of the 4 Iwa shinobi as he looked at the beaten Ryu. Yeah, he's had enough, besides we can't have him die on us since that mummy needs him, said another ninja as he spat on Naruto. The 4 shinobi then left the room promising to heal Naruto later, but they didn't notice that some of Naruto's wounds were already starting to heal, and he still had that same smirk. Zetsu appeared in its usual manner via slinking from the ground in front of Naruto. The clone's Venus fly-trap appendage opened up revealing the black and white man. When it looked at Naruto the white one's eye widened a little in horror but the black showed no emotion. Naruto would heal from the beating in a few seconds. Naruto, are you okay? Asked White Zetsu nervously. Naruto's eyes had healed enough so that he could see and he subconsciously glared at White Zetsu for asking such a stupid and obvious question. What do you think, Zetsu? Asked Naruto out of the blue with a hint of sarcasm. Well, I'm going to say that, you're not okay, replied Zetsu, which caused Naruto to tighten his glare. The black Zetsu, getting unnerved by the glare, even though it wasn't aimed at him, decided to tell Naruto of what they had discovered. I found it, stated Black Zetsu, which caused Naruto to look at him with wide eyes, and soon Naruto grinned in happiness. You found it? Repeated Naruto. Where has it been all this time? In a temple within the land of lightning guarded by monks that are cut off from society, responded Black Zetsu. Perfect, now. Can you untie me? Asked Naruto, whose happy grin was still in full sway. He was happy because of the one thing he was searching for had been found, an artifact of legend. Oh yes, sorry, spoke White Zetsu. But before either party could do anything they heard the click of the door and Zetsu materialized into the ground while Naruto's injuries had fully rejuvenated. When the door opened it revealed a man wearing a white shirt with a black robe with a purple obi. He had one arm and it appeared he had lost the other long ago, along with his right eye, which was concealed by bandages. He had black shaggy, spiky hair, lots of wrinkles and an X-shaped scar on his chin. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. He knew this man from long ago. Flashback: 7-year-old Naruto was walking through the halls of the Hokage Tower. Today he was meeting the Hokage, who he had dubbed Gigi, because he was like a grandfather to him. The blonde would visit the old cage 3 days a week. The old man had been kind enough to give him an apartment and a weekly allowance so that he could live with. But Naruto always wondered why the Hokage was interested in him and only him. None of the other orphans were given the privilege to meet the Hokage unless they were in the ninja academy, and even seeing him as an academy student was rare. He passed by the Hokage's secretary that instinctively scowled at him, but he paid her no mind as he kept walking to his, Gigi's, office. When he was right in front of the door, he heard voice behind it as if both were arguing with each other. I have told you before and many times, Danzo, that he is just a boy, not a tool. Naruto heard the Hokage's words from behind the door and he pressed his ear against the door, intent on listening in some more. He is not a tool, Hiruzen, but a weapon. Under my guidance he will become the greatest weapon Konoha has ever produced if you just hand him over to me, said the man now known as Danzo. Watch what you say, Danzo. I will not stand by and watch as you turn that pure-hearted boy into one of your emotionless dogs, continued Sarutobi. He is not a boy, he is a human sacrifice. Sacrifice is the way of shinobi, rebuked Danzo. The two men glared at each other, unaware of the little spy behind the door. We have had this discussion before, Danzo, spat Sarutobi as if it was poison on his tongue. You will never get your hand on that power, so leave before I force you out, threatened Hiruzen with a small amount of killing intent, which made the Warhawk back down. And with that, Danzo stormed out of the office. I will get the Kyuubi one day, Hiruzen, I promise you that, thought Danzo, never looking over his shoulder. When Danzo opened the door, his lone beheld the subject of the conversation with him and the Hokage. Naruto shivered a little under the cold stare of the bandaged man. Naruto couldn't feel anything coming from this man, it was as if he was empty like the void. Danzo didn't say a word but left without offering a glance back at Naruto. Flashback end, Danzo, snarled Naruto within his mind. Danzo hobbled into the room, his cane tapping against the ground was the only sound as it echoed off the walls. He snapped his fingers as two men wearing customized clothing with embu masks walked into the room carrying a chair and laid it down directly opposite of Naruto. It seemed these two were Danzo's servants. The old man sat down in the chair and stared at Ryu with a calculating gaze as if trying to discern something from the blonde, but the Konoha elder also noticed how much resemblance there was between this man and Naruto Uzumaki. But their old badger brushed off those thoughts because it was confirmed by Jiraiya that Naruto Uzumaki, the Yondaimi's legacy, was dead. Hello, Yokazi-san, greeted Danzo in a formal manner. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I have heard many things from you and regarding your exploits. Naruto's face held no emotion and just continued to stare at Danzo blankly. However, Danzo was able to read Ryu. He could immediately see that Ryu was a shinobi who kept his emotions in check and never showed any kind of softness. Given your power and your mastery of the Sharingan and your other abilities, I have little doubt that you are a remarkable shinobi who will make the correct decisions when you are faced with obstacles that require those decisions, continued Danzo. For a split second Naruto saw something at what appeared to be approval. Naruto continued to stare coldly at Danzo, and finally spoke up after deducing that the old badger wouldn't leave until he received answers. Your compliments are gratifying and your confidence in my ability fills me with pride, but you have yet to introduce yourself since you already know me, spoke Ryu emotionlessly. He knew that despite his frail appearance that Danzo was an incredibly dangerous individual who kept his skills refined. He was considered a prime candidate for the Hokage position, so that meant he had power to back it up. Oh yes, how could I forget? It's the only polite thing to do when introducing someone. I am Danzo Shimura, an elder of the Konohagakure, replied Danzo, who had yet to show any emotion. Now on to the real reason I am here. I have come to extend an offer that will only be given once, said Danzo cautiously. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the old man. I want you to join Konoha, forsake the Akatsuki and serve under me as a root agent, offered Danzo. I will give you whatever you wish for or desire in return, and I can pardon all the crimes you have committed against the village while also offering protection from the Akatsuki. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the man. He wanted him to join Konoha and become an operative of Root. Thank you for the generous offer, started Ryu. A small smirk played on the lips of Danzo. But I politely refuse, for I don't wish to work for a pisshole such as Konoha. Why would I want to be surrounded by idiots and twits who are more likely to trip and fall on their own kunai? Said Ryu sardonically. Danzo's lips pursed tightly at the Sharingan wielder's insults to his village. Knowing that he couldn't get Ryu to join through normal means, Danzo decided to use his trump card. "Are you sure? You could become a great operative among Rude," spoke Danzo in a last-ditch effort. "At what point did I ever claim to join Konoha? I loathe your village. I hope, no, I dream that all your civilians are butchered and raped on the streets while your children become slaves to your conquerors. And as you take one last look at your shining Konoha, your Hokage monument will wither and decay and shall be nothing more than dust. Your leaves will burn in the smoke-permeated wind and your will of fire will be nothing more than a dying ember on the verge of becoming ash, and then nothing of it shall remain but my joyous laughter," said Naruto sinfully with a deathly smirk as he made eye contact with Danzo, which caused Danzo to sweat a little. The Konoha elder stared back at Ryu. Danzo did not expect Ryu to act or speak so callously against Konoha. He had only assumed that he infiltrated the village just for the Hiraishin. If there was an animal that would be best described as Ryu Yoke's, it would be a fox. No. Greater than a fox, a wolf, cunning, treacherous, protective, aggressive, loyal, powerful, these are the words that would describe the wolf known as Ryu Yoke's. I must use it now. Yoke's is too much of a threat judging on how he killed the elite of the village, thought Danzo frantically. He channeled chakra into his right eye, preparing one of the greatest genjutsu in the world. Kotoamatsu. Danzo-sama, said one of the old Badger's root operatives as he walked through the door. This took Danzo by surprise, but he didn't show it, and the surprise caused Danzo to accidentally cancel his jutsu. The Iwa Nin are demanding to see you and to talk about the payment for their services. Danzo turned his head slightly and glanced at his subordinate through his left eye. He nodded slightly and got up off the chair. Very well, let us discuss the payment, said Danzo as he hobbled out of the room, leaving Ryu alone. Danzo and his other root operative were walking through the old bunker that Ryu was being held in. The bunker itself was used by Kiri years ago but fell out of use after the Second Shinobi World War. The 4 Iwa Nin who had captured Ryu were waiting within a small room around a rectangular table. Danzo walked into the room and sat at a chair reserved for him. The payment, said Kuri Ganseki, who was obviously the leader among the 4. Yes, the payment, you shall have it, spoke Danzo. Suddenly all the shinobi's throats were slit by the tantos of Danzo's subordinates. The payment of your lives would be sufficient enough. Now I am aware that I contracted more Iwa shinobi than these 4, so we will have to deal with them or allow Yoke's-san to deal with them. Now back my appointment with the wolf. But before Danzo could get out of his chair, he felt a massive force shook the foundations of the bunker, causing some dust within the room to be disheveled. Danzo-sama, this quake is being caused by Yoke's chakra, said one root soldier who was a censor. Unbelievable. He's doing this with just his chakra, said the other root soldier who was exasperated. We're leaving now, this bunker is underground, it could come down on top of us, ordered Danzo, who kept a cool composure. With Naruto a few minutes earlier. Naruto was still thinking over Danzo's offer to return to the Leaf Village. But the words he spoke were true, he never wanted to go back to that village, ever. He couldn't be bothered to destroy it at the time because of the Eye of the Moon plan, which would force everyone into the dreamscape where Konoha would no longer matter. He had to get to the temple within the Land of Lightning, the one that was holding the artifact he wanted. He also had to meet up with the Akatsuki to remind them that he wasn't dead. Then he felt something at the nape of his neck. The chakra suppression seal was broken. He could now manipulate his chakra freely, although he had lost at least quarter of his reserves trying to destroy the seal. He used his enhanced strength to break the shackles which were constricting him. He then pressed 2 of his fingers against the seal on his left wrist and smoke appeared around his form. When the smoke dissipated, it revealed Naruto in his black samurai-like armor, however he lacked his weapons. Zetsu appeared out of the ground beside Naruto. There are only a few Iwa Nins left, and Danzo and his lackeys are in a different room in the bunker. Seeing as how you lack your weapons, maybe you should rely on those, stated Zetsu. Naruto didn't respond, but he registered what Zetsu said and what he meant. Kamionanayo, thought Naruto as he channeled chakra into his right eye, allowing his eternal Mangekyo to be shown to the world. And a massive blue mandala sprouted behind him, each with a different ring and kanji on it. Come forth, started Naruto. Seryu. From the azure Ching ring burst forth an azure, Japanese dragon taller than a human, it had 2 large horns and 3 eyes along with fox-like ears. Byakko. From the white bai, ring a white, slender and lean tiger which also had 3 eyes and fox ears along with sharp teeth came forth. Suzaku. From the vermilion zoo, ring appeared a vermilion bird with elegant and dramatic plumage and it too had the same mask but with a beak and a feather on its crown. Genbu. From the black zon, ring a tortoise with black overlapping plates and a white bushy tail burst forth from the ring and it had the standard mask 3 eyes, fox ears. Kinja. From the sky Kong, ring a golden snake with a long body surfaced only it had the standard mask like its predecessors. Tenio. From the jewel Yu, ring a celestial maiden with flowing cream robes and lavender translucent ribbons appeared. Shinigami. From the 3 San, ring came a skeletal black-robed priest carrying a scythe. Hokuto Senin. From the North Bay, ring a priest with traveling robes and a fox staff arose. Nanto Senin. From the South Nan, ring a priest with a near-identical shape to the Hokuto Senin appeared and it too had a fox staff. The 2 sages both had 3 eyes and fox-like ears. All of the 9 masked beasts gathered around Naruto as if protecting him. No matter how many times I see them they never cease to amaze me, said Zetsu in awe of the beasts. We're leaving Zetsu, yelled Naruto. The Seiryu walked ahead of Naruto and charged forward using its amazing strength to break down the door. Naruto walked on ahead with his loyal beasts trailing behind him. Naruto soon found the exit but not before sending the Byakko to scout ahead. Naruto could order his beasts mentally therefore making the creatures unpredictable to enemy ninja. Once the Byakko had scouted ahead it ran back to Naruto's position signaling that it was safe. Naruto made it outside the bunker and he could feel the rays of the sun shining down on him. But it was short-lived as Iwa shinobi surrounded Naruto from all sides but some appeared anxious as if not wanting to battle the masked beasts that surrounded the blonde. 9 masked beasts, have fun, mentally commanded Naruto. The beasts sprung into action, catching the shinobi off guard with their sudden actions. Naruto was still standing in the same spot, arms folded as he watched his beasts fight for him. Usually Naruto would get involved because his main fighting style was heavily dependent on his masked beasts like his shadow clones. Maybe it was because of his love for the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu that created the 9 beasts because they fought as if they were clones of Naruto. He also discovered that the Kyuubi had more affect on him than he thought as he wondered why his beasts had fox ears and the sages had fox staffs, but it didn't matter for the moment. But this time he decided to watch, since it had been a long time since he brought all his beasts out. At the corners of his eyes Naruto saw kunai flying towards him. The blonde was unafraid of the kunai, he didn't make any attempt to move out of the weapon's path. A purple barrier formed before Naruto as it blocked the kunai causing the weapons to drop to the floor. The Hokuto Senin and the Nanto Senin flew to Naruto's position as they were clearly the ones who created the barrier. The Seiryu and the Byakko were tearing the nins apart with their claws, their great speed was too much for the nins before they were cut down. The Genbu and the Suzaku were either crushing the shinobi under their weight or were lifting them in the air and letting gravity do the rest. The Kinja, Shinigami and the Tenyo were binding their opponents with their ribbons or their bodies where the Shinigami would siphon their chakra and the Tenyo would give back that chakra in its attacks. Only a few minutes passed and the shinobi fodder stood little chance against the beasts. Naruto popped his neck because he had a rather bad crick in a certain spot. As he surveyed the carnage, he only wished they were stronger so that he could have his loyal beasts use their more powerful techniques. But alas it wasn't so, which depressed Naruto slightly. Zetsu walked up to the blonde and watched the beasts return to their master's side. They act like your clones, stated Zetsu as he noticed similarities between the shadow clone and the 9 masked beasts, well more like the way they fought instead of appearance as Naruto uses them to overwhelm his enemies. Although they require far less chakra, explained Naruto. I've always wondered what happens when they die, asked White Zetsu. Naruto didn't look at the artificial human but he heard the question. I tested out that question, so I ran my katana through the Tenyo and I couldn't use that certain beast for at least a day, clarified Naruto. Zetsu nodded in understanding. Zetsu turned to a certain direction as he sensed nearby chakra. Naruto had yet to sense it because Black Zetsu was just a better sensor. There are 12 chakra signatures heading in this direction. Among them are 2 signatures that have high reserves. They are most likely the Mizukage and your partner Konan, spoke Black Zetsu. What about Danzo? Questioned Naruto. He's long gone, he fled when the overwhelming pressure of your chakra you were emitting through your beasts caused him to flee back to Konoha, spoke Black Zetsu. He tried to recruit me into his Anbu branch known by the name of Root, explained Naruto. He said he would pardon me of my crimes towards the village, but I politely refused, like a gentleman. Did you threaten him, his village, or his family? Queried Zetsu. Village, answered Naruto bluntly. Zetsu nodded his head. You should leave, I don't want you around the Mizukage or Konan, it would raise too much suspicion. Zetsu melded into the ground but not before saying goodbye to his master. The 9 beasts stare td fade away into dust as Ryu mentally dismissed them. Ryu turned his gaze onto 2 corpses of his victims and his eternal Mangekyo started to spin. Mei and Konan had been traveling for the past few hours following Ao and a select squad of Oinen and Anbu. They were successfully able to find a trail leading them to Ryu and the Mizukage hoped that the blonde was still within the land of water for if he wasn't there was nothing she could do without provoking a war. Konan was slightly anxious, she needed Ryu's answers, she needed to know his motives. She was like a cat, too curious for her own good. Instead of splitting into her paper butterflies she decided to stay with the Mizukage and her forces. Mizukage-sama. We've discovered something, yelled Ao. The large party landed within a field which was coated with a light mist and dark trees. But what horrified them was that there were bodies strewn about, some were mutilated by what looked like claw marks. Others were disfigured as if they had been crushed by some great weight. And some were missing limbs altogether. They were able to see brown flak jackets which were caked in blood and the red liquid stained the grass they were walking on. And in the middle of it was Ryu who was sitting on a corpse twirling a kunai in between his armored fingers. And yet there wasn't a drop of blood on his muscled body or samurai-like armor. Naruto tilted his head to look at his partner and the cage. Sup? Said Naruto with a grin. You're late, missed out on all the fun. Ryu-kun, we thought you were captured, said the Mizukage but no one noticed her blunder. I was, but I was able to escape and killed my captors, as you can see they weren't much of a challenge, continued Naruto. He walked over to the Mizukage's forces and while on the way Mei gave him a soft kiss on the cheek and whispered glad you're safe, in his ear which caused him to blush a little. Many of the men glared at Ryu in jealousy. That's supposed to be me, was the common thought shared among the male populace. Konan meanwhile was staring at Ryu blankly, the questions she needed answered must be spoken behind closed doors. The Land of Lightning, same time. The Land of Lightning was a mountainous land filled with thunderstorms and many clouds. Some of the mountains were jagged and tall and very treacherous where many explorers have lost their lives to the mountains that inhabited the land. Very few buildings could survive the terrain. One of the rare few buildings that can dwell on the mountain sides was a temple that resembled a Shaolin monastery. It was a dark gray temple with no life or color, its buildings and roof tiles were chipped and fractured while the door to the temple was rusted. Snow blanketed the temple for its height was far up in the mountains and temperature was freezing. A man with blonde hair with a black coat and black armor was standing before the temple. Before the door there was a Yamabushi and a Tengu that appeared to ready to fight in their combat stances. The man that was standing before the door was none other than Naruto. He was scanning the traditional buildings with his Sharingan. Zetsu claimed that the temple and its artifact was guarded by ninja monks, thought Naruto. But he had yet to see any inkling that they existed other than this temple. He had followed the coordinates perfectly, so why did it feel like he was in the wrong place? The biting snow didn't affect him in the slightest. Zetsu said the artifact was located within the temple and he came all this way to get it. Naruto activated his eternal Mangekyo and he summoned the arms of his Susanoo. The white arms were hammering against the doors, with every punch it left a dent in the door. Finally after some punching the door collapsed and with it a small layer of dust obscured the blonde's vision. He walked past the gates and beheld the same dreary temple as he saw outside. It appeared that there wasn't anyone alive, only snow and the decaying temple buildings. But at the corner of his eye he could see movement and it wasn't the blizzard that had washed over the mountain. Monks dressed in gray and white hakamas with long sleeves that covered their arms and hands and red obis tied around their waists. and most if not all were bald. They surrounded Naruto from all corners seemingly unafraid of him. They all lowered themselves into fighting stances ready to battle him. Naruto was amused, he had never met ninja monks before so this was a new experience. Then one monk started walking up to him but kept a safe distance from him. He was dressed in similar attire to the other monks and he was about middle-aged. Like the other monks he was bald coupled with brown eyes. My name is Tatakai and I am the head monk of the Kujiro temple. You have trespassed on forbidden ground, it's best if you leave before we are resorted to use force, warned Tatakai. But Naruto wasn't intimidated. I don't care about your temple or the monks here, exclaimed Naruto loud enough to hear. A few snowflakes landed on his face and were quickly melted by his body heat. I'm here for the artifact. Tatakai frowned at the blonde. He was aware to which artifact he was talking about. But yet the monk also wondered how the man had found their temple and found the treasure they had been guarding ever since the clan wars. I am sorry all the monks here were born to defend the artifact with their lives, so you cannot go further. I will repeat myself, leave or we will use force, threatened Tatakai with a glare. Naruto shrugged off the glare and popped his neck for he had another bad crick in that troublesome spot. If you raise your blade at me and bare your fangs that is your way of expressing your pride, however there is a fine line between pride and arrogance such as there is a fine line between love and hate and when you raise your blade in contempt of my pride it feels like you're saying that I'm arrogant, proclaimed Naruto. My distaste for arrogance is great, but my hatred for vanity and hubris is suffocating, spoke Naruto. Kamio Nanayo. Byako. Kinja. Shinigami. Seryu. Yelled Naruto and the spoken beasts appeared out of the mandala and took their places by Naruto's side. Deal with them. The beasts the size of men, excluding Seryu, launched themselves at the monks while Naruto stood there unmoving. What is this? Is this puppetry of Suna? Yelled a monk before his throat was torn from his body by the Byako. The Shinigami was a whirlwind of death as it used its scythe to cleave the monks. The Seryu was having the highest kill count for it used its massive size to deal with the monks. The Kinja was using its whip-like body to strike at the monks and many suffered broken bones and internal bleeding from the golden snake. A few minutes passed and Tatakai was the only one alive. He tried to pick himself up off the ground but he was pinned to the cold floor by the Byako. Naruto was standing to the side of Tatakai. Since he was the head monk he would know where the artifact was. Where is it? Questioned Naruto. The Byako put some more pressure on Tatakai's back causing him to grunt in pain. I was sworn to, the Byako put even more pressure on his back causing Tatakai to cough up blood. Tell me where it is. Naruto questioned again but this time adding some of his killer intent. Tatakai looked to his left and eyed a building. Unfortunately Naruto saw where his gaze traveled and he too saw the building. No, choked Tatakai. Naruto opened the door that restricted him from entering. As he peered into the architecture he beheld a straight-bladed katana on a pedestal. The katana's blade was black in color and it seemed to glitter. The grip was black which had white in the middle, there was no guard which was perfect for the blonde. And there was a black rope and a black chain forming from the pommel. The black rope was a meter in length while the black chain was a meter and 3 inches. Naruto grasped the katana as Tatakai watched with anxiety. He inspected the weapon in his right hand. Before placing his other hand on the blade and using his enhanced strength Naruto broke the sword in half. He tossed the remnants of the blade near Tatakai. Where is it really? Asked Naruto more forcefully. Tatakai didn't answer, he just glared at the blonde as the tiger on his back pinned him to the ground. Because of his silence he was rewarded with the Byako's claws boring into his back causing Tatakai to cough up some more blood and to grimace in pain. Tatakai's will was breaking. This man with the red eyes had decimated the monks and made it look easy all the while he didn't lift a finger. Tatakai glanced at a unique stone carving on the building Naruto walked out of. The carving appeared to be swirling whirlwinds guarding a yin-yang symbol. But Naruto's Sharingan saw the glance and the dojutsu wielder walked up to the carving not paying heed to Tatakai's warnings. Naruto inspected the carving as he rubbed his hand over it to free it from the snow. The artifact was hidden in the mechanism, he just had to access it and he could leave. Naruto pressed his fingers against the 2 dots in the symbols. And he heard a clicking sound emanating from the carving. The whirlwinds began to move away from the yin-yang symbol and the icon itself opened up, now becoming two Magatama. And from that a hilt the exact same shape and color of the fake Naruto broke emerged. It even had the black rope and the black chain connected to the blade. The blonde gripped the hilt and unsheathed the katana from its stone prison. He also noticed that the weapon lacked a guard. The blade was straight and black in color and looked unbelievably sharp. He had heard legends of this particular blade from Madara. The old goat even told him that he had been looking for the sword for most of his life, even while battling the Senju clan. He said that the sword could cut through anything and was susceptible to chakra, especially wind chakra. Naruto tested out the theory by hovering his hand near the blade, but just as he was about to touch it, a large slash-like wound surfaced on the palm of his hand. He hadn't even touched the sharp blade and yet it had cut him. Naruto smirked in victory. The sword that took years to find was finally in his hand, the legendary Tenbogiri no Tsurugi dragonfly cutting sword. Legend told of a sword imbued with the speed of lightning and the sharpness of wind, and that one day a dragonfly landed on the blade where it was cut in two by just the simplest touch, spoke Naruto as he held the mythic sword. The blonde in the armor strolled up to Tatakai, the Tenbogiri still in his hand. "Thank you for your cooperation," said Naruto gratefully. And finally he stabbed the Tenbogiri through Tatakai's head where it pierced right through his skull. The four masked beasts that Naruto summoned faded away in plumes of dust. Time to go, thought Naruto. Iwagakure. Same time. Onoki, the Tsuchikage, was sitting behind his desk attending to his paperwork. How he hated the position of Tsuchikage. He just wanted to obliterate his paperwork with his dust release. But his thoughts traveled to his ninja. Some of his shinobis had been missing recently. He knew that some of the Iwa ninja were bitter over the losses in the Land of Water. He was hoping that the missing ninja would return to the village soon. They had already suffered losses at the hands of the Akatsuki, namely Ryu Yokeis. Oh, how he wanted to wring the neck of that son of a bitch with the Sharingan. Maybe he could convince Yokeis to join his village, given how he had heard of his exploits in Konoha and the Iwa shinobis stationed within the Land of Water. He rubbed his back in annoyance because it always acted up when he thought too much about things, or he was just old. And as if he had suffered enough pain. His granddaughter walked through the door. "Hey Gigi," greeted Kuretsuchi. With a wide grin. Onoki grumbled something incoherent. "Not now Kuretsuchi, I don't have time for you," mumbled Onoki with his arms crossed. "Oh, don't be like that Gigi, you know you should probably step down and have someone else become Tsuchikage," suggested Kuretsuchi. But her grandfather was a stubborn geezer and he wouldn't give up the title easily. "Go away Kuretsuchi," said Onoki grumpily. Kuretsuchi grinned even more. She loved pestering her grandfather and commenting on his age, which he was sore about. "What's wrong Gigi, you're not as grumpy as you usually are," spoke Kuretsuchi. Onoki decided to give her the silent treatment, hoping she would go away. After a few minutes Kuretsuchi relented and left the office in a brisk pace. "Damn Kuretsuchi," mumbled Onoki. "You should be happy with the family you have, Onoki," said a dark voice behind the cage. Onoki spun around and beheld a man dressed in black samurai-like armor wearing a black hooded coat with red flame motifs. The man's hood was up and he was wearing a mask. The mask was a menacing skull with 10 red lines on the left side of the mask. The man was currently playing with a kunai in between his fingers. Despite Onoki not being a sensor, he was well experienced to sense chakra within close proximity, and yet this boy had easily slipped into Iwa and into his office. Before the cage could speak, the masked man spoke up again. "A family who, despite their flaws and annoyances, love you deeply, as I have just seen with your granddaughter." The man seemed to sigh when he finished talking, as if longing for what he had. "Who are you? How did you get into my office? And are you here to assassinate me?" asked Onoki swiftly. "One question at a time," said the man as he stuck his index finger up. "Now as to who I am Ryu Yokeis." Onoki gasped, and he could now easily see his Sharingan active. "Save your reaction for later, as to how I got into the village. I walked in." Onoki didn't know if he should scowl or sigh at the man, but he did have a small sweat drop for the blunt answer. "And I am not here to assassinate you. I'm here to give a warning and to return these," said Ryu as he took out some from his coat's inner pocket. He was holding at least 5 Iwagakure headbands, some torn and ragged and all were bloodied. He tossed them onto the old mont's desk and Onoki gnashed his teeth in anger. They were hired by an elder of Konohagakure. I believe you familiar with him. Danzo Shimura. Onoki lost his angry expression and changed it to a dumbfounded one. But of course he remembered what type of man Danzo was. He used underhanded tactics and well thought out plans to gain advantages over his enemies like Onoki. And keep your shinobi in check or I'll come back for their families, where afterward they will be wishing to die, for I can also use underhanded tactics, that is my only warning, threatened Ryu darkly. After that Ryu jumped off the window ledge and disappeared into night's wind, leaving Onoki fearful and broken. The old man hadn't felt this since his encounters with Madara Uchiha. The Land of Water. A few hours later. After the drama regarding Ryu's capture was done with, the Mizukage was exceptionally pleased that the Akatsuki member was unharmed and Konan herself was glad that Ryu was back. They were given a new hotel by the Mizukage herself after their last one was damaged by the surprise capture. Once inside their rooms, Ryu discarded his coat and the armor on his arms. H sat down on his bed and sighed. Today was a hectic day. First he was captured and held in a dark room, then he met Danzo and tried to recruit him into route and he had finally found the Tenbogiri no Tsurugi, which would be delivered to him very soon. He was about to doze off into neutral sleep before a knock at his door resounded through the room. He could sense the chakra signature outside the door was Konan. So he strolled up towards the door to meet with his partner, but when he turned the knob he was instead greeted with numerous paper sheets smothering him. The paper quickly bound his arms and legs, restricting his movements. But Ryu wasn't the least bit worried. Konan just wanted to talk to him, and not have him escape at the same time. Then finally the blue-haired woman walked through the door. She had discarded her Akatsuki cloak, allowing Naruto to view her without the cloak. She was wearing a revealing navy blue robe with a large hemline that exposed her arms, back and lateral parts of her C-cup breasts along with her belly, which had piercings around her navel, and navy blue pants. She also had a kunai in her hand, most likely for self-defense, but Naruto was still unafraid. He could easily break free from the paper binds with his 9 masked beasts or his other Kamionanayo technique. Konan straddled the bound blonde, which caused Naruto to faintly blush and also wonder if he was in a genjutsu, but his Sharingan saw that he wasn't. He knew a white-haired man who would possibly love to be in this position and probably add this scene into one of his perverted books. I have questions, so please answer them to the best of your ability, asked Konan politely in her neutral tone. Ryu knew that she wanted to be professional while also trying to hide her embarrassment. Why did you meet with Zetsu all those nights ago? Was her first question, which made Naruto widen his eyes in surprise. She was watching his talk with Zetsu, but since she was asking, she probably didn't hear what they were discussing. I was at the time tracking someone who had done things that his mother wouldn't be proud of, said Naruto with a smirk. Konan pressed her kunai into Ryu's neck, giving him the hint that she wasn't playing around with him. Who? Asked Konan. Someone who parades around with a name that's not his to begin with, who hides behind a mask because he's afraid of people seeing his visage, someone who puts the pieces in place within the shadows and behind closed doors, spoke Naruto emotionlessly. Konan widened her eyes a little in recognition, but Naruto's eyes could see everything. You've met him, asserted Ryu. Konan nodded her head a little. The masked man had met them long ago and still was to this day. So he's not who he says he is, affirmed Konan, to which Naruto nodded. The pressure of the kunai on Naruto's neck lessened. Konan had always had a hunch that Tobi wasn't who he said he was. He is just a bitter loser who got friend-zoned and can't get over the fact that person died, continued Naruto. Tell me who he really is, said Konan, getting over his stupor. His name is Obito Uchiha, a survivor of the massacre. He was a student of the Yondaime Hokage and, like I said, is a bitter loser, answered Naruto. Konan didn't need to hear any more of Obito. And, who are you? Asked Konan impassively. Ryu locked eyes with her. My name is Madara Uchiha, said Madara. He needed Konan on his side. He needed a loyal follower other than Zetsu. Naruto Uzumaki isn't exactly a famous name among the nations and didn't have enough pull to sway a person. Plus officially he was dead. Madara questioned, stated Konan. Naruto nodded to her question. You have blonde hair. You have blue, replied Ryu. You look like you're in your late teens or early 20s, responded Konan. The loss of my power in my battle against Hashirama, so I had to extend my life by experimenting on my body, and what you see now is the end result, explained Naruto, which was a lie. If you are who you claim to be, what are your plans? Queried Konan, since killing Obito wouldn't be his only plan. Ryu thought about it for some time. He had to risk it, he had to tell her about the Eye of the Moon plan, the infinite Tsukuyomi, so that she would think he was insane. I intend to create a world of peace, joy and love. There will always be truth and never lies. Where there are no winners or losers, history is written by the victors. When invading a country, each party believes it is right to attack or defend, while it is reversed for their enemies. It is the same for my battle with Hashirama. They only knew about why he fought, they never wrote down why I fought. In this world there would be none of that, no right or wrong. By gathering all the 9 Biju and sealing them into the statue that Nagato can summon, will I be able to revive the Jubi 10 Tails. With it I will become the its Jinchuriki and cast my eye on the moon, reflecting it over the world, and with it everyone, every being will be transported to a dream world where fantasy will become reality. Monologue Naruto. Konan kept staring at him. She was intrigued and tempted by this plan. A dream world. What would happen in this dream world? Asked Konan. You can forge mountains, build cities, become a god, even revive the dead, continued Naruto. Konan was taking in every word that Ryu said. Tsukuyomi. Konan was then transported to a white world filled with nothingness. Then Naruto appeared before her wearing a black kimono. This is what will happen, this is what the world I will create shall be, at first, spoke Ryu. And before Konan's eyes his entire physical appearance changed, and in his place was a youthful Madara. Anything you ever wished for shall be yours. In this world, the one that we currently live in is filled with despair, doubt, fear, pride, violence, anger and hatred. I understand these emotions best of all. How can we live in a world such as this? I will return it back into nothingness and create a world where none of the things I have said before will exist, spoke Madara. Konan then found herself still straddling Naruto. His Sharingan blazing. She had these uncertain feelings within her. She could see her parents again. Yahiko. They could all be with her again. You wish to bring them back, stated Naruto, catching Konan by surprise. The people you loved. Konan had to hold in her gasp. Did he somehow read her mind, because he knew what she was thinking at that moment? I have that dream, to see my brother, my mother, my father, everyone I loved. I want to bring them back too, spoke Ryu with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Can you really revive the dead? Asked Konan as her eyes were overshadowed. Yes, answered Naruto in a deadpanned, emotionless voice. Do you wish to join me? Questioned Naruto, who was inwardly smirking. I will help you, answered Konan, who still had her eyes overshadowed. She lowered her face closer to Ryu's. Inch by inch it was getting closer. So what do I call you now, Madara or Ryu? Just keep calling me Ryu, replied Naruto, melancholic. Konan's face was creeping closer to Ryu's. Their lips were near touching and his hot breath was hitting her face. She captured his lips in a passionate kiss, catching Naruto by surprise, but he too returned the gesture as he began lustfully kissing her. Konan felt hot and her cheeks lit up with a pink flush. Kissing Ryu felt good. She couldn't deny that she was physically attracted to him. Naruto was right about art. Art is enjoying one's passion in the company of another. This kind of art is temporary, but it's far more enjoyable and pleasurable, thought Naruto at his own quote. Konan discarded her kunai and unbound Ryu from her paper sheets. She grabbed his golden locks forcefully and kept kissing him with heated passion. But before Naruto could continue kissing, he felt the warm lips of Konan leave his. He opened his crimson eyes and stared at the blue-haired beauty. That was a thank you for letting me join you, said Konan excitedly. Her lustful mind not fully quelled. She eased herself off the blonde and quickly hurried out of the room while holding her face in her hands and trying to fight down the blush that etched itself onto her face. Naruto smirked in amusement and victory. Nagato putting him together with Konan as partners was the best idea the Rinnegan wielder made. Naruto suddenly felt 2 signatures fade into his room who came in through the window. The first figure handed him a Tsuba-less katana with rope on the hilt, and of course he grabbed it by the hilt while the 2 figures dissolve into dust. Everything was going to plan, but he still needed a suitable training area that could accommodate him because the training ground within the mountain's graveyard was not ready yet according to Zetsu's report. A preferable training ground that was dark that could limit his senses and had minimal space so for him to adapt to situations where the environment didn't favor him. But his greatest victory was that he finally had a lieutenant aside from Zetsu. Konan was going to be very useful. An S-ranked kunoichi who he believed to could rival if not defeat Tsunade and Mei in battle. But he would have to weary around Konoha, more specifically Danzo and his root agents. For he had a strange feeling that something bad was going to happen and that someone would walk away alive from it. That night the wolves' howls chorused with Naruto's thoughts. And among their howls were the music that one soul would have their fire snuffed from the world. In Konohagakure Sakura Haruno was walking to the cemetery, where Naruto's empty grave was. She was carrying white roses again to remind her of her lost love for the blonde. It still hurt, knowing that her happiness with the blonde is gone. Every week she would visit the grave with new white roses. Hinata had stopped visiting 3 months after his death. Her only wish was that the blonde knucklehead was still with her, walking with her, talking with her, even just being in his presence was what she wanted at the moment. She soon saw the familiar grave spot she saw every week. Surprisingly, it wasn't broken or destroyed unlike his apartment. Maybe the civilians had respect for the dead. She was standing before the headstone where she placed the white roses on top. She got down on her knees and started talking about what was on her mind. "Hey Naruto, it's me again, it's so good to see you." She decided to keep her words brief as dusk was approaching. Naruto is in the land of water so the time zone is different. Closing parenthesis. I've been doing well in my studies of medical ninjutsu. I have been practicing with Tsunade-sama's monstrous strength but I'm still a bit away from mastering it. I'll come by again next week if my schedule allows me to. And I just wish you were here with me now. Would you be proud of me? And I love you. Goodbye Naruto, see you next week. Spoke Sakura. She turned and left with a small pained smile which had some glimmers of happiness. However, she didn't notice the flowers she left on Naruto's grave wilt and wither until they died. Instead of the gorgeous white, only dead gray was what remained of the flowers. Hey guys, JubiWriter99 here. So we now know what Kamionanayo does well, at least one ability of the Kamionanayo, and there are more abilities which I will reveal later on in the chapters. So Konan is now part of the Moon's Eye plan and Danzo is up to his sneaky tricks as always. The sword of Tenbogiri was developed from a spear of Japanese legend but I modified into a sword since I couldn't see Naruto ever using a spear. So how did Naruto appear at the temple while talking to the Tsuchikage while also staying in the land of water? I won't tell you that's a surprise, but I will tell you that they weren't shadow clones. And I recently watched the Naruto Road to Ninja movie and I just love the 9 masked beasts where it gave me the idea of the Kamionanayo, which means 7 generations of the age of the gods, taken from Shinto myth, for it comes after Koto Amatsukami. So I finally added some Naruto X Konan romance, and a friend of mine who reads my story berated me for having Naruto not loving his women and told me the flaws of such a decision, so I have changed my mind regarding Naruto and his relationships where he will legitimately love them, and I originally planned for this story to have no pairings, but never mind. Also Naruto will have a large confrontation with Konoha and someone of the village or Naruto himself will die. If you can guess who the person is, that will be surprising. There are links in my profile for the Tenbogiri, Naruto's mask and his Tonto. And I apologize for not having the Naruto vs Obito fight nut. That will not happen for a while. I want to see how good I am at writing fight scenes, so PLZ review, is it good or bad, let me know. JubiWriter99 is down and out. 1287 Chapter 8, Heritage and the Mask. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. And any references made in this story in any chapter are also not mine. So guys, sorry for not updating in a while, but I'm telling you now, this chapter has my first major battle scene and I need you guys to tell if it was good, bad or boring, and I would appreciate if you could tell me what areas need improvement and what doesn't need to be improved. Just think of the fight as a beta, so I can improve when Naruto vs Obito happens. I want to make it as awesome as possible. Enjoy this chapter. Heritage and the Mask. Naruto Uzumaki, more commonly known by his alias Ryu Yokais, was currently creating a special seal that would be tattooed on his body. He was kneeling on the floor of his new hotel room. The only article of clothing on his form was a pair of black pants. After his kidnapping at the hands of the Iwa Nin, his old hotel room was damaged, much to the anger of the hotel manager. There were multiple sealing symbols transcribed over his body and all converged on the back of his neck. Is it ready, Zetsu? Questioned Naruto with deep authority. Yes, yes, replied the plant man. But why am I doing this? I don't wish for a repeat of my kidnapping a few days ago. Sealing isn't an easy art. It takes time to create advanced seals that could have warded off the Iwa Nin, such as barrier seals, but they take time. Time that I do not have the luxury of having, clarified Naruto. The Uzumaki was deeply disappointed in himself on how easily he was captured, but like he said, barrier seals and protective wards are not easy to create, and therefore he didn't have time to create them, not since he was juggling around with missions from the Mizukage and his date earlier. This seal Zetsu is similar in design to my chakra nature seals on the palms of my hands, where I subconsciously channel chakra into the seal, and when I activate it, it changes into one of my nature affinites. However, this seal activates on its own when it feels a disturbance in my chakra, when I'm under a genjutsu, or when my body is feeling sensations it shouldn't feel. When I'm under a genjutsu, it disrupts the flow of my chakra, breaking me from the genjutsu, and say if I was unconscious it would send a jolt of lightning chakra through my body, restarting my brain, breaking me from unconsciousness, explained Naruto, to which Zetsu nodded in understanding. It must have been taken a while to develop. So how do I focus the seal on your neck? Asked Black Zetsu. Perform the boar, tiger, snake, horse, rabbit and ox hand seals, then place your hand on my neck and focus your chakra in your palm, continued Naruto. Zetsu performed the necessary hand seals and placed his hand gently on Naruto's neck, where the symbolic markings over the blonde's body crept their way up his body, focusing itself on the back of Naruto's neck. Zetsu wondered if this was painful for Naruto, but he detected signs of agony from the Sharingan wielder, but Naruto had a high tolerance to pain from his training with Madara, so this really was painful for him. All the symbols on Naruto's body had finally arrived on his neck, and Zetsu removed his hand and beheld a sun that had curved flames sprouting from it. Thank you, Zetsu, said Naruto bluntly as he placed his hand over the seal. Tell me, have you found a training area that suits my tastes? Asked Naruto emotionlessly. The plant man shook its head at this, which caused Naruto to sigh. The training ground within the mountain's graveyard was not yet finished, even with the amount of white Zetsus working on it. And what would you prefer from a training ground? Asked White Zetsu, grinning. Naruto stared at Zetsu in restrained annoyance, and he elaborated on the question. Someplace dark where the light of the sun doesn't shine as brightly, so I can improve upon my senses, that doesn't require sight, preferably with lots of terrain so I can adapt to an environment where the land doesn't favor me. Also a place cut off from society where not many people would know of its existence. That would be perfect, spoke Naruto as he prepared some green tea from the hotel room's small kitchen. Zetsu nodded at his master's command. But there was one question which was confusing the plant man, a question that was gnawing at his mind. Why didn't you kill Sasuke Uchiha? Queried Zetsu. Naruto stared neutrally at Zetsu while drinking his tea. White Zetsu knew that stare all too well. It always unnerved him, and the end result was he'd either end up on the floor dead or Naruto would answer him, although Black Zetsu had nothing to fear. You're asking why the one person in the entire world that I had a perfectly legitimate reason to kill. Naruto stopped his sentence, choosing his words carefully. You're asking why I spared him and not the other way round. Zetsu nodded again at the blonde. I wish to kill Sasuke Uchiha when he is at the prime of his power, when he is ready to face me in mortal combat like last time. I wish to feel the thrill of fighting with a powerful opponent. I wish to feel my blood pumping through my arteries and adrenaline coursing through my body while sweat drips off my brow and my knuckles become bloody from all my attacks. Said Naruto with a sickly smile. I didn't kill him because I wanted to. I didn't kill him because he didn't deserve to die by my blade. He's still weak, and until we have the same eyes, he's not worthy of being called my equal or greater or lesser. I was thoroughly disappointed with his growth in power, unlike mine, continued Naruto. He doesn't have the same potential that you do, stated Zetsu. Naruto shrugged his shoulders at the dual-colored man. You know, I was surprised that the old goat let me live after he found out about that detail, uttered Naruto, moving the conversation away from Sasuke. Zetsu agreed with the blonde. He could only theorize why Madara had let Naruto live after he found out about that certain information. Maybe because he did it to spite that but Zetsu stopped his sentence when he heard the sound of a door opening from within the hotel room. In walked Konan wearing her Akatsuki garb. Her neutral expression in full force. The blue-haired women had accepted the fact that Ryu would speak with Zetsu often. The plant man spy would be Yokozu's most trusted confidant. He just wouldn't trust her off the bat, and she didn't really trust him either. He still hadn't told her the details of his plan, but she only assumed that he would. I wish to speak with you, stated Konan. Ryu shrugged his shoulders, which to Konan was a sign to go ahead. Alone. Ryu turned his gaze onto Zetsu, a silent signal to the plant man. Zetsu started to disappear into the ground, its Venus flytrap appendage closing. When Zetsu had left, Ryu turned his attention on Konan as if saying with his eyes, "You have my attention." Konan took a deep breath and decided to say what was on her mind. "I wish for you to meet Nagato," spoke Konan with utter surety. "I met him barely 2 weeks ago," deadpanned Naruto. Konan sighed, exasperated. "I meant the real you," continued the female Akatsuki member. "Nagato must know that he's being manipulated by your fake, Obito." Naruto continued to stare at Konan passively. Nagato may be under the effects of genjutsu. Obito was able to control Yagura, the Yondaime Mizukage, and a Jinchuriki. Placing a Jinchuriki who had full control of their Biju in a genjutsu is not an easy thing. In fact, it may be impossible for someone without the Sharingan, disclosed Naruto. "How can you be so sure?" questioned Konan. "It's a likely theory, because it sounds like something I would do," pronounced Ryu. Konan continued to stare at Ryu, unsure of what she should say next. Her mind was a whirlwind of words. Although she was now a part of Ryu's plan, she wasn't told all of the details. She had hoped to be informed of them later. But she could silently agree that they needed more lieutenants. "Is anybody within the Akatsuki working with Obito?" asked Konan. "I believe so. Kisame would be the most likely suspect, since during his time within the Land of Water, Obito would have met with Kisame and offered him a position as his right hand, and he would have brought up his stupid prospects so to coerce him," spat Naruto. Konan agreed with the Sharingan bearer, since it sounded likely that Kisame would work with Obito, since the swordsman was a staunch supporter of Yagura. "I will not meet with Nagato, not until Obito has been dealt with, and that's a few months away. We will continue to act like regular Akatsuki members in the meantime," proclaimed Naruto. "Also, you should read this," said Konan as he took out a book from within her cloak and handed it to Ryu. Page 14. Ryu turned to the specific page and beheld the picture of him that Konoha had used. "Which country does this bingo book belong to?" "Land of Lightning. Care to explain how you were in the Land of Lightning when you were with me and the Mizukage here in the Land of Water?" said Konan with barely hid curiosity. Ryu seemed to sigh and his shoulders deflated. "In good time, but for now let's just, what do the teenagers call it, let's chill," said Naruto awkwardly. And even now he still lacked true social interaction and obviously didn't understand some idioms. "Kumogakure. One day earlier. Wa-at," came the booming voice of the Raikage that was heard throughout his village like a sword piercing flesh. The Raikage clenched his fist and smashed his desk, splintering it into pieces. His assistant Mabui didn't seem fazed by the fragments of the desk striking her face. "What do you mean that the Kagero temple was raided?" roared the Raikage in his right-hand man's face. "It's exactly like I said, boss. The Kagero temple was raided," said Darui in his aloof voice, and his slouched position only testified to his somewhat lazy personality. And if the oncoming migraine wasn't enough for the cage, his brother burst through the door. "Yo say ho bro. Yeah," rapped Killer B and shuffling about. "I apologize if my raps are terrible. I can't rap for shit." "Go away B," yelled the Raikage as he elbowed the Hachibi Jinchuriki in the face, causing anime tears to spiral from the muscled rapper's face. "Why do you have to be so mean? I'm only living the dream," cried Killer B as he curled into a ball from his brother's scolding and abuse. Taking the attention away from his idiot brother, A focused his attention on his assistant and his close confidant. "Darui, were there any survivors from the temple?" questioned the Raikage as he practiced his anger management exercises. "Yeah boss, only one. His wounds were not that bad and I had Mabui look into his psychological damage. This is so dull," said Darui mellowly. A nodded his head at the somewhat lazy shinobi. And have we interrogated the survivor? Asked as his temper was soothed. Mabui decided to answer. No, we were waiting for your permission to start the interview, spoke Mabui with calmly. Alright, start the interrogation immediately. I need to find out who has the relic that the monks were guarding or if they did find it, said as he hastily walked out the room with Mabui and Darui trailing behind, leaving B behind, who also followed after them, though he was a bit behind and he had a large bump on his cheek. While on the way, voiced more of his questions. Who is it that discovered the temple was raided by outside forces? Asked the Raikage along with Darui, Mabui and Killer B, who had caught up to the trio. It was Yugito ni while she was coming back from a mission you had assigned her, answered Mabui, who still had her calm persona. And in what state was the temple when she discovered it? Apparently, boss, most of the monks were slaughtered, their limbs torn from their bodies and their throats and other vital organs were nothing but mashed up blood. It wasn't a dull sight. She activated her flare kunai and alerted our teams to her location. I myself was among one of the teams that saw the flare, answered Darui as he scratched the side of his head. A nodded at this. But still, how did someone find the temple? It's cut off from society except for high-level shinobi of Kumogakure who are aware of its existence, said Mabui, curious. None of the three bothered to look behind them and saw B working on his raps. I don't care as long as they don't have the relic, it's fine, replied A, who had lessened his pace. The four Kumo shinobi had their Anbu HQ in sight. They traveled to the room to where the survivor was. And they found Yugito ni standing outside the door as if waiting for them. Raikage-sama, said Yugito, who bowed slightly. The Raikage nodded his head. Darui tells me that you were the one that discovered the monastery in disarray, said the Raikage. Yugito nodded her head at this. I was also the one who discovered the only survivor among the monks, responded Yugito. He's inside, but be careful, he's suffered serious mental trauma and is now easily scared from the experience. His name is Ikusa, and Raikage-sama, please be gentle with him, spoke Yugito softly. A opened the door and saw the survivor sitting by a table on a wooden chair with another chair directly adjacent from the survivor. But it was shocked to discover that the survivor was only a 10-year-old boy who wore the monk's standard article of clothing. Gray and white hakamas with long sleeves that covered their arms and hands, but instead of the red obi tied around the waist, the boy's obi was light blue, possibly signifying his rank among the monks. So this was Ikusa. A sat down in the free chair directly opposite the boy. Tell me, Ikusa, what happened at the temple? And who raided it? Queried A. There was so much carnage, said the boy as he remembered the events of the slaughter, specifically the white tiger. It had almost found the boy while he was hiding, he had almost died, and the man in the black armor. He scared him the most, he just seemed empty, as if he didn't have any emotion, like he truly lacked emotions or remorse. He remembered as his father, Tadakai confronted the man only to be met with death as he watched his father, murdered before him like a sick animal using the relic he had sworn to protect with his life. There was a man, spoke the boy. A leaned forward listening to every word that came out of Ikusa's mouth. He wore black samurai-like armor and had a long, sleeveless coat, and its edges were tattered along with a hood and 3 silver magatama on each collar. He also had blonde hair and red eyes. A's eyes widened in recognition. He had heard of this certain individual matching Ikusa's description. It had to be him, there was no one else, but he needed more information. Does he have the relic? Does he have the Tenbogiri no Tsurugi dragonfly-cutting sword? Asked A hastily. Ikusa stared into the cage's eyes, his brown eyes searching for something. Yes, he used the sword too, but he stopped in his sentence and he choked up as tears fell from his eyes like rain. To murder my father. A's eyes widened in sorrow and fear. Tadakai was an old friend of his past, but both went their separate ways when they were teens. And to hear he was dead broke him, but he had to get over his death, and now the dragon had the Tenbogiri. Mabui, write down anything Ikusa can tell you of the perpetrator's abilities. I need to write down a new entry in the bingo book, and from now, Ikusa, you are now a shinobi of Kumo, said as he left the room with Darui following him and B writing his raps while Yugito went her own way. The Raikage could see that Ikusa wanted vengeance. He was too depressed to see it, and if he wanted to avenge his father, the path of a monk couldn't give him the opportunity, but a shinobi only then could he avenge his father. When he entered his office, he took out a bingo book, Konoha's bingo book and read everything there was on this certain ninja. He scoured every page of the Raider of the Kujiro Temple and he frowned and scowled. Everything about the man spoke about a person bred to kill, trained in every aspect of shinobi arts and combat, a man who could rival a cage. If the Raikage compared shinobi to animals, then they would be dogs and this man, a wolf. Ryu Yokaze, snarled the Raikage. Now in Konoha. Tsunade Senju was tending to her duties as Hokage of Konoha. She was conflicted. Why? She is about to reveal the greatest secret and disappointment to the village about a certain young, dead, blonde. She had argued with herself for months. She had consulted with Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shikaku, and they all said the same thing. Wait until they've calmed down, then tell him. There was also supposed to be another member on that list, a boy who was like a son to her. She turned her head to the left and saw a photo of her and the blonde Uzumaki on the road to Konoha hugging and smiling, and she too smiled herself at the happy memory. She felt something wet on her cheek, and when she brushed her hand over it, she alone tear. She would admit it in a heartbeat. She loved the blonde-like family. She should have done more for him. She should have been there for him. She should have owned up to her mistakes and rectified them. She should have promised her that she would look out for him, and what good did that do? The necklace she gave him really was cursed, since it had taken yet another life of someone important to her. She pressed her fingers into the sides of her temple. She had to be careful. She was treading on treacherous ground. Even the slightest step could cause the dominoes to fall. Sarutobi had hoped to tell Naruto when he became Chunin, and after he died she hoped to do that as well. And she could tell that despite being a moron and not the brightest knife in the draw, Naruto had enormous amount of potential. She hadn't seen so much potential to be powerful in someone before. Not Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsukumo, not even Minato. She believed, no, she knew that someday Naruto would surpass her grandfather Hashirama even without the Kyuubi no Yoko. She then frowned. The Kyuubi hadn't been seen in years, as its chakra was still coalescing and the fox hadn't taken shape yet. Tsunade had less than 3 years until the Kyuubi reformed. And without people like her grandfather Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, or Kushina Uzumaki, then capturing the Kyuubi would be impossible. She turned her chair and stood to face her village, and it seemed the weather was attuned to what she was feeling right now. The sky was completely gray, the clouds shrouded the bright blue like a blanket, the sun's light was dimmed, and also it looked as if it was about to rain. She could also hear the cracking of thunder emanating from the clouds. And she noticed that the village was darker, as if eclipsed by the clouds, giving everything a gray appearance. The weather was just too depressing. Homura and Kaharu had advised against announcing Naruto's heritage forever, but she was Hokage and the people deserved to know that their greatest hero had died, leaving a legacy, and that legacy was betrayed. Her thoughts burnt through her like a fire. Jiraiya didn't want to be in the village when it happened. He claimed that he already knew the reaction from the populace. Things would have been easier if the white-haired man was with her. She heard a knock at the door and she ushered the person in. And a certain masked ninja with gravity-defying silver walked through. "Are you going to do it today?" asked Kakashi. Tsunade nodded at Kakashi. "You know there's going to be an uproar," stated Kakashi. "I don't care, they deserve to know the truth, and they can't deny it, we have extensive proof," said Tsunade, whose back was still facing Kakashi. "What about his full heritage?" asked Kakashi. "That will be told later, just not now," spoke Tsunade. However, the two occupants were unaware of the third party watching them from the roof. "It's time. I hope he's finished his project." With Naruto, he was currently drawing seals on a certain article of clothing, something he had been creating before his father had died. He had spent the last 6 months juggling between his training and creating the perfect ninja outfit. Aside from his armor, although it was useful and he loved the look of it, he needed to be more shinobi-like in appearance, Zetsu's words. So he was creating an outfit perfect for him, both in style and usefulness, and imbuing seals into it which would only enhance its purpose. And he was just about done. And at that time Zetsu materialized from the ground, the only thing visible of the genetic clone being his Venus flytrap. "Naruto, it's time," spoke Zetsu. Naruto nodded at his subordinate with his emotionless visage in full force. Naruto stripped everything off him, excluding his boxers. Zetsu just watched. And so the blonde started dressing himself in his new outfit. He now wore sleek black pants that ended on his heels along with black calf-high boots with silver lining and black gloves. But the most notable thing about his new outfit was his new cloak, which was black in color and double-breasted, and twin-tailed with a hood and long sleeves. The collar was high and extended near his chin and covering his neck. It also had a zipper that fastened from top to bottom, but Naruto left it unzipped from his waist down so to provide him more maneuverability. The cloak also had silver drawstrings decorated with silver beads hanging from the end and a chain ornament adorned with 4 cylindrical silver beads that fastens to a loop around the collarbone region. White Zetsu whistled in awe. Naruto always did like black. I'm guessing those silver ornaments are your special seals for your cloak, spoke Zetsu as he kept examining the cloak, and he had to say Naruto had style and class. Correct, Zetsu. Naruto pointed to the chain around his collarbone. The seal suppresses my chakra voluntarily, making me appear as if I was a civilian. Only the Byakugan would be able to measure the chakra, and even then they can only get so much from their eyes. He then pointed to the right-hand drawstring. This seal is equipped with a barrier. Should any jutsu or weapon be aimed for the kill, a barrier would appear and prevent the attack from killing me. However, this seal is usable once per day, so I still have to avoid taking any fatal shots from kunai. He then pointed to the left drawstring. This seal frees me from all movement impairing restriction and can also nullify a person's senses by producing an invisible shockwave, therefore making them fall unconscious, and also has the same time limit as the barrier. Zetsu nodded at the ingenuity of Naruto's seals, and both were powerful and useful to many shinobis who would want to use it. At that moment Konan walked in and found Zetsu and Ryu talking, and she also noticed and inspected Ryu's new cloth, and she had to say, the guy had style. Are you heading off somewhere? Asked Konan with her eyes raised. I have some errands to run. I will be leaving for a few hours, and until I return you are to stay here and carry out any other missions the Mizukage has for us, ordered Ryu with deep authority. Konan's raised her blue eyebrow in curiosity. Can't you just use whatever you used to get to the land of lightning and stay at the land of water at the same time? Suggested Konan. She was still curious about how that incident happened, and she knew they weren't shadow clones, they would be too far away from the original. This is something I must do myself, besides it might be amusing for me, said Ryu with a well-hidden dark grin. Zetsu melded into the ground and Ryu and Konan walked out of the hotel room out on the street. When both Akatsuki members were out on the street, Konan was watching the back of Naruto's new cloak while Naruto himself had yet to move. The Sharingan wielder voiced what was on his mind. I am aware that you don't fully trust me. I can feel your doubt radiating off you like a light, spoke Naruto, surprising Konan. Although you trust me more than Obito, the fake me, you can doubt me. I don't care, but if you want to help me kill Obito, you have to trust me. Konan didn't say anything except she stared at Ryu's back as he was walking away from her. Ryu pulled up the hood of his cloak. The only part of his face that wasn't obscured were his nose, mouth and chin. Good day, Konan, was Ryu's last words as he disappeared in a cloud of bats. Konan listened as the flying mammals surrounded her, and she noticed that instead of deep black eyes that bats are known to have, each had a pair of blood-red Sharingan. Their high-pitched squeaks and the flapping of wings echoed around Konan as she watched as the bats flew away to some unknown location in the west. Itachi Uchiha was sitting down in a forest. It appeared as if he was meditating, but his thoughts were preoccupied with the newest member of the Akatsuki. Ryu Yokeis. The former Uchiha heir couldn't place his finger on it. There was just something that made him feel odd, as if he knew who Ryu Yokeis was, but yet he didn't know him at the same time. But what unnerved Itachi was that appeared as if Ryu was emotionless, literally, and the way he threatened Hidan, Itachi could tell that was false rage, so Ryu said that to emphasize his false rage. And the fact that Ryu had the Sharingan. But the Uchiha corpses left over by the massacre were burnt so nobody would get the Sharingan. But then a thought came to Itachi. He had suspected that Naruto was alive for years, but that suspicion dwindled as the years flew by. But was Naruto Ryu? The legacy of the Yellow Flash was possible still alive and was now among the organization that originally tried to kill him. But the question still remained, how is Naruto alive and how did he get as strong? Itachi believed, as having the title of S-ranked criminal meant they had power, lots of it. Could it have been the masked man that brought Naruto back and trained him, the masked man that helped him massacre the Uchiha? Itachi saw his partner Kisame walking over to him. And both partners walked on the road to their next mission, and Itachi cancelled his thought on the masked man and Ryu. Sakura Haruno was sitting in her room ready for the announcement that her tutor the Hokage, Tsunade Senju was going to make. The pink-haired girl was told nothing about what the announcement was, only that it was urgent since Tsunade had called the entire village. But something told Sakura, in her heart, that it had to do with Naruto. She couldn't explain it, she just felt that it was about Naruto. And even after 2 years the pain of losing him was still gripping her being. Sometimes she would wake up from her sleep chanting his name, and the only place she could see him was in her dreams. And what she did in those dreams, she could only wish they were real. But every time she awoke from the dream, a cold feeling would wash over her. Getting off her bed and checking herself in the mirror, Sakura had noted that she had changed quite a lot. Gone was the obsessed and delusional girl, she was now replaced by a confident and determined woman with a hint of stubbornness. She believed in her mind that she was a strong kunoichi, and it turned out she had a natural affinity towards medical ninjutsu, which turned out she was like a fish in water, as if she was born to perform medical ninjutsu. She opened her window that led to her balcony and made her way to the Hokage Tower where Tsunade was going to announce the news. Konoha appeared as if it was dreary, as if the life from the village had left the world along with Naruto. The clouds were starting to turn black and a few drops of rain were felt by the villagers as they gathered in front of the Hokage Tower. None of the occupants in the village noticed a cloud of bats circling around in the gray sky. The flying rodents just circled around an electrical pole like vultures who had discovered a corpse. Then too the bats started bombing each other in a kamikaze-like way. And from their bodies a figure was starting to take shape as more bats collided with each other. And the figure emerged shrouded by black mist and landed on the electrical pole gracefully. The figure was wearing a black cloak with black gloves and his hood was up, obscuring most of his face except for his nose, mouth and chin. "This place hasn't changed at all, it's still repugnant as ever," spoke Naruto as he surveyed the village with his blood-red eyes. "I never thought I would return here, but I really want to see the reaction from the villagers. I want to see if they hate me even more or will kiss my grave in gratitude and greed or possibly pity." The wind blew his coat violently and some strands of his hair blew a little. He scoured among the horde of people looking for anybody that he could recognize. However, watching the people's reaction was not the only reason he was here. He was going to do something he never got to do when he last visited. And luckily the detection barrier around the village thought he was a civilian with his new Fuinjutsu enhanced cloak. He was able to spot some people he could recognize. Such as 2 idiots wearing green jumpsuits and terrible haircuts. A feral-looking boy with a large white dog and red fang tattoos on his cheeks. He remembered that this certain individual lacked any real intelligence. A fat boy with long brown hair and swirls on his cheeks. He was really sensitive and couldn't control his emotions when angered by his weight. A red-eyed and dark-haired woman who was quite masterful at genjutsu. He really couldn't recall anything about her other than calling him weak. A dark blue-haired girl with white eyes and jacket. He could remember that this girl lacked any real courage or special abilities. And many others. How he wanted to make them suffer and have them see who was weak compared to him. Anyone who scorned him shall know grief. But there was one person that made him pause in his search. There was pink-haired girl wearing a red vest and her headband was worn to keep her hair together. He could remember something from this girl as if he was attracted to her, but all he could remember was her looking down on him and thinking herself superior to him. He sat down on the electrical pole and pressed his fist against his cheek, lazily holding up his head, and he had one leg drawn up against his chest where his other rested on his knee. "Show me if the will of fire still lives," whispered Naruto. Down among the crowds, Sakura heard something among the muttering and arguments of the civilians as if a whisper from a ghost. She remembered each word perfectly. "Show me if the will of fire still lives." She turned her head in multiple directions looking for the source of the certain whisper, but she found nothing, but she could have sworn that the voice sounded familiar and yet different at the same time. She could feel the small droplets of rain fall on her face. Luckily it wasn't a downpour, so most people wouldn't complain. But she also compared the weather to when he died. Did Naruto have such strong effect on the village that he caused the weather to change? Thinking nothing of it, Sakura turned her attention back toward the Hokage Tower. The moment of truth was at hand. Tsunade walked on top of the tower and saw all the villagers who had come to hear the announcement. She could feel this swelling in her heart as if it was guilt. But she mustered up her courage and faced the crowds. "Here it comes," said Naruto as he watched Tsunade from his position. "People of Konohagakure," yelled Tsunade, silencing everyone, and all eyes turned on her. "Today as your Hokage I will announce something that has been known only to the elders of the Leaf for 15 years. Her boisterous voice was heard throughout the hidden village. Naruto had to compliment her, she truly was a capable leader. This news goes back to the Kyuubi attack where the Yondaime Hokage sacrificed himself to kill the beast. Continued Suond. But this is false, the Yondaime couldn't kill the beast, no one can kill a Biju, so the Yondaime sealed the malevolent fox spirit into the body of a baby who was born barely a few hours ago. Many people of the crowd started muttering amongst themselves. "Baby, more like sacrifice," said Naruto scornfully as his eyes narrowed while he watched the Godime. This child's name was Naruto Uzumaki. Many of Naruto's classmates gasped. Their classmate was the jailer of the fox that nearly destroyed their village. Many of the younger generations gasped themselves, but they started having thoughts that barely a baby this Naruto Uzumaki saved them. While the older generations scowled and many started chanting that the demon deserved to die. Amusing, shouldn't it be the older generations who are wiser than their youngers? It seems children possess more intelligence than others who have doubled their experience in life, spoke Naruto as his eyes gouged the reaction from the children. Naruto kept his empty eyes upon the Hokage, his ears picking up every word spoken among the civilians. However, what most people don't know is that our Yondaime died with a legacy he left to all of you, said Tsunade as she continued her speech. He died leaving the world his greatest treasure, his son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Even more gasps were heard as many in the crowd started changing their opinions of him so quickly. Naruto snorted, it didn't take long for the people to come to their senses. And it wasn't that hard to figure out that he was the Yondaime's son. The resemblance between the two was extremely uncanny. Jinchuriki are usually chosen out from their respective Kage's own family so to decrease the chance of the host abandoning their village. The Yondaime was far too noble a person to ask someone else's child to be the jailer, so he used his own blood, his kin, someone worth more to him than Konoha itself. Continued Tsunade. And at that moment not a sound resounded in the leaf. Guilt, disappointment and sorrow was what was felt among the people, but one sorrow darkened all others, that was Sakura's sorrow. Her head was down and there were tears trailing down from her emerald eyes. She was crying because she too had a part in Naruto's suffering. While others in the crowd were shouting that everything their leader said was false and that it was impossible for the demon to be the child of the Yondaime. Their anger was palpable that Naruto could feel it even outside the village. His last wish, the Yondaime's last wish, was that his son would be treated as a hero for housing the beast within his own body, protecting you and your families with every breath he took, but you let your hatred blind you to the truth. Exclaimed Tsunade. Everyone were at a loss, some were openly crying, they had seen the resemblance but they refused to see it. Others were roaring in denial, believing that no demon could be born from a cage. When you pour water into a cup, does the cup become water? No, it's just a cup with water in it, said Naruto to himself as he watched the reactions. Many were chanting among themselves about how they failed the Yondaime and the Sandaime. We failed the Yondaime, we're monsters. How could we do this, to a child no less? If only I can take back what I did, were many of the sentences that spread amongst the villagers like fire. Naruto scoffed in disgust, but yet he was amused at the same time. Disgusted how they believe they can take back what they did to him and all the times they beat him and threw rocks at him. He just wanted to kill himself to spare himself from all the hatred and anger that was directed towards him every day, and amused because the way the civilians were acting was the most likely result. You lived in fear of something that shouldn't be feared. Every one of you contributed to his pain and anguish and you only strengthened his sorrow. He wanted to prove to every one of you that he was more than what you claimed he was. You denied him everything he needed for your petty revenge, and I was going to choose him to be Hokage after me, for he had shown everything a Hokage must be, and because he had something that all of you had forsaken. The will of fire. Bellowed Tsunade. The legendary ideal of the Shodaime Hokage. An ideal that Naruto had adhered to every day. But you betrayed my grandfather and you betrayed all the other Hokage before me. And now that pure-hearted boy is dead and you praise and worship his killer, someone who had abandoned the village for power and ran to someone worse than the Kyuubi. shouted Tsunade, who now had visible tears streaking across her face. It's funny how they celebrate the death of a child as if a miracle had happened, snorted Naruto. He never asked to be a Jinchuriki, he never asked to be despised as if he was dirt, no worse than dirt, as if he was nothing. He tried to change your views of him, he wanted all of you to look at him as if he mattered to the village, he wanted to be your leader, your next Hokage, because he loved this village more than anything. He would have sacrificed everything for you. The amount of courage he'd shown outweighed all the value of gold in this world. He was the embodiment of the will of fire, its physical manifestation. Continued Tsunade, and the villagers were wallowing in sorrow for all the things the Godime had said was true. If one to look closely, you could Iruka forcing his way through, crying all the way, for he too had been responsible for some of Naruto's suffering. Naruto's eyes were still watching emotionlessly, while his features revealed something different. He had a sickly grin marring his features as his fist clenched in excitement. He wanted so much just to kill everyone in this village, but he had better things to do and he was going to send a warning. I think I've said enough, spoke Tsunade as she wiped away her tears. And with that all the villagers left, sad tidings and depression filling their hearts. Except for Naruto, who lost his grin, going back to his usual neutral state. And then he felt something impact against his cloak's hood, and when looked up he felt raindrops hit his face. He had to compliment the weather, it matched how the people were feeling perfectly. He stood up and dusted off his cloak and disappeared within cloud of bats. The flying rodents flew to a certain area, the blonde had to pay his respects to a certain someone. However, Naruto was unaware of a pair of white eyes watching him from down below. A pair that belonged to the supposed prodigy of the Hyuga had at the corners of his eyes observed a person in a black coat. He knew that person wasn't of the Akatsuki since his cloak lacked black clouds, but there was something off about that person. He was going to tail him, and he would have to tell this to a select group of people, Shikamaru being at the top of the list. Later that rainy day, all the Rookie 9 and Team Guy gathered at a Korean barbecue restaurant. Their subject of their gathering: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I can't believe Naruto was the son of the Yondaime, the greatest hero of the village, commented Kiba, whose hands were behind his head as he looked up at the roof. He received a bark from Akamaru in agreement. There was food for each person at the table they were sitting at, however no one had touched their food or even looked at it. I know, it's just so shocking, he was the dead last, so there was no way he could have been the son of the Yondaime, said Ino, who was sitting next to Sakura, whose head was bowed and a melancholy expression on her face. Shikamaru always knew that despite how Naruto was perceived to be the dead last, the young Nara could instantly see massive potential in him. Shikamaru caught Neji staring at him seriously as if wanting to say something but couldn't, the reason being Ino, the gossip queen. Jiraiya-sama was the dead last of his academy days and he's now the most powerful member amongst the Sannin, commented Shino blankly. Tenten nodded her head at the bug user, same with Choji. It's so unyouthful how people treated him. They had nothing to fear. The most youthful Yondaime was a master at sealing, so of course he knew how to contain the beast properly, responded Lee. Naruto-kun, was always sad, it's just nobody could see it, stuttered Hinata. But, to go through something like that, the entire village hating him for something out of his control, to bear with that requires, spoke Choji, who was slightly depressed. An amazing amount of courage and fortitude, said Neji, finishing Choji's sentence, and the Hyuga prodigy had yet to take his white eyes of Shikamaru. Could we have lasted in Naruto's shoes? Asked Tenten. Many of the others shook their heads at this question. It's too late now, Naruto's dead, there's no way to bring him back, he deserved better, we were his friends and comrades, and were we there for him when he needed us most? Because he was there for us, uttered Shikamaru. And everyone nodded at him because it was true, Naruto would help any one of them in a heartbeat. He never had what he have, a family, that's all he ever truly wanted, and we could have given him that, because we were his friends. The only person who had yet to say anything was Sakura. She held her arms tightly so to not break down crying in front of her friends. She could never claim to understand Naruto's feelings, she couldn't emphasize with him. Sakura got up from her seat and left the room so nobody could say the tears that were spiraling down her face. She loved the blonde knucklehead, to hear of his suffering was like a knife was driven through her heart. She needed to be away from everyone. The cloud of bats flew across the village, their squeaks and flapping reverberated the air. And their Sharingan piercing the atmosphere. The flying mammals saw a familiar sight and they descended from their safety in the sky and they dive-bombed each other again and again as a black figure appeared on soft grass as his feet lightly came in contact with the green floor. Naruto's bat cloud form dispersed and he found himself within the Konoha cemetery. He had come to pay his respects to only one person, no one else mattered to him. He walked slowly among the headstones, his body on autopilot. He paid little heed to the tombs except for a specific one among them. His cloak's tails were scraping the ground and the heels of his shoes were leaving impressions in the grass. The rain was still pelting the cloaked person as he made his way to an all too familiar headstone. And he beheld as he stood before the tombstone of Naruto Uzumaki. He inspected every word written on the carved stone, a scorned hero, who never became the fire's shadow. Naruto just stared at the words. This was most likely the civilian's handiwork, condemning him even in death. He rubbed away the dead flower petals that decorated the headstone. It's been a long time, old friend, I can't count the number of years it has been since I last felt your presence, started Naruto talking to his grave. You were just a mask which melded with its wearer, and you believed that your friend is worthy of redemption, and your promise to that pink-haired girl was empty and hollow, scolded Naruto to the headstone of his psychological mask. He created that mask to shroud his pain and fool the villagers, but however after spending so much time with the mask, it melded into his being until Naruto became the mask. But when he died the mask was shattered. But still the real Naruto referred to his old persona as his friend because for a time he had believed that the people would accept him and the mask would become the face. But it was not to be. The face and the mask were as different as the moon and the sun, but still they coexisted with each other. But now only the moon remained, which was lost without the sun's light. The mask and the face, despite having different personalities, were one in the same person. Whenever you chipped at the mask, the face would also feel the pain. Love is made of the negative emotions that shape us, same with hatred, but when we lose the positives and the negatives, we are left as nothing but hollow beings, empty and devoid. Monologue Naruto. And he was right, without either a person would be barren. This is what happens when someone adheres to the will of fire, an ideal created by a fool and followed by idiots. He then felt the presence of someone's chakra coming in from behind him. He saw the same pink-haired girl from before, yet he couldn't remember her name. He recognized her face but he couldn't remember her name. The trace memories he had of her were blurry, but he could remember that she was always angry at him for some reason. She walked up next to him and eyed the headstone. She was carrying a bouquet of white roses which were thoroughly drenched in water. And her hair was damp and her eyes were overshadowed. She then looked at Naruto, who hadn't moved from his position. Have you come to spit on the demon's grave? Snarled Sakura while leaking a small amount of killing intent. Because she had heard many times in the past that people would go and spit on Naruto's grave. No, said Naruto. Just come to pay my respects to a friend, spoke Naruto as he bowed his head a little. Then Naruto turned heel and left, his black cloak draping behind him, protecting him from the rain. Sakura was surprised by this statement and she watched as the retreating figure walked away. Wait, she called out, and the black figure who stopped in his stride and turned his head a little but without exposing his face. Who are you? Naruto pondered the question, and when he thought about it, this feeling would wash over him. It was uncertainty. Who was he? Was he Naruto Uzumaki, Ryu Yoke's, Madara Uchiha, or was he nobody? Did he even have a face? When he grew up, the villagers looked at him as if he was nothing. They didn't care if he was a child or a Jinchuriki. He truly was nobody. Just an empty shell. I'm what's left. Or maybe, I'm all there ever was, spoke Naruto. And he felt like his statement rang true. As if he really was a shell filled with only hatred. Why are you here? I come here so I won't forget, answered Sakura softly as she looked back at Naruto's grave. Forget about what? Him. Memories is all I have of him, and I don't want to forget them, spoke Sakura. Naruto turned his body a little, almost facing her. He will never be a memory, spoke Naruto, surprising Sakura. Only a reminder. You're right. Just because you can't remember someone doesn't mean they are gone, so long as they remain with you, in the place most valuable to a person, their heart, spoke Sakura softly with a small smile, not knowing that it wasn't what the cloaked man meant. You truly wish to see him again, spoke Naruto, referring to his mask again. I do, more than anything, I want to hold him, to watch him, to kiss him, just being in his presence will be enough," said Sakura, pouring her heart out. "But yet, he made a promise to me." Naruto was listening intently to the girl he knew but couldn't remember. "It was a lie, that promise he made to me. He made it to obscure his own pain and to illuminate my happiness, and yet I know now that I was never his friend," sobbed Sakura. While Naruto narrowed his eyes, he still couldn't remember her. That was the main problem surrounding the Sharingan wielder, his memories fluctuated wildly. He could remember everything from his past life in a second, and then the next he could remember nothing. It frustrated him to no end, knowing that he couldn't remember, and this girl was frustrating. He knew her and yet he didn't. Why was she so special? How come he could remember most of his acquaintances, and if he couldn't, it would only take a while for that certain memory to return and leave again. If you wanted to be his friend, you should have been his family, always there for him when he needed them most, spoke Naruto. But still, even family can betray you. And like Naruto, when we die, we return to the nothingness. Sakura bit her lip in confusion. She turned her head to look back at Naruto's grave and then back at the man, but found that he was gone. However, she could hear loud screeching and flapping of wings. Shikamaru was playing shogi with his father Shikaku Nara. It was a pretty even match for the lazy geniuses. They were trying to outsmart each other, but it was useless because each were trying to predict each other's thought and moves before they even made it, which led to even more thinking about what move they will make after the move, so it was the longest game in shogi history. Why can't the writer of this story just choose who the winner of the game is instead of going into detail about this troublesome game? Troublesome writer, spoke Shikamaru, calling out to the writer. Who knows, maybe he's trying to make the story more interesting for his loyal readers by making us aware of his existence and add on to the fact that something bad is going to happen and it possibly involves you and some of your friends. Troublesome author, replied Shikaku as he hadn't made a move in 5 minutes even though it was his turn. And just then their mother, Shikamaru, and wife, Shikaku, walked in saying that someone wanted to speak to Shikamaru. Shikamaru got off his seat and went to the door. Troublesome writer. Hope he doesn't kill me off, muttered Shikamaru as he slumped to his door. And standing before him was Neji, who was soaked with liquid dropped by the clouds. We need to talk, Shikamaru, spoke Neji seriously. Is the writer going to kill you off? Asked Shikamaru lazily. What? Responded Neji curiously with one eye narrowed and the other raised. Nothing, replied the Nara heir. There's someone in the village, I believe he's an intruder that snuck in. Possibly an enemy ninja from a rival village, whispered Neji with a hint of seriousness. It's been barely 2 months since Ryu Yokai snuck in and killed all those Anbu and nearly killed Kakashi-sensei, Kurenai-sensei and her team, so it's highly possible that someone else could have snuck in, but I heard from my dad that Ryu Yokai is rumored to have joined the Akatsuki, so you may be right, Neji. Spoke Shikamaru, which surprised Neji at the number of words the Nara said, for he rarely ever uttered one word. We need to be careful. If the village found out we have been infiltrated again, it could cause a panic, and we should take some pressure of Hokage-sama's back by dealing with this ourselves. Neji nodded in agreement. We need a capable team to confront this person. Also, he may not be alone, he could have some allies with him. We need people trust, preferably people we have worked with and are on friendly terms, that way we would be familiar with their fighting styles, spoke Neji. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. I'll gather the others, was Neji's final words before he left to gather a team. So many memories came to him. He could remember everything about this place. He remembered when he cried from the villagers ignoring his existence, when he cursed the villagers in anger about why they hated him, how he dreamt of suicide while wallowing in despair, how he used to hide when fear took hold of him, and when he felt hatred, he just wanted to slaughter every one of them. Naruto stood outside his apartment, escaping the rain that poured over the village of Konoha. His apartment. Sarutobi had given it to him as a present when he was kicked out of the orphanage. He was too young to remember why, but now that he was older he understood perfectly. H's apartment wasn't a 5-star hotel and it wasn't a shitty motel, it was just normal. It wasn't too small and it wasn't too big, it was just right, although there were signs of decay and age, such as the cracks in the walls and leaks in the plumbing and the chipping of wood from the floor. It wasn't dirty and it wasn't clean. He could remember all the ramen he used to devour and the leftover cups he dropped on the floor. There were bugs and oozy smells radiating from his home, but there was always at least one pest in every household. He would search the house to bottom searching for the cockroaches that nested within his clothes. He would sometimes spend hours searching for the insects and then stomp on them with his boot. All in all, it was home. But now when he looked at his apartment, he couldn't remember ever looking like it was now. The door that led to his home was broken off its hinges except for a single hinge which was barely holding the wooden rectangle. One touch and the door would fall. There was graffiti along the walls leading to his apartment. Go to hell, demon. Son of a whore. You should have died the day you were born. Should have killed yourself, fox brat. Uchiha-sama saved us. Those were the words that were painted on the walls. Also, Naruto couldn't sense any chakra signatures resonating from the building. It's as if the inhabitants just packed up and left. Maybe they left after they died so the other inhabitants wouldn't come into contact with the demon's nest. Naruto walked up to the door and gently stepped over it. When on the other side, he gripped the sides of his door and softly hefted it, breaking the hinge, and he positioned it like it should have been. When he turned around, he saw the state the inside of his apartment was. The floors were burnt and the wood was broken and holes caked the ground. Everything that was his was destroyed. His refrigerator was on the floor and large chunks were missing from the machine. His bed was heavily burnt and its springs of the mattress were visible. And there was even more graffiti, saying even more hurtful things. There were glass shards scattered amongst the ruin and the windows bore cracks and fractures in the windows and jagged edges as sharp as blades. Naruto took a step forward and he heard something crack beneath his foot. When he looked down, he saw something. He bent down and brushed away some splintered wood, and he beheld a picture. Its glass was broken and the frame was cracked. But there was something about this picture. In the photo there were three people. A silver-haired, masked man, a dark-eyed, dark-haired boy, and blue-eyed blonde and a pink-haired girl who appeared to be giddy at the prospect of something. The masked man appeared to be smiling with his eye while patting the heads of two of his students, the two boys. The dark-haired one was brooding and looking away from the camera as if he had other stuff better to do than be there, while the blonde had his arms crossed and was scowling at said dark-haired boy in jealousy and aggravation. The girl, even now he couldn't remember why she was happy. From his eyes Naruto could tell that this girl would not last long in the shinobi world. Her body appeared weak as if she was dieting, causing her muscles to be undeveloped and her stamina near non-existent, and also he could tell that she was not from a clan or a prestigious shinobi family, therefore her chakra levels would be barely slightly above civilian. All in all, she wouldn't last 10 seconds in the world on her own. But he also noted that this was the same girl from before, at his grave. How come he could remember every one of his classmates, teachers and friends, but not this girl? How come he couldn't remember her? His mask had known her, so that meant he must have met her or at least knew about her. But he could not recall anything, other than her being furious at him and punching him in the jaw for some near unknown reason. While looking at the picture, Naruto could feel this longing feeling inside him. It made him melancholy just thinking about it, or did he believe that he was sorrowful? He didn't know the answer. The black-cloaked blonde sat down on his ruined bed and kept looking at the picture. This was truly the only thing of value to him from his mosque's life. Wait. No, there was something else. He looked to his right and saw an old ramen poster above his bed which was still connected to the wall unlike everything else. He discarded the photo where it landed with the sound of glass breaking and the noise of tearing paper. He failed to notice that a piece of the photo had torn itself from the rest. The young blonde in the picture had been separated from the three others while the remaining photo just remained the same, without the small blonde-haired boy. Naruto faced the ramen poster and gripped the corner of the paper where he tore it off the wall. A part of the wall was carved out of the structure and behind the poster was a small box. The box had a small combination lock protecting it from outside forces. Naruto twiddled away with the lock instead of breaking it with his fist. Why? Even he didn't know. 7, 28, 13, 4, 32, 9 feet, thought Naruto as he remembered the combination for the lock. He heard a click and removed the lock, where he found numerous photos. He searched through the photos one after the other. They were mainly photos of his mask with his friends, teachers and family. His old self would have smiled at the heartwarming moments with Tsunade and Jiraiya, along with some of his friends, and Sarutobi, his surrogate grandfather, and Iruka and Konohamaru. He never smiled at any of the photos. He was just empty. None of these photos made sense to him. He then came across a photo that made him pause. It was him, sorry, his mask and the pink-haired girl standing with their backs to the camera under a cherry blossom tree. He didn't know why this picture had caught his scrutiny. He didn't know many things that had happened between his training and his infamy. He decided not to ponder it for now, but the girl was not important. He threw the photos to the floor and walked out of his old apartment forever. He had a score to settle with someone. Marichio Omeda was the meaning of the word sloth, as in lazy. He was a tall and fat, and upon his finger were jewels from all the corners of the shinobi world. He wore elaborate kimonos made from the finest silk Konoha had to offer. His home was flowing with gold, emerald, sapphire, ruby and diamonds, pearls and platinum. Marichio was vain, cowardly, snobbish, greedy, sluggish and arrogant. He was a member of the Konoha Council and was a loyal supporter of Sasuke Uchiha. He even recommended that Sasuke have a statue erected in his honor. But the Hokage had slated Sasuke as a missing nin. Marichio and his supporters had tried many times to persuade the Hokage, Tsunade, but she was just as stubborn as her teacher, where instead of killing the demon, she welcomed it and even thought of that boy as a son. Marichio believed that the fox had tricked the mind of the Hokages. Obviously that was what a fox would do. He had tried many times to kill the demon, by starving it, by bribing the shopkeepers, who declined his money, saying that killing the demon is its own reward, which pleased the fat man to no end. But he has had a good life, the demon was dead, the village was safer than I has ever been, and no trouble had been caused aside from Ryu Yokazi. Marichio was a civilian councilman, one of the wealthiest men in the village, and he had a great family. His father was still around and kicking along with his mother, and he has 3 siblings, a brother and 2 sisters. Night had fallen over the village and it was still raining. Marichio noted that it had rained more ever since the demon's death. However, not being a shinobi of course made him unaware of his surroundings. Where he didn't see or notice a black cloaked figure tailing him like a shadow who was literally walking behind him, their steps perfectly synced so not to create a sound. This shadow had red eyes with 3 tomo in each iris, which were spinning rapidly. Marichio heard a sound behind him and spun around, but was met with nothing but a cat eating out of a trash can. Marichio huffed at the creature and restarted his trek back to his mansion. While the figure in black was watching from the rooftops, his black cloak whipping in the wind and drenched by the rain, and his red malevolent eyes were burning with intense rage that any body could cut the palpable anger that filled the air. When the fat councilman saw his home not too far away, he sighed in happiness. However, he was blissfully unaware of the tragedy inside and a dark hatred lurking within. Marichio walked in and saw his mother making dinner in the kitchen. "Hey Ka-san," called out Marichio. His mother turned around and smiled at him. "Hello Marichio," said his mother softly. "What's for dinner?" said Marichio excitedly. "Ramen," answered his mother, which made Marichio face fault. "Ka-san, you know I hate ramen. I should have closed down that stand of ramen cooks long ago for serving the demon," spat Marichio. Apparently even after the great announcement he still believed that a boy, the son of a hero, was still the demon. "I'm sorry honey, maybe you should have something else," suggested his mother. But before the councilman could answer her, his little sister Mario Omeda came running up to him and gave him a large hug. "Ni-san, you're home," cried Mario in happiness. "Hello Mario, were you good for Ka-san?" asked Marichio as he got down on his knees to become eye to eye with his sister. Mario nodded her head at her brother, who patted her hair gently. "Also Marichio, a friend of yours came by earlier, he's waiting for you in your office," said Marichio's mother. "Really? Who is it?" questioned Marichio with a raised eyebrow. "He didn't say other than he's an old friend of yours," replied the Omeda matriarch. "Well, I do like old friends," said Marichio as he scratched his chin. "Cool, see ya Ka-san." Marichio was quite cheerful about the prospect of seeing an old friend again. He cherished the moments when he would hang out with his friends, which were few in number, and they too were also on the council. When the Omeda reached his office, he saw the person his mother was talking about sitting in his chair. His hand was clenched into a fist and idly holding up his head, and his leg was crossed over the other as if showing signs of authority. The chair was made of leather and sewn to perfection, and it took days for it to be made. He was currently scrutinizing a painting of Omeda being hefted to the heavens by angels, and he was naked in the painting. The painting was directly behind the desk, which was one of many things that occupied many other items and doodads in the office. The office itself was dark except for a small light coming from the office's fireplace, which was located within a wall on the side away from the desk. Marichio also noticed that the man had his hood up, obscuring his face except for his mouth, chin and nose. Hello," greeted Marichio nervously. He hadn't expected someone like this to arrive. His friends usually wore only the best attire, and what this man was wearing could have been forged by a peasant. Peasant to Marichio, caged to a shinobi. "Hello, Marichio," spoke the unknown man who hadn't moved a muscle. "Interesting painting. It matches your gluttony perfectly." Marichio didn't know if he should be insulted or complimented. Who are you?" asked the fat man wearily. The figure turned his head slightly. "Come now. Don't you remember me? We've known each other for quite a long time," said the shadow as he stood up from the chair. Do I know you?" asked the Omeda head as his shoulders slumped. The black-cloaked mont's assumptions about the councilman proved to be true. He really was dumb. "Allow me to enlighten your memory," said the man as he withdrew his hood. The first thing Marichio noted was that the man was extremely handsome, even more handsome than he is. He had sun-kissed blonde hair which was patterned into a low ponytail that went down between his shoulder blades, which was currently resting on his shoulder. At least half of the ponytail was wrapped in bandages, and he had strands of hair framing the sides of his face that went down to his chin, and a few strands that fell between his eyes, which were narrow and slightly round, and his face was narrow with a defined jawline. But his eyes were the most frightening thing about him. They were a pair of Sharingan, the blood-red eyes of the cursed and near-extinct Uchiha clan. Marichio knew he had seen this man before, but he just couldn't remember where. "Yondaime Hokage, you've returned from the dead," praised Omeda. But he was obviously not put off by the dead eyes staring at him. "Wrong, think again. A little harder this time," said the figure, and Marichio did just that. "Okay, blonde." Wait, the only other person who had that shade of blonde was thought Omeda before it came to him. He knew who this person was. "You're the demon," yelled Marichio as he pointed a finger at Naruto and fell on his behind and started scurrying away as best he could. Naruto started clapping at the man. Despite his low intelligence, he was able to figure out something that no one else could. "Congratulations, you should be proud. One in the elemental nations has figured out my identity so quickly. However, you are mistaken about one thing," spoke Naruto with a small smirk. "I'm no demon. I'm a dragon. Also, I left a gift for you downstairs," said Naruto as he pointed to the door leading out of the office. With that, Marichio ran out the room, leaving a pungent stench which irritated Naruto. Did he have to piss himself? Marichio ran as fast as his fat, flabby legs could carry him, Naruto walking in a brisk pace after him. And when Marichio arrived at the kitchen, he found the entire floor saturated in blood, and there lay the corpses of his family, his mother and brother along with his oldest sister. They were dead, their bodies were cold, and their skin was ashen pale while their eyes were white and cloudy. "How? It's impossible, I only talked to them a few minutes ago," said Marichio as his mind was trying to comprehend everything it was receiving. "The wonders of Genjutsu, of course you would know nothing about it since you being a fool," spoke Naruto aloofly. He turned around and saw Naruto standing behind him with a small smirk. Marichio hurried into another room, leaving Naruto alone in the large kitchen. When the councilman came out, he was holding an oversized spiked ball which was larger than his head, and it appeared to be heavy to lift. Naruto observed that there were tears trailing down from Marichio's eyes with a hint of anger but mostly sorrow. "I will use my family's legendary weapon, the invincible flail that's been passed down from generation to generation. With this ball I'm basically invincible," roared Omeda. "Let's crush the demon, Jijetsubori." Marichio charged at Naruto, who was unafraid of the human hippopotamus. But Marichio tripped over his own feet and his face smashed against the spike ball, breaking his nose and dislodging several teeth. "You're stronger than I anticipated if you were able to make me trip over with your mind," accused Marichio. But Naruto sighed. This man tripped over his own feet because he couldn't keep his clumsiness in check. "Maybe I should cut out your tongue instead of your heart. Your ramblings are giving me a headache, complained Naruto. The blonde strolled up and gripped the large ball with one of his hands and threw it away as if it was a beach ball, where it tore through the walls of the mansion easily. Maybe killing all your family wasn't enough. Perhaps this will cause you to know suffering, spoke Naruto as he gathered chakra into his left eye. Tsukuyomi. Maiechio was transported to a red world with black clouds, then Naruto appeared. As of now I will force you to watch as I slaughter your family again and again for 5 days. Starting now, spoke Naruto as a katana manifested in his hand and Maiechio's family also appeared. She slashed through Maiechio's sister's skull. No, yelled Maiechio as he watched his family slaughtered before him. And they disappeared as if they were ghosts, with Naruto standing before him with the same katana. What's wrong? We only have 4 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes left, stated Naruto as if nothing bothered him, and Maiechio's family appeared again and again as he watched Naruto butcher the ones closest to him. Again and again Maiechio watched as his family appeared and they were brutally murdered in various and cruel ways. He cried. He called out for Naruto to stop, but it was no use. The blonde wouldn't listen, he just kept killing his family again and again. Maiechio found himself in the real world suddenly and he dropped to the floor crying and screaming, saliva dripping from his mouth along with a bit of froth on the corners of his lips. However, he was still able to maintain consciousness, which was rather impressive for a non-shinobi. I was certain that would cause you to go brain dead, but it seems your stupidity saved you by creating a psychological wall while within Tsukuyomi, spoke Naruto. Well, I guess that I just had to break down that wall. Maiechio looked up and saw a person floating beside Naruto, whoever it was, wrapped in translucent ribbons which unwrapped to reveal his little sister Mareo. Mareo, gasped Maiechio. In terms of physical resemblance, you two look nothing alike, however I can sense her chakra signature is 67% similar to your own. She's your relative, no doubt. I wonder what you would do if I did this, said Naruto as he unsealed the Tanbogiri no Tsurugi from the seal on his right wrist. He brought up the sword inches away from her neck, never moving his position other than his arm. He slowly brought the blade against her neck, and as Naruto knew, the blade doesn't even have to touch you to cut you. Maiechio, gasped Mareo. A large slash-like trail of blood started to spout out of Mareo's neck, which only bled more as the blade grew closer. The slash kept growing larger and kept cutting through her neck where it was about halfway. Maiechio watched in horror as the dragon was slowly killing his sister before his eyes. Time seemed to stop for the fat man as his sister's head crashed to the ground and her lifeless remains flopped to the floor like a fish. Naruto picked up the head and threw it at Maiechio, who sputtered around at the sight of his sister's head. Trust me, your family is not the first council family I've murdered this night, announced Naruto as he drew the Omeda's attention. The Itoribashi family and the Iba family have all met the same end. Why you're killing the counselors and their families, stated Maiechio as he kept staring at his sister's bodiless head. Why yes, the ones who wronged me, the ones who denied me a right to live, the 3 other counselors that could tolerate my presence in the village will be spared. At least they never did anything to me, continued Naruto. Maiechio started having flashbacks when he would see Naruto as a young boy proclaiming he would be Hokage, and the number of times he had been summoned to the council chambers without the Hokage in the room at the time. The boy at the time was too ignorant, he didn't know why he was summoned or who summoned him. And each time Omeda and his supporters would try to undermine the Hokage's authority. However, the elders of the village were a thorn. They kept Naruto alive because they knew how valuable he was. Especially Danzo. He would keep an eye on the boy with his root soldiers, making sure he wouldn't die. Omeda did what any person like him would do. He of course ran, hoping to get away from Naruto, while Naruto himself walked out of the mansion. He tried to get away, he was still crying even now. His psychological trauma was taking its toll as he could no longer think straight. He tripped over again and his face smashed against the concrete, breaking even more of his nose. He felt an extreme pain coming from his right knee and saw a metal dart connected by a thin string which was being held in Naruto's left hand. While Naruto was slowly strolling up to him, the Tanbogiri still in hand. Naruto started tugging the thin string, pulling Maiechio to him. while the man himself was clawing at the ground where the tips of his fingernails started bleeding from the trauma. When Naruto finally caught up to the man, he didn't run very far to begin with. He used his foot to position him on his back and now held the Tonbogiri in a reverse sword grip. He held the katana with both hands and aimed it ready to stab Omeda through the skull, who was still crying. "Please spare me," pleaded the pig, ready to be slaughtered. But Naruto didn't listen as he thrusted the Tonbogiri through the mont's mouth without restriction, killing him and blood pooling all around him, mixing with the water left by the rain. "My vengeance was fun while it lasted," spoke Naruto as he hefted the sword and sealed the katana into his wrist seals. He pulled up his hood, obscuring his eyes, and left on his merry way. The blonde infiltrator was strutting down the streets of his once home village. He took in every crevice and building. Every time his feet touched the ground, it made a loud squelching sound as a result of the muddy water. Then he saw a familiar building in sight, one where he found sanctuary and solace. Ichiraku Ramen was open. Although he had some ramen in his training days, he never had a full-on bowl of his once favorite meal. His decision came in the form of his stomach growling a little. He sighed and made his way to the ramen joint and sat down in his once usual spot. He could remember faintly all the times he came to the store when he was sad, happy or angry, and usually a bowl of ramen would quench his emotion at the time. He found the young ramen cooks working away at their noodles and soup. They would notice him eventually, so there was no point in calling out to them. When Ayame turned around, she saw a black-clad man in one of their stools. "Hello, welcome to Ichiraku Ramen," greeted the cook. "Hello, may I have some miso ramen with servings of pork, please?" asked Naruto. Ayame nodded at him and told her father the order. Tucci also looked at the man. "Terrible weather we're having," commented Tucci as he peered out of his shop. "I like the rain, it's very soothing and content," replied Naruto. "It's been like this ever since." But he trailed off, hoping to not remember that sad time. "Never mind. So what brings a stranger like you to Konoha?" asked Tucci, whose frown was replaced with a grin. "Meeting with old friends," answered Naruto. Tucci nodded and decided not to press into it, thinking it was personal. "Order up," said Ayame as she placed a bowl of steaming ramen in front of Naruto, who broke the chopsticks and helped himself to the noodles. He noted that nothing had changed about the ramen. It was as great as ever. He could only wish he had the recipe, so he can make some for himself. Naruto paid for the meal and was about to leave the store when something caught his eye. It was a menu on the inside wall of the store, and on the menu in bold letters was Naruto Ramen. He raised his eyebrow in intrigue. Tucci and Ayame caught Naruto staring at their deluxe, special ramen. They made that ramen recipe in to honor Naruto and his sacrifice to the village, although it wasn't very popular, most likely from the civilians' hatred towards him. Naruto kept staring at the menu before he left, muttering a thank you to the ramen cooks. Pitter-pattering was heard throughout the village and the squelching of shoes meeting the wet ground. Naruto was leaving. He had enough of this place, but the pink-haired girl was still frustrating. He could remember her and forget her at the same time. What was so special about her? However, Naruto knew he was being followed. He could feel their nervousness and their fear. They had been tailing him for the past hour. He stopped in his track when he came face to face with Neji Hyuga. The prodigy of the Hyuga clan was barring his way on the large road leading out of the village. He could feel the memory of him defeating the Hyuga, and he defeated him with taijutsu and a single ninjutsu. He mused to himself upon how pathetic it was for a member of the powerful Hyuga clan being defeated by a single jutsu. "Stop where you are," called out Neji. But Naruto remained silent. Then all the others came out of their hiding and stood to the sides of Neji. Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Rock Lee, Kiba Inuzuka and his partner Akamaru and Tenten. They were all facing Naruto and all looked ready for combat. "He's the only one here, he doesn't have any friends lurking around," spoke Tenten. "Cool. Then this guy should be a piece of cake, he's all alone," said Kiba with confidence, arrogance in Naruto's mind. "Don't underestimate him, Kiba." "Why? Because we know nothing of his abilities, so what you should do is overestimate him," reprimanded Shino in his dull voice. "What's your name, troublesome?" muttered Shikamaru, which was loud enough to hear. "My name is of no importance, you're blocking my path and I will like to leave the village," spoke Naruto. He really didn't want to deal with pests at the moment, but he could stick around for a while. Tenten took out a kunai and threw it aimed for Naruto's head, but the Sharingan wielder caught it with his index finger through the ring of the blade. No way, thought Tenten, who among the six, excluding Akamaru, had the best aim and trajectory. And with one finger Naruto returned the kunai by throwing it aimed for Tenten's eye, who was able to dodge out of the way but not without some damage in the form of one of her buns being cut. It seems that I won't be able to leave as I planned, but I guess I can dance with you for a while, spoke Naruto. Besides, this is the perfect opportunity to try out something new. All 6 members readied themselves for battle. Naruto brought up his arms and unsealed 2 identical metal sais. The weapons, not the character, the shaft and prongs on the sai were made of silver chakra conductive metal, and the grip was black with gold bands wrapping around it and topping it off with yellow cloth sprouting from the hilt. Guys, sais are mainly used for bashing the opponent with quick and powerful thrusts along with slashes like a sword and stabbing like a knife, informed Tenten, because ninja don't usually use sais. From the rain and thunder in the sky along with their clothes which are drenched with water, lightning release will be the most effective in this environment, studied Naruto as he took account of his surroundings. Water conducts electricity, and since it was natural, any lightning release technique would be amplified. Plus he wanted to have some fun, so he was going to hold back against them. He then channeled lightning chakra through his sais, giving it an increase in sharpness and taking away the need to bash an opponent, and also giving the added benefit of inducing numbness, since most of the fighters were close range minus Shikamaru and Shino. Okay, never mind, said Kiba as he prepared to fight. Neji activated his Byakugan and observed his opponent's chakra. It was about mid-cage level, and the signature was familiar and different at the same time. It's like Neji had seen this chakra before, but it was so different that he couldn't recognize it. But technically the cloaked man had more than simple cage level reserves. But before we begin, said Naruto as he sealed his left sai and formed a single hand seal, where seal arrays appeared on 4 buildings around them that was about 1.5 square miles. Guys, that a silencing seal, it causes anything trapped within the arrays to be silenced except for the inside. While we're in here no one can hear us, shouted Tenten to her comrades, who frowned at the news. The cloaked man was expecting them the whole time. Let's get started, roared Kiba as he and Akamaru took off at Naruto. Gatsuga, yelled Kiba as he and his ninkin surged toward Naruto, who backflipped away from the fang and claw cyclone. Kiba gritted his teeth at the guy. That was one of his fasted techniques, and the man easily dodged him. Naruto took a defensive stance with sais with their shafts facing towards him and the handles facing away. Neji and Lee charged forward, intending to take advantage of their years of teamwork. Neji aimed a Juken shot at Naruto's arm, but Naruto used his speed to redirect with simple movements of his sais and blocked Lee's kick aimed for his head with his other weapon. Neji aimed for a double Juken tap to the chest, but Naruto strafed by him and tried to cut his arm with his lightning sais. But interference from Shikamaru's Kageme no Jutsu forced him back. Naruto could remember that Shikamaru was a deadly opponent if you got caught in his shadow, and if he was, Naruto would be easy prey for the rest of them. However, from his memories he could remember that Nara techniques require light, and here wasn't much of it aside from the dimly lit street lamps. With his Sharingan, Naruto analyzed what appeared to be small lights floating around. Upon further inspection, Naruto saw that they were fireflies. A lot of fireflies, since one bug wouldn't be enough light for Shikamaru, and of course someone who specializes in bugs would be Shino. Deciding that Shikamaru and Shino were the most dangerous out of all of them, Naruto targeted them first. The cloaked blonde ran past Neji and Lee and strafed away from Kiba and aimed one of his sais to stab Shikamaru, who was crouched down on the ground having his shadow chase after Naruto. Naruto saw a small glint to his left and blocked it with his lightning sai, and to see that it was Tenten who was throwing kunai and shuriken at him. To Naruto the projectiles were moving slow, therefore making it easy for him to deflect and block. Konoha Senpu, yelled an annoying voice, and he saw Lee flying towards him aiming a kick at his temple, but Naruto blocked that with only little time as he spun around to Lee's backside and stabbed him in the back with his sai. Lee yelled out in pain as he felt the point of impact becoming numb from the lightning. Naruto swept his foot under Lee, causing the green-clad boy to fall where Naruto was ready to stab him in the neck. But in a span of a few seconds Naruto heard a voice. "Hake Kusho!" yelled Neji as he fired a vacuum shell at Naruto, who was blasted away a few feet but was relatively unharmed. Neji had to use about half the required chakra because he wasn't fast enough to kill Naruto and save Lee at the same time. Naruto smirked. Holding back on these guys turned out to be fun. Tenten jumped over to her teammate and checked him over. "Lee, you okay?" "I'm fine, Tenten. He didn't pierce me that deeply, but I am a bit numb," answered Lee. "I wouldn't take any breaks if I were you," warned Naruto, who none of them had figured out it was him. He sealed his sighs and went through some hand seals. Raiden. Raka Kaminari no Yari. Lightning release. Falling lightning spears, yelled Naruto as multiple bursts of lightning fell from the sky trying to hit the six-leaf nen. Neji, seeing the lightning falling, was doing his best to avoid the electrical spears. Tenten and Lee were not as lucky, where the lightning was just scraping against them and numbing their bodies, where unfortunately because of their water-soaked bodies the lightning traveled around their bodies, electrocuting them. Shino was able to create a shell of beetles surrounding him and Shikamaru, but the bugs could only hold out against the lightning because of the intense heat, so he kept having to make the shell smaller and smaller with layers of insects. While Kiba and his partner were dodging the spears with their canine reflexes. Eventually the lightning stopped and Naruto went on the offensive, slipping into a offensive stance with the shafts of his sais positioned for stabbing and cutting. He threw one of his sais at Shino's bug shield, which had a rope of lightning connected to it, where it penetrated through the shield, and he pulled himself towards the bug bunker by using the lightning rope connected to his sai. He burst through the shield ready to kill Shino and Shikamaru, but he found himself surrounded by explosive paper tags. And a hole in the ground which was being filled up by the protective beetles. "Fu," said Naruto as the paper tags blew up around him, burning him and the beetles, leaving the wet ground singed, which quickly became wet again from the rain. "Hey, got you," said Tenten, who was panting from dodging all the lightning. "Neji, is it over?" asked Kiba. Neji, using his Byakugan, was able to see the cloaked man laying on the ground face first until it blew up in a cloud of smoke. "Shadow clone," thought Neji. "Everybody don't let your guard down, ease sti," but he was stopped mid-sentence as something burst from the ground in front of Kiba, where it slashed him horizontally across the chest and vertically on the left side of Kiba's chest. Naruto must have replaced himself with a shadow clone before he pierced the bug shield. Kiba coughed up blood as he looked up at his attacker, and he saw the black-clad man holding his crackling sais stand above him. Akamaru, seeing his friend and partner hurt and in danger, leapt to Kiba's aid, only to be brutally kicked away from Kiba by the cloaked man. "Dogs should stay in kennels," spoke Naruto coldly as he stared at the downed Akamaru, who was whimpering from the pain the kick gave him. Shikamaru, acting fast and with the minimal light that he had prepared his Kajimane no Jutsu to capture the man. When Naruto saw Shikamaru's shadow coming towards him, he jumped away and threw some kunai at the Nara air. However, they were deflected by some shuriken thrown by Tenten. Kiba, whose body was numb, did his best to crawl away. Luckily for him, Naruto miscalculated the length of his sais, otherwise Kiba wouldn't have got off the ground. But his body was still numb. Naruto was currently engaged in a weapon battle with Tenten and Lee. Naruto's electrical sais cut through any weapons that Tenten used and had to switch stances, for Lee's taijutsu style was getting annoying. And he had to jump away from the swarm of chakra-draining beetles encroaching on him by Shino. He was a good distance away from the group. And decided to wait for their next move. Tenten took out a medium-sized scroll and prepared her next technique. She pointed the scroll at Naruto, who raised his eyebrow in curiosity. And then thousands upon thousands of kunai flew at him with alarming speed. Knowing he couldn't dodge the kunai, Naruto sealed his left sai and unsealed a kunai, where he threw it at the oncoming barrage. The kunai hit its mark, which was another kunai. Where a chain reaction happened, where when a kunai it hit another kunai, and so on and so forth. Where all the kunai were redirected from their original path. No way. That move couldn't be dodged, it can only be blocked, but instead he used a single kunai to redirect, one of my strongest techniques, thought Tenten in amazement. Naruto went through some hand seals and prepared his next jutsu. Futon. Tenrent wind release, orchid sky. Yelled Naruto as he held out his arms, and a vortex of scathing wind as tall as him appeared, tearing apart the ground. Neji, with his quick thinking, jumped in front of everyone and performed one of his signature jutsu. Hakusho Kaden. roared Neji as a rotating shield of chakra appeared blocking the wind and dispersing it while protecting his comrades. Damn it, we're barely scratching the guy and he's making us look like children. I thought our last strategy with Tenten's explosive tags and Shino's bugs would work, and not only that this guy's aware that the environment gives him the advantage because of the rain. Thought Shikamaru who was trying to formulate a plan to beat this guy, but he had yet to show most of his abilities so planning a strategy against him would be difficult. Naruto looked at his jutsu's effect, it had quite literally torn the ground apart. It was a jutsu of his own creation and later he taught it to Madara seeing as how he could use wind release as well. He then heard a whistling sound coming from his right and saw Lee soaring at him with his leg extended. Dynamic entry, yelled Lee as his foot met Naruto's arm who attempted to block it. The blonde had to admit Lee's taijutsu was strong and that kick had made his arm go slightly numb. But Lee wasn't finished, so he continued his assault. Konoha Daizenpu, roared Lee as he started smashing Naruto with his feet and because he was so close he couldn't properly defend against it. Lee kept hammering at Naruto with mighty kicks where with each kick Naruto went up a little in the air and finally Lee's foot met Naruto's head in a heel drop and Naruto plummeted to the ground where a dust cloud appeared. Naruto's barrier seal didn't act up because Lee's attacks weren't fatal. Alright Lee. Kick his butt. Cheered Kiba as the lightning wore off his body and received a bark from Akamaru. Yes. The power of youth flows through me. Screeched Lee as he pumped his fists in the air. It was a good thing nobody could hear him outside the silencing barrier. Naruto got up from the small crater left behind by his collision. He was relatively fine but a bit sore and his cloak was a little dirtied but the rain would wash away any dirt. When Lee saw this he ran at Naruto and cocked his fist back ready to hit the cloaked blonde. But that was what the Uzumaki wanted. Raiden. Kaminari Hitsugi, lightning release. Lightning coffin, said Naruto as he held out his hand and a ball of lightning chakra engulfed Lee who was now being shocked by the electrical currents and Naruto's hand was connected to a rope of lightning which connected the lightning coffin and him. Kiba and Akamaru sprung into action. Gatenga. Bellowed Kiba as he and Akamaru started to roll in a buzzsaw-like way eviscerating the ground beneath them. Naruto performed some one-handed seals. Futon. Howringu Fu, wind release. Howling wind. Yelled Naruto as he blew out streams of wind aimed at Kiba and Akamaru. The wind streams would have hit if it wasn't for the intervention of Shino and his insects. The insects were reinforced and they used their numbers to quell the wind before it hit Kiba who was still racing at Naruto. Seeing no alternative Naruto let Lee go and allowed Kiba and his dog to sail right past him. Neji charged at Naruto as Lee was gaining his composure and the Byakugan wielder was also joined by Kiba, Akamaru and Shino. They tried overwhelming Naruto but to no avail. Kiba tried to claw at him but Naruto would dodge giving Neji the chance to seal his tenketsu but Naruto redirected his attacks while also watching the cloud of insects that Shino would send at him. But Naruto was having fun even while holding back he was enjoying himself. Battling his old friends truly gave him enjoyment. Neji was getting even more frustrated with this man, even with superior numbers this man was effortlessly fighting them all at once. You're in my range, spoke Neji as a green 8 trigram circle appeared. Hake Rokujuyan Sho, said Neji using his most powerful jutsu and he struck at Naruto. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Finished Neji as he sealed all of Naruto's tenketsu. It's over, huffed Neji who panted a little. However Naruto blew up in a cloud of smoke revealing Tenten standing in his place. Neji widened his eyes as his teammate stood before him before she dropped on the floor. Naruto had replaced himself with Tenten at the last moment before Neji used his jutsu therefore escaping having his chakra sealed. Neji gritted his teeth at the underhanded tactic and found Naruto and his lightning size a bit away. How unyouthful, said Lee as he was attempting to control his anger. We are shinobi, deception is our greatest weapon, there is no such thing as a fair fight as such there is no such thing as honor, commented Naruto, which caused his enemies to frown. Naruto went through some hand seals, the others prepared for what was about to happen while Lee took Tenten to safety. Futon. Suzuki Ajiki no Jutsu, wind release, chasing prey technique. Yelled Naruto as he blew out numerous wind rabbits. Please as if bunnies are going to hurt us. Yelled Kiba. Let's go Akamaru. Gatsuga. shouted Kiba as he and Akamaru flew at the rabbits like drills, decimating them. However, his technique would have been more useful in defending his comrades, as Shikamaru, being the slowest, did his best to dodge the incredibly fast wind rabbits. But when he moved, his flak jacket was shredded by the cute but deadly creature made of chakra. Neji was able to defend himself efficiently because of his Byakugan, and his Juken strikes were dissipating the wind rabbits. Lee was dodging the rabbits with some trouble. When he evaded, one another would come after him. Shortly the rabbits dispersed, leaving a semi-wounded Shikamaru and perfectly fine Kiba, Lee and Neji. Naruto, knowing Shikamaru was wounded, decided to take this chance to finish him off. Damn it! Coughed Shikamaru as he saw Naruto racing towards him. Shikamaru, in a last-ditch effort, prepared to use his Kajimane no Jutsu. But he couldn't form the seals fast enough, and Naruto was already on him, prepared to stab him in the neck. Time slowed down for Shikamaru as the Sai drew closer towards the kill. "Oh no, you don't. Come," a raspy voice, and the ground started rumbling. Naruto had to steady himself from falling over, and he looked to his right to see a literal human boulder with spiky, sharpened hair. "Will the interferences ever end?" said Naruto to himself. He backflipped away from the human ball so not to be crushed under its weight. "Shikamaru, you okay?" asked the boulder, who Shikamaru saw was Choji. "Yeah, I'm fine, but be careful, this guy is amazingly fast and the weather is on his side as he uses lightning and wind attacks," explained Shikamaru as he held his side in pain. "Yeah, I saw the lightning while I was walking around the village, and yet I couldn't hear any thunder, so I knew something was wrong," spoke Choji, who was joined by Lee, Neji, Kiba and Choji. "The best thing I can think of to help you guys in this situation is to attack him all at once, so therefore he can't react to every attack," said Shikamaru as he grimaced a little and he noticed that his side was bleeding badly. "Cool, help is already on the way, we just need to stall until they arrive," spoke Choji. "Alright, let us go, my youthful comrades," said Lee, trying to muster everyone's confidence. Naruto threw one of his sais at Lee, where it hit him in the chest and penetrated a good deal through his flak jacket, and the sai had a lightning rope connected to its hilt. Naruto pulled himself towards Lee by utilizing the lightning rope, and he prepared a jutsu with a one-handed seal, a jutsu of his creation. "Futon! Uzumaku Repuakama, billowing gale scythes!" shouted Naruto as he threw the wind scythe as Lee, where it slashed his shoulder, where started to bleed heavily. Naruto performed a flying double kick on Lee's face, which sent the green-clad boy shooting away and hitting a building, making a large dent in the stone. Naruto landed on the ground and performed some more hand seals. "Raiden! Hekarekurayan Shugekiha, lightning release! Thunder Lion Shockwave!" yelled Naruto as he aimed his jutsu at Choji, where a lightning vortex twice the size of his hand with the head of a lion in the center flew at the Akamichi. Because of his great size, Choji wouldn't move as fast as opponents such as Neji. But unfortunately, it was thanks to Neji that saved Choji's life, where he performed that annoying rotation technique. Shino pointed his arm towards Naruto and his chakra-enhanced bugs flew at him. Naruto went through some more hand seals. Kaden. Torapuru Kansum, fire release, triple flame claw. Naruto gathered fire chakra into the palm of his hand and drew a inverted red triangle made of fire chakra with claw-like tips on he points of the triangle and fired it like a single beam of fire with the claw tips guiding it. Within moments the bugs were engulfed by the intense heat of the flames. All the Konoha nin got out of the way of the fire beam so not to be incinerated. It would have been stronger if it wasn't for this downpour. Despite the amount of wind blades my jutsu can create, the bug's number would have overwhelmed it and lightning jutsu would be too precise, so fire jutsu was what was needed, lamented Naruto. Choji charged forward at his black-cloaked enemy and used one of his clan's signature jutsu. Buban Baika no Jutsu. Choji's left arm grew suddenly larger and he was about to hit Naruto. But the Uzumaki's speed was far greater than the Akamichi's, where he ducked under the attack and stabbed Choji in the armpit, hoping to puncture a vein that was connected to his heart. A quick, easy but bloody kill. However, Naruto missed and just ended up stabbing Choji in the armpit, but the numbness of the lightning caused Choji to lose control in his arm. Neji ran around Choji and prepared a powerful Hyuga jutsu. Hake Kuhekisho! Shouted Neji as he sent two powerful waves of chakra appearing as a vacuum shells at Naruto, who had jumped away from Choji. The chakra waves continued past him and tore up the ground. Gatsuga! Yelled Kiba as he drilled his way towards through the air Naruto along with Akamaru. Naruto sealed his size and attempted to grip Kiba and his dog by the throat and he was successful. With the help of his Sharingan he could clearly see where Kiba's neck was. Once the Uzumaki had hold of them he slammed the dog and the Inuzuka together producing a yelp from Akamaru and cry of pain from Kiba. He smashed the two partners against the ground, where he stomped on Kiba's head knocking him out and kicked Akamaru away from his best friend. "It's like nothing works against this guy," shouted Choji in frustration as he gripped his useless left arm as he watched Naruto easily deal with Kiba and Akamaru. As Neji surveyed the area he noted that Shikamaru and Lee need medical attention and soon, Tenten and Choji would be fine. So it was only him, Shino and Choji with his remaining arm. Neji just hoped that help would arrive and very soon, because he was low on chakra and Shino was tired from battle. But there was something strange, this guy had used a number of what Neji believed to be high-level techniques. So why wasn't he running low on chakra? Shino prepared one of his jutsu with what remaining energy and chakra he had left. Mushai Tatsumaki bellowed. The usually quiet bug user as a literal tornado of insects flew out of his sleeves and aimed at Naruto. "You're not the only one who can utilize animal-based ninjutsu," thought Naruto. He sealed his left sai and held out his left arm. "Hyakukomori Shoshitsu, vanishing 100 bats," whispered Naruto as numerous bats flew out of his sleeve and attacked the insect tornado. Now since bats are the mortal enemy of insects, the insects were defeated, eaten quickly by the bats much to the shock of Shino. "Bats," commented Neji, as it was peculiar as he had never heard of there ever being an animal contract for bats. "I've grown tired of this skirmish," spoke Naruto blankly as he had indeed gotten bored from the fight. He went through the hand seals of his favorite jutsu, the improved version of the first jutsu he ever made. Futon. Koryu Kisoku no Jutsu, Wind Release. Great Dragon Breath Jutsu. Naruto blew out the head of a massive Japanese dragon that was at least 4 times his size, made of eviscerating wind with fierce speed. It easily dwarfed the cloaked blonde in height and width where it was as large as the Kaden. Goka Mekyaku no Jutsu, Fire Release. Great Fire Annihilation Technique. Neji prepared the last of his chakra to achieve another Kaden one 3 times as powerful as usual. Choji and Shino jumped away from Neji and each other where they were now separated. Choji used his one good arm to ready himself for the next part of the fight where he enlarged it with his chakra. The wind dragon head hit Neji's Kaden dead on and the Hyuga had trouble trying to hold it back, the sheer power of the jutsu amazing, he couldn't keep up his Kaden for long. Shino however was at his limits but he could feel the shadow standing behind him. When the Aburame turned around he bore witness to Sharingan eyes staring into his own. But he also got a good look at his enemy's face and he widened his eyes in recognition. Granted there were differences but the resemblance was there. Time slowed down for Shino as he collected his thoughts. "So it's you, you've changed a lot, you've gotten powerful, but there's something about you, as if you lost your emotions and now, you're a hollow vessel, empty. The question I should be asking is, why didn't you return to the village? But I can see why, and in a sense you have returned, just so you know I'm sorry, why? For never being there, when you needed me most." Naruto. Were Shino's last thoughts. Naruto slashed him across the chest, stabbed him in the lung, slit his throat, spun around to his side and stabbed him in the neck. Efficiently ending Shino's life in the world. However Naruto felt nothing, no remorse or regret, he felt nothing. He watched as the Aburame heir's body fell lifelessly to the ground. Neji using his Byakugan saw everything that transpired and he was of course shocked, but he couldn't do anything about because he was holding the wind dragon back to protect him and Choji. "Now on to the rest," said Naruto emotionlessly. But something landed in front of him causing him to pause. It was an explosive tag and was already about to blow. The tag went off causing a small explosion and a dust cloud. A silhouette appeared from the cloud revealing Naruto with his size in a defensive position. And he looked up to see the source of the kunai. Kurenai Yuhi. And she was absolutely livid. She couldn't make it in time to save her student from being murdered. But watching it happen and in such a brutal way. "You'll pay for this," said Kurenai with a large amount of killing intent but Naruto brushed it off. Madara gave off more killing intent in his sleep. Kurenai took out a kunai ready to engage Naruto. "Sorry but I don't feel like giving you money. Jested Naruto as he readied his size. But his mind paused, he could feel a lot of chakra signatures heading towards his location. He had already spent enough time in the village, it was time to leave. It's been fun and all, but unfortunately there's something else that draws my attention, spoke Naruto as he dispersed in a cloud of bats. You're not getting away, howled Kurenai, as she gave chase to the bats. But the flying rodents were too fast for her and they got away. Kurenai stopped running and dropped to her knees and broke down into tears over the death of her student. Where later Hinata and Asuma would console her. But still that man would pay. A large swarm of bats were flying towards the base Naruto had dubbed, the mountain's graveyard. He had been growing something there for months and it should have been finished by now. The rodents dive-bombed each other in their usual fashion. And out of the cloud came Naruto gracefully landing and walking towards a certain room of the base. He also noted that there was now windows hewn from the rock. The white Zetsus had been working hard to create the base and it was now coming to fruition. But the training ground was still a thorn, it wasn't complete yet. Naruto stopped walking as Zetsu materialized from the ground. Did you have fun in Konoha? Asked White Zetsu merrily. Surprisingly, yes, I did have fun, but yet I still feel empty, spoke Naruto to Zetsu. Zetsu nodded at Naruto. It's fully grown now, said Black Zetsu. Naruto smirked. What he had created was finished, he had started growing it even before the old goat's death, Naruto's nickname for Madara. Leave me Zetsu, I need to be alone for this, said Naruto as his smirk disappeared, replaced with his emotionless visage. Zetsu nodded and melded into the ground. Naruto restarted his trek towards a very specific room in the mountain's graveyard. He reached the room where he had been growing his project. The dark hovel which he had lived in for more than 2 years of his life got a makeover. There was now concrete lining the walls and floors and a single throne stood near the edge of the concrete where a large cliff was located. Suspended before the throne was a giant tree resembling a lotus flower, and atop the flower and its petals sat the Geto Mazo. The tree itself was as tall as the cliff, and below the tree was a flooded area. Naruto brushed his hand over the stone throne, admiring its craft. He sat down and rested his arms on the rests. He didn't remove his hood, it was either he was too lazy or he couldn't be bothered. But he focused his attention on his project. It's been a long time, far too long since I last saw you, father. And there, growing on a petal, was a living clone of Madara Uchiha created from his cells. 8 hands were suspended around the living clone. And like Hashirama's living clone, this one will spawn black Zetsus with the statue's power as a catalyst. I wonder if you're watching over me, right now, wherever you are. This happens to be my longest chapter and over 18,000 words. Damn, that's a lot for me. Now tell me, was the fight good or bad? PLZ review so I can improve, so I can make Naruto vs Obito awesome. Reminder, this was a beta fight, so it was my first go and criticism will help a lot. Now before you ask, no, this wasn't the confrontation I talked about in my last chapter. Also before you ask questions, in chapter 3 Naruto infiltrated the village like that to gain attention so he could join the Akatsuki ad. He'd only recently mastered the bat transformation. Naruto's memories are fluctuating at the moment and an event will happen to him that will force him to rethink his look on life. So stay tuned. Also check my profile for Naruto's cloak and size 1287 Chapter 9, Beasts. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto, and any references made in this story in any chapter are also not mine. Beasts. Enraged would not be the correct word to describe how angry she was. She had already heard the news about another infiltration in the village. She had lost one of her most promising shinobi. And the Chunin and the newly promoted Jonin standing in front of her. Guilty and disappointed were the words to describe them. It wasn't a day ago did she lose the Aburame clan heir, Shino, to the person Choji was calling the dancing phantom. It was like the Yoke's incident barely 2 months ago. However, the problem was she and nobody else knew the identity of this dancing phantom. And also, since he took on Shikamaru, Neji, Choji, Tenten, Lee, Kiba and Akamaru and Shino all at once meant he was powerful, possibly low Kage. Also, this man had an unheard of summoning contract. Bats, she had never heard of such a contract. And how did he get into the village without being detected? Ryu Yokai simply waltzed into the village while this man appeared like a phantom. But what made it suspicious was the fact that it happened after yokais penetrated their defenses. Could the dragon's footprints be attracting pests? Could this be the first of possibly many infiltration into the village by their rivals and enemies? She pressed her fingers into her temples in frustration. This could be a beacon for other villages to attack. She has to contain the situation before they are threatened with war. What happened must never see the light of day. She turned her scrutinizing gaze on the two shinobi before her. Their heads were hung low and guilt was etched into their eyes. Tell me what happened in every detail, now, threatened Tsunade, who leaked a small amount of killer intent. Neji and Shikamaru explained in detail what had happened before, during and after their fight. Tsunade listened intently, her eyes were narrowed throughout the explanation. She was told of the Mont's abilities and prowess along with his fighting style, and she made a silent comment that size, the weapon, were an unusual choice for combat, and since the person displayed mastery of them he was efficient in their use. From what she was able to piece together of this individual, she noted an uncanny resemblance in combat between him and Ryu Yokai's. However, it couldn't have been him since the Mont's clothes didn't match the description of Ryu Yokai's, who wore samurai-like armor. This man wore a black cloak with silver drawstrings along with black gloves and boots. She sighed inwardly. She couldn't place this man in the bingo book. It may make Konoha look weak, and the last thing she needed was enemy ninja flaunting into her village, and if Danzo got wind of it he may use the opportunity to oust her as Hokage. Sei had to keep it under wraps. She was going to inform the shinobi who had faced the dancing phantom to not utter a word of what happened, but she couldn't keep it from Shibi Aburame, Shino's father. She would have to create a false cause of death, and she would need Shibi's help. She focused her attention on Shikamaru and Neji once she had finished finalizing what she was going to do. What were you two thinking? Snarled, questioned Tsunade. Shikamaru and Neji didn't answer. They didn't have the courage to look her in the eye. When this person infiltrated the village, it was to be brought to my attention immediately. Neji hung his head down further. He blamed himself for Shino's death because it was his plan to confront the assailant. We could have taken appropriate steps and formulated a plan to capture him. But no, you charged in without any assessment of the infiltrator's abilities, especially you, Shikamaru. Continued Tsunade. He looked at Shikamaru. I expected better from you, given your shinobi record. You have the best analyzing ability among your graduating class, where you were able to form correct strategies against your opponents, and yet you didn't use any strategy against this man. In fact, why didn't you think through all the possibilities of the outcome? You should have foreseen what would have happened, and you're not in the clear either, Neji. Neji turned her head to the side in disappointment. You're a newly promoted Jonin, so I expected more from you. As a Jonin, you were responsible for the safety and lives of your comrades and fellows in arms. You were the team leader, so everything that has happened is because of you. I would have much preferred if this dancing phantom escaped without killing anyone. If it wasn't for the arrival for Kurenai and the other shinobi among her, you could have all died. Reprimanded Tsunade. But I guess I expected too much from the both of you, and now you have lost yet another comrade and friend. Spoke Tsunade. Both of you, hand me your Hitai Ates, commanded Tsunade. They both nodded at her order, fully understanding that punishment for their actions were needed. Neji removed his and showcased the bird cage seal on his forehead. While Shikamaru pulled out his Hitai 8 from his uniform where it was sewed into. You are both suspended from active shinobi duty for a month. You are permitted to train your skills, though if you leave the village you will be sentenced for treason and insubordination, threatened Tsunade. Both nodded and left the room, leaving Tsunade alone. It was necessary. Both failed to inform her of the intruder, and if they did so, she could have formulated a plan to capture the man and extract any information he had, and it could have been quick and quiet and no casualties. She knew that death was required from a shinobi, but to have her own shinobi die in her village was something else entirely. She massaged her temples in frustration and anger. She had faced Hanzo of the Salamander, a man recognized to be one of the most powerful shinobi to grace the world, where because of their teamwork and strategies did she, Orochimaru and Jiraiya survive. If she had faced him alone and if they were a coherent team, then the Sannin would have fallen in battle and everyone would have forgotten about them. She also had another problem to deal with, and Kakashi was right. There was a silent uproar from half the civilian population who refused to believe that Naruto was the Yondaime's son, and most if not all migrated to the hospital to stroke their arrogant ego. They had tried to find evidence that she was wrong, but of course they found the opposite, and even still their views hadn't changed. They still regarded him as the demon. Was this really the village that her grandfather and Madara Uchiha envisioned? Was this the village that the previous Hokage had fought and died for? Minato had sacrificed his son's life and happiness for the village, and he would do so again in a heartbeat. What her sensei said about the will of fire true? Was what Orochimaru said about the village and its ideals, was the fallen Sannin right? Was the will of fire dwindling into an ember? What were her shinobi fighting for? They abandoned one of their own to a traitor who was rooted in his clan's cursed lineage, and yet that traitor didn't care about the village at all, and yet to this day they still praise him. Then there was trouble with 3 council families dropping dead. Their funerals would be held later that day. Although she was silently happy that Marekio Omaeda and his family were gone. The fat bastard had what was coming to him, and that god-awful painting he had was enough reason to kill him. She also assumed that the dancing phantom killed him and the other council families. Maybe that was the reason why. Shino would have a silent funeral, his body would be cremated so the village and his clan's secrets wouldn't fall into their enemies' paws. Tsunade turned her chair around and faced the village as was her hobby. And it was raining again. It just seemed to rain more when Naruto died. But why? Tsunade then felt this dark feeling welling up inside her, as if something very bad was going to happen and she would be powerless to stop it. It wasn't fear, she knew that, and it wasn't anger, and neither was it hatred. It was unease. She could literally feel as if something horrible was going to happen and that it would affect everyone in the village. But this feeling, it was like someone familiar setting fire to her house. So why? She opened one of her drawers and took out a betting slip. She had a hunch, and this was the only way to prove it. And there it was, she had won, she got the lucky numbers. She now had plenty of money to gamble away. And not only that, she won every other betting slip in the draw. And with her luck, something horrific was going to happen. How come I feel like something is coming to us? I can feel yet I can't. It feels empty, as if there is no emotion or color. Something is coming and we will all suffer for it, thought Tsunade. In the mountain's graveyard. Inside a dark hovel, was a man sitting on a stone throne with a cliff facing him directly and an enormous lotus flower that rivaled mountains with its towering height. And atop the flower was a humongous decayed statue with its hands bowed and sitting cross-legged. The man was wearing a black cloak with silver drawstrings, black gloves and black shoes with silver lining. The cloak was zipped up from its chin-height collar down to the mont's waist. Both of his arms were resting on the throne's armrests. His hood was down, allowing everyone to see his glistening golden hair and his bloodthirsty red eyes. He was currently staring intensely at a peculiar branch that was growing from one of the flower's petals. It was a living clone of Madara Uchiha. The man had been cultivating it since before Madara's death. And with it, the giant lotus tree would now spawn and grow black zetsus along with white zetsus by using the chakra extracted from his body that originally belonged to the Kyuubi. He kept staring at the strange clone of Madara. But his thoughts wasn't on the clone but something else, a jutsu he found extremely infuriating. The Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. One of the greatest jutsu to be developed in the world. Created by the Nadaime Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and perfected by the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The man sitting on his throne was Naruto Uzumaki, son of the Yondaime, Madara Uchiha's student. The most powerful person outside the Uchiha clan to wield the Sharingan and legitimate heir to the Uzumaki clan. He was mulling over the jutsu that gave his father the title of Kiroi Senko, Yellow Flash. The Hiraishin was a work of art in his mind, allowing the user to teleport himself to any marked location with a speed that surpassed lightning. You couldn't blink before you dropped dead from that jutsu. And yet the blonde Sharingan wielder was infuriated. It must have taken years for the Nadaime to create the jutsu and years more for his father to perfect it. And it would take years for Naruto just to learn it, and the one thing Naruto lacked most was patience. He hated waiting for something. He hated it when people paused in their speeches or when they're out shopping for food only to take up more time required before they picked what they wanted. However, since he lacked the patience to develop the jutsu, he was going to do something else. Create his own space-time ninjutsu. Already he was currently thinking about it. It was going to have the speed of the Hiraishin and the versatility of Obito's teleportation. He could see it now. Such a jutsu would be art, in Deidara and Sasori's opinion. From his brief encounter with his teacher's fake and only seeing his teleportation twice, Naruto analyzed the technique and was able to tell that even though it lacked speed like the Hiraishin, it was more versatile because it didn't require the location to be predetermined by a jutsu formula. So there he was staring at Madara's clone and planning his new jutsu. It would take some time, but he could always use that ability to be in two places at the same time so he could think about it more. It was decided he would stay at his base and work on his space-time ninjutsu, and it also gave him a chance to meet with Kisame and another member of the Akatsuki. Zetsu, barked Naruto as he kept staring emotionlessly at the Madara statue. The black and white man materialized from the ground, appearing to the side of Naruto's throne. Yes, yes, answered the plant man. Bring me a Zetsu clone, ordered Naruto. The multicolored Zetsu nodded his head at the blonde. He sent a silent signal to a random clone because all the Zetsus were linked mentally with each other. A random white Zetsu clone appeared from the ground, kneeling before Naruto. Raise your head, requested Naruto. The Zetsu did as it was told, but instead of the face of his master he was met with a katana sliding through its mouth, killing it. Naruto held the Tenbogiri in his right hand as he stared emptily at the dead Zetsu. He placed his foot on the Zetsu's shoulder and hefted the sword from its body without little trouble. The body slumped forward and landed face first in the hard concrete floor. Naruto stabbed the Tenbogiri into the floor and his eternal Mangekyo appeared, spinning around like a wheel. Bring me more corpses, Zetsu, commanded Naruto, and two more Zetsu appeared. Naruto gripped the Tenbogiri and decapitated the heads of the two Zetsu in one swing, their heads rolling on the ground like balls. And like before, Naruto's Mangekyo was spinning. I require your aid, Zetsu. I must develop this jutsu in a location without much space. Also contact Konan and tell her that my personal business will be delayed. And both left the mountain's graveyard, Zetsu via melding with the ground and Naruto transforming into a cloud of bats. The blonde arrived at a small part of a forest with various trees coupled together but yet were still wide enough for travel and acrobatic maneuvers. Kisame Hoshigaki, the Kurigakure no Kaijin monster of the hidden mist, was currently gorging himself on some shrimp and crab that he had brought while traveling through the land of grass with Itachi. He was currently sitting in a small seafood shop which was situated next to an inn. However, he was alone. He was fully aware that Itachi was suffering from an incurable disease that was slowly killing him, although he was able to extend his life with various medication and alchemical medicines. So Itachi was resting in their room at the inn. And he didn't have better timing since the sun was going down over the horizon, signaling the end of the day. Kisame could be described as a battle master. He loved fighting and wouldn't hesitate to start one when the opportunity presented itself, but a warning from Itachi would calm him down. When his thoughts traveled to the rest of the Akatsuki, he did like some members. He hated Hidan and his stupid religion. He liked Sasori for his equal thirst for combat, and he defeated the third Kazekage, not a bad feat, although he did have some help from Orochimaru. Deidara just simply annoyed him, especially when and Sasori got into an argument over whose art was greater than the others. Kisame hated art. Kakazu he also liked, for he didn't bother him and liked money, something which everyone, except Hidan, loved. Konan. He didn't know what to think of Konan. They rarely interacted, and if they did it would only be a few short words. So he was neutral on with Konan. Zetsu. He didn't know what to think of Zetsu, the leader of the organization. He will admit in a heartbeat that he respected pain, but like Konan he was neutral with him as well, considering the fact that he was a pawn of Obito's, someone Kisame was working with. And then there was Ryu, the person he liked the most next to Itachi. Ryu made him laugh, and despite the few times he talked with him at Akatsuki meetings, he liked his personality. And the way he made Hidan appear a fool. And yet Kisame could sense that Ryu was incredibly strong. The only way to test how strong the wolf was for the shark and the wolf battle it out. Kisame then felt a presence sitting in front of him on an opposite chair across from him. When he looked up, a man wearing a black cloak with silver drawstrings, with black gloves and shoes with silver lining. His hood was up, obscuring most of his face except for his chin, mouth and nose. Do you want something? Asked Kisame, who was clearly agitated. Yes, I do want something. answered the person. He pulled down his hood revealing golden blonde, spiky hair which was patterned in a low ponytail with bandages wrapping around half the ponytail. He had chin-length hair framing the sides of his face and some fell between his eyes which were narrow and slightly rounded. He had a defined jawline and his face was slightly round. However, he had a pair of Sharingan eyes in his sockets, the same eyes as Itachi. The eyes that shrouded darkness and reflected hatred. It didn't take Kisame long to figure out who it was, but the person looked familiar also, but it couldn't be that person since he was dead, so there was only one answer. Ryu Yokaze, good to see you, greeted Kisame who was grinning exposing his shark-like teeth. To be honest, he never expected his fellow Akatsuki member to see him. Hello Kisame, how has your day been? Asked Ryu politely. Don't see how you're interested and besides skip to the point, what do you want? Questioned Kisame. Given his many experience with other shinobi, Kisame had a second sense where he could feel that someone wanted something from him. So like always he skipped the hello bullshit and got onto the main course. You're quite astute, complimented Naruto. At that moment a waitress came over to serve Naruto. He ordered for some green tea which wouldn't take long to arrive. So a few minutes passed in utter silence. Kisame was still eating the shrimp and crab while Ryu was waiting for his order. So now we find ourselves with Naruto sipping on some green tea and Kisame patiently waiting for him. I know everything about you Kisame, started Naruto. The shark-like man didn't know if he should scowl or feel violated. I know about what you did during the bloodline purges. I also know that you were approached by a person claiming to be someone he isn't, continued Naruto. Kisame widened his eyes a little. Trust me when I say this, the person you're working with is a nothing but a bitter loser who thinks he can parade around with a name he can't live up to. Kisame narrowed his eyes at Naruto. What was this guy insinuating? And as if reading his mind, Naruto continued speaking. After you killed Fuguki Tsukazan, you were approached by the Yondaime Mizukage who applauded you for eliminating a traitor and protecting your village. However, the Yondaime was merely a puppet. You were merely approached by the puppet master through his toy, spoke Naruto with deep authority. Kisame widened his eyes a little at the information. And I will warn you now, that man is not who he claims to be. You may think he is who he says he is, but he's used your own beliefs to sway you to his cause. What do you expect he will do once he's finished with his plans? Queried Naruto. Kisame didn't answer straight away, but he contemplated it for a while. And there was some truth to what Yokaze was saying. Tobi wished to create weapon that would wash away all lies in the world, or that was what he told Kisame, but the shark man could always sense some ulterior motive to Tobi, he just couldn't place his finger on it. He had been known the world to be filled with lies and false promises from many that he trusted, but he was led astray every time. He finally cracked under the pressure when he killed Fuguki. Tobi had given him a choice and he decided to follow. But the masked man promised him the end of all lies. Was that also an empty promise? Was Tobi lying to him? He's going to betray you, stated Naruto, gaining Kisame's attention. The shark man looked up and saw his associate sipping on his green tea. The one you're working with, his name is Obito Uchiha. He's going to betray you. He placed his cup down and poured some more green tea. And he's nothing more than a bitter loser who got friend-zoned and now wishes everybody to feel his anger by creating a weapon using the power of the tailed beasts. Where everybody would live in terror and lies and betrayal would be more rampant. Spoke Naruto. He's a mere child throwing a temper tantrum, he refuses to see truth and his anger grows by the day. You're nothing more than his tool and once you're broken he will discard you like any other broken toy, spoke Naruto sipping his tea. He looked Kisame straight in the eye, casting a silent genjutsu on him. A genjutsu designed to extract information from the target. Any information Kisame had on Obito would be known to the blonde. So Obito, you have natures connected to fire and earth release, master of genjutsu, considerable skill in bukijutsu and weapon skills, some skill in sealing, nowhere near my own, high chakra reserves clearly above Kage, experienced in taijutsu, a space-time ninjutsu unlike any other called kamui. Not much information after that, thought Naruto. He sipped on his tea in victory. Why you're stuttered Kisame as what Ryu said contrasted with everything he knew about Tobi and yet it sounded true, there were no lies sprouting from his lips. Wrong, replied Naruto. You can say that, for now, said Naruto. Kisame, this world is sick, fettered with a disease known as hatred. I wish to rid the disease by creating a world where there is none of that, a perfect world, where betrayal and deceit never exist. There would only be truth and love and nothing else will corrupt those pure things, spoke Naruto. What makes you think I should believe or trust you? Accused Kisame as he narrowed his eyes. But Naruto's emotionless visage didn't reveal anything. Because, of one simple fact, replied Ryu. I am Madara Uchiha, whispered Naruto. You have blonde hair, deadpanned Kisame, who got over his stupor rather quickly. And you have blue skin and gills. So even if you were Madara, how do I know I can still trust you because the other guy said he was Madara as well? Spoke Kisame, who was sporting a grin, for he was finding this enjoyable, for this guy's prospects sounded better than Obito's and he was hoping to get a fight out of it. He adored fighting and he wanted to see Ryu fight considering all the hype about the guy that's been going around. How about a bet? Suggested Naruto, gaining Kisame's interest. We have a battle, no rules, no restrictions, no interferences, just a one-on-one fight between the two of us. Kisame grinned, he didn't know whether to believe Ryu or not. How about we add some more money to the pot? Responded Kisame. If you win, I'll join your plan and abandon that obi whatever, and if I win, well, I don't really want anything other than to feed your chakra to Samahata, spoke Kisame. Very well, spoke Naruto. Let's have this fight in an hour. There is a clearing not far from here. It's not too small and it's large enough to sport our battle, while it's far enough from here that it won't attract attention. Kisame nodded and Naruto left within a cloud of bats, leaving Kisame alone in the seafood shop where he was left with the bill for his and Naruto's orders. Meanwhile, another Naruto was standing in a forest with the main body of Zetsu standing adjacent from him. So what will this jutsu do? Asked Zetsu. Naruto stared at Zetsu, which unnerved the plant man. This jutsu will take the limits of time to its greatest point. Teleporting something to you is easy. Teleporting yourself is another annoying hurdle. This jutsu will literally make time bend to my will. I already have the idea for it now, I just need to employ it, clarified Naruto. Zetsu seemed to almost sigh. Whenever Naruto had an idea for a jutsu, he wouldn't stop until it's completed and mastered. And he still had his stubbornness from his time as a Jinchuriki. He was stubborn like a rock and wouldn't give up if he set his mind to something. I will use the Hiraishin and Obito's Kamui as bases. The Hiraishin's speed and Kamui's versatility will be major factors, and the Raioten no Yoroi, lightning release armor, provides the general concept and appearance of the technique, continued Naruto as Zetsu let everything sink in. Naruto started gathering his chakra, forming a shield around his body, and it was in such large quantities that it was visible. This was going to take some time. A jutsu on a scale such as this will take years to create and develop. What Naruto was showcasing to Zetsu was the initial development of the technique. He had just started the concept. He would focus his chakra around his surroundings and do something. Zetsu silently watched as Naruto cloaked himself in chakra. And quickly Naruto cut off the flow. Black Zetsu could already see what the blonde was up to. And suddenly Zetsu heard a Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, yelled Naruto as he formed the signature, created a multitude of shadow clones, and each started working on the shields. First they would practice with their chakra cloaks and be able to simultaneously the cloaks off and on without much thought, and would become second nature. This is going to take a while, spoke White Zetsu. Yep. While in Konohagakure, someone was wallowing in sorrow. She had pitch black hair and crimson eyes. She was currently being comforted by two others. Asuma Sarutobi and Hinata Hyuga. This person's name is Kurenai Yuhi. Why was she crying? She had just watched one of her beloved students be killed before her eyes. He was brutally murdered and within his home village. Shino was a valued member of the team. He was also the thinker of the group, always coming up with clever plans to fool and outwit his enemies. He was also support, and his insects were ingenious for capture and espionage along with tracking. She questioned many times why the Aburame died. She felt guilty because she couldn't reach him in time. The man in the black cloak was too fast and his moves were like lightning to her. She was currently wondering on how Shibi Aburame was doing. Most Aburame hid their emotions excellently. You could never tell what they were feeling, but Kurenai, she just knew that Shibi was grieving and also thinking about revenge. Revenge. She wanted that so much. To kill the person that took her student away from her. She wanted to give the man a painful death, and she wanted to watch every second of it. Though remembering what happened to Sasuke Uchiha, she knew that killing the man won't lessen the pain in her heart. But if it hurt Shino's murderer, would it matter? Kurenai was currently sitting at her table with Asuma next to her in a chair and Hinata sitting adjacent from her. Kurenai, spoke Asuma Sarutobi, who was rubbing her shoulder gently so to comfort her as he watched the silent tears flow down her cheeks. You need to accept what happened and move on. He's alright, Kurenai-sensei, spoke Hinata, who was currently wondering where Kiba was because she suspected he'd want to be here. But Hinata was also trying to get over her sadness at seeing her teammate and friend die. She had become good friends with Shino, and to find out he was just gone broke her. You two didn't see it, said Kurenai, who sounded like a broken violin. You didn't see his blood splatter across the ground, spoke Kurenai grimly as a few drops of salty liquid dropped from her chin. Asuma sighed heavily. He couldn't emphasize with her because none of his students were dead. Hinata looked to the ground sadly. Maybe if she had been there she could have helped. Maybe she could have saved Shino and stopped the black-cloaked man. She stopped thinking about the what-if scenarios, knowing that it was causing more pain. I just need to be left alone for a while, spoke Kurenai quietly. Kurenai, said Asuma. Leave, she shouted as his tears became more frantic. Asuma nodded and Hinata left with him. Kurenai was now alone. And she poured her anguish in wails of sorrow and sobs. If only she had gotten there sooner. Kiba was currently sitting in a bar drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Like Kurenai, he too was suffering. Shino was one of his greatest friends despite how weird the guy was. Akamaru was by his side and was currently pawing at his leg to get his attention. The dog understood his partner's pain, but somehow the dog was smarter, knowing that this wasn't the way to get over what happened. Kiba brought a bottle of sake to his lips and drowned a large volume of the drink in an audible gulp. The bartender didn't want to interrupt the young man. For one, the Inuzuka were known to have bad tempers, and two, he wanted the kid to drown out his troubles even though he was underage for drinking. Hey buddy. More sake and make it snappy, barked Kiba. The barkeep nodded and got out another bottle of sake and placed it in front of Kiba, who took the drink and started guzzling down the alcoholic beverage. He could feel the burning down his throat as the drink dove down to his stomach. He knew he was going to have a massive hangover, but he didn't care at the time. He felt a presence next to him, so he turned his head to the left to see Shibi Aburame, Shino's father, sitting next to him. Kiba, spoke Shibi in his monotone voice. Kiba, being around Shino for years, could tell his emotions through the patterns of his voice. And Kiba knew instantly that Shiba was depressed, which was uncharacteristic of the Aburame clan. Hey Shibi-sama, greeted Kiba despondently as he turned back to his drink. Akamaru meanwhile was still trying to get Kiba's attention through whines and clawing at his leg. I don't blame you for what happened to Shino, spoke Shibi, making Kiba look at him with his eyes widened a little. The Hokage informed me of what happened. Kiba sighed wearily. The Inuzuka heir almost died at the hands of Ryuyokeis. And he almost died at the Dancing Phantoms, Palms. In fact, he should consider himself lucky to be alive if it wasn't for reinforcements arriving. Yet how come he didn't feel relieved? He should be happy, but also he felt guilty, and he was now questioning whether he should have died in Shino's place. Kiba had never been so thoroughly outclassed in his life. The black-cloaked man was merely toying with them except for the few hits Lee scored. Even after 2 years of training and missions with his had done nothing. After his loss to Naruto during his first Chunin exam, he wanted to get stronger, to defeat his self-appointed rival, but since Naruto's death, why was he getting stronger? Did he have a purpose anymore other than to let his comrades die? Kiba, this, spoke Shibi, gesturing to the sake bottle in Kiba's hand. Won't lessen the pain and it won't bring Shino back, and just then Shibi's voice broke. Kiba then thought he saw what appeared to be a tear. And Kiba couldn't fault the man for it. He had cried earlier before he came to the pub to wash away his sorrow. What I'm trying to say is, Kiba, do you want to spend the rest of your days looking down at the bottom of a glass, or will you change yourself for the better so something like this won't happen again? Spoke Shibi with wisdom. Kiba soaked everything in like a sponge. There was something true to what Shibi was saying, but he lost his train of thought when he heard a loud crash coming from the entrance of the pub. Kiba, you lazy bum. Stop moping around and do something productive and become stronger so to avenge your creepy friend. Came the screeching voice of Sume Inuzuka, who in some unknown way found out about Shino's death, and it will remain forever an unanswered question of the universe. Ma Hinata's not creepy, roared Kiba, who had clearly misheard her. No, you idiot. Not the weird stalker, the nasty bug boy, screeched Sume, who had yet to notice Shibi sitting next to Kiba. Seriously, I hate bugs. If only I had a bigger boot, then I can crush them all, mumbled Sume. Shibi's sweat dropped at the loud woman. Everything he wanted to say to Kiba was explained in Sume's original sentence. Although he did question her methods about getting it across. And why did she hate insects? Sume stomped her way up towards her idiot son while she was grinding her teeth. Kiba's depressing attitude had been making her depressed even though she didn't show it. However, she stopped when she noticed the sake bottles next to Kiba and in his hand. She cocked back the palm of her hand and in one swift motion launched it at the back of her son's head, where a audible smack was heard as Kiba was temporarily knocked unconscious. Although to many parents that was her way of punishing and disciplining Kiba when he did something stupid. Shibi, who had watched everything from the sidelines, sweat dropped at the scene. He wasn't sure if he should be scared or confused. Sume grabbed the collar of Kiba's black jacket and started swinging him around like a rag doll while Kiba was utterly dazed from his mother's love. I didn't raise a wimp so he can just mope around when one of his friends gets squashed. Continued Sume in her analogy between bugs and her boot. Now let's go. Where? Squeaked Kiba as he regained consciousness and was now being pulled out of the pub by the back of his collar as he was dragged out of the building. To go training, moron, yelled Sume. Akamaru chased after his partner and his mother, barking all the way. Shibi was left alone, until the barkeep came back. So are you going to pay for the kids' drinks? Asked the bartender. And suddenly Shibi got depressed again. Sasori and his partner Deidara were currently traversing through the land of hot water. They had just finished a mission for a snobbish daimyo in eliminating some pesky nobles with their rich wealth. He had to wait 10 months until he and Deidara started hunting the Jinchuriki. But he had to wait even more, for the Kyuubi was still coalescing into a complete being. And if there was one thing that Sasori loathed with his being, was waiting. The puppet master was notorious for being annoyingly impatient. He hated when people paused in their speeches and when they couldn't make up their mind about something. But he hated when would take their time in trying to attack him. And because of his age, Sasori was an experienced shinobi who could identify certain shinobi from their abilities. He could still remember his greatest battle in his now eternal existence. His battle with the Sandaime Cage. The Cage was the toughest opponent the redhead had faced. His intelligence in creating the iron sand from his studies of the Ikibi no Tanuki. The iron sand had completely decimated the puppets Sasori had collected over the years. And he had to complement the Sandaime. He was a genius. The iron sand was a work of art, and now it was a part of Sasori's art. After a long battle, Sasori was able to kill the Sandaime with specific poison the missing nin had concocted. And Sasori turned his body into his most beloved puppet, and greatest work of art. Sasori, my man, there's an inn up ahead, and since it's getting late we should book a room for the night. After all, wouldn't your dolls be getting, I don't know, creaky and unartistic, grunted Deidara, trying to goad Sasori. I told you, Deidara, they are not dolls but eternal beauties. You could never understand, for you dabble in the incorrect way of art. Like I told you many times before, my art is true art, not your repugnant version of your so-called art, bit back Sasori. Hey, calm down, Sasori, my man, I was just pulling your wooden leg, spoke Deidara with his signature smirk. Shut up, replied Sasori, who was watching something from the corner of his eyes. It was a dark shadow walking among the trees on the sides of the road. It had been following him for the last half hour. The figure was currently walking at an even pace, his steps mimicking those of Deidara's. Deidara, go on ahead of me, I'll catch up, spoke Sasori. Deidara giving him a curious look but shrugged it off and headed toward the inn up ahead. Sasori trekked his way into the forest, passed by all the green trees on his way, and he beheld a figure dressed in a black cloak with a head which obscured most of his face. You've been following me, stated Sasori. The figure didn't make any movement or facial expression. I can feel that you don't want anything to do with Deidara, you want something from me. Yes, Sasori, spoke the cloaked individual neutrally. He removed his hood, allowing Sasori to take in his image. He had spiky blonde hair with chin-length bangs that hugged the sides of his face, and a single bang fell between his eyes and parted at the bridge of his nose, and he had a low ponytail which were wrapped halfway with bandages. He had a narrow face and narrow eyes which were slightly rounded, and he had a pair of Sharingan in each of his sockets. I've been meaning to meet with you for a while. Sasori chuckled a little. He knew this person and he recognized him easily. Ryu Yokaze, to what do I owe the pleasure? Said Sasori, who was amused at the scene. As I said, I've been meaning to meet with you, continued Naruto emotionlessly. There is something I want your help with. And, that is? Questioned Sasori. Seeing as how I'm the newest member of the Akatsuki, I wish to help expand the organization's influence, and I was told you were the best person to help me, said Ryu blankly. Sasori was not fooled. He could tell there was some ulterior motive behind Yokaze's words. Most members didn't care for Akatsuki's ultimate goal, so they just stuck around for no apparent reason. You can cut the act, tell me what you really want, as I hate to be kept waiting, spoke Sasori, who was slightly annoyed. Cunning would be the greatest word to describe you, complimented Naruto. Naruto's right index finger started to glow blue with his chakra. He pressed his finger into the ground and slowly a map of the shinobi world was carved into the ground. Sasori instantly recognized the Tekoku Fuin hand-carving seal. I wish for spies to be set up within each of the 5 great shinobi nations so they can relay information to me and also act as sleeper agents, clarified Naruto as he highlighted the 5 main countries that each had the strongest ninja villages. Now I see why you came to me, deadpanned Sasori as he scoured over the map. But tell me, what are you planning with the villages? Something that doesn't really involve you, but what I said earlier about aiding the Akatsuki's plans was the truth, in a way, answered Naruto. A plan on this scale can't be easy, and what do I get out of this? Queried Sasori. Ryu stared at him blankly, betraying little emotion. Ryu tucked his left hand into one of his coat's inner pockets. He removed a scroll bound with twine with the kanji for human, Ren, on it. Sasori eyed the scroll for a second, not sure what to think of it. This scroll contains the bodies of several shinobi who I believe would be very valuable to you, clarified Naruto as he stared at Sasori blankly. The puppet master within his puppet armor didn't make any motion of life. I am aware that you can create human puppets from the bodies of real people, and they can retain their abilities from life and can be used in death in the body of a wooden machination. And may I ask, what is in the scroll? Questioned Sasori. He wanted to know what was within that scroll and how could it benefit him. This scroll contains the corpses of shinobi of Konoha. Before I came here I took the liberty of ambushing several teams of Konoha nin with the Land of Fire and stored their bodies within the scroll. Most are just average ninja cannon fodder, but the others are corpses of Yamanaka, Aburame and Nara nin, spoke Ryu. From within his human puppet Sasori gave a small smirk. Members from 3 strong clans of the Hidden Leaf Village, he could only imagine the art he could create with their bodies. Very good. I'll help you, since the price is right, replied Sasori as his puppet removed his Akatsuki cloak. And what Ryu saw was the stout puppet, opening up. Its shell was a human head whose mouth was closed, and the puppet slumped to the ground as a dark-clothed figure rose from it. I guess you don't want to show me your face, stated Naruto. Yeah, if you don't mind, spoke Sasori, and Ryu noted that his voice was less gruffer and sounded younger. From the dark cloth came a hand with a scroll in it, and Ryu noticed Sasori's Akatsuki ring, which linked him to the Geto Mazo. In the manga and anime the ring's purposes are unknown, so this is added, just go with the flow. Naruto handed the human scroll to Sasori, and Sasori handed him a jutsu scroll. That scroll contains a jutsu that allows you to bury away your target's memories, and if you want you can restore their memories from any place in the world. The scroll can clarify the rest, clarified Sasori as he shrunk back into his human puppet. Ryu nodded at the former Suna shinobi. The blonde was going to use genjutsu to enslave the minds of certain shinobi from each major village and turn them into his little mice. If you want I can continue to help you, for the right price. And when you mean price you actually mean fresh corpses, and preferably ones with keki genkei, replied Naruto, and Sasori, who was now in his scorpion-like puppet, nodded with his puppet's head. Pleasure doing business with you and thank you for your cooperation, spoke Naruto, and before Sasori's eyes Ryu dispersed into a cloud of bats and flew away. Sasori watched as the flying mammals departed. Sasori had learned something very interesting today. Ryu Yokaze was a very interesting person. Yo, Sasori, my man, what's keeping ya? Grunted Deidara as he appeared from behind Sasori. The clay user had been curious about what happened to his partner. Of course he didn't care what happened to the Suna shinobi, but he also didn't want to get in trouble with the leader of the organization. Shut up Deidara, spoke Sasori as he shuffled past Deidara. You're annoying. Deidara would have face faulted at what Sasori said, but the blonde Iwa Nin was used to the abuse ever since he joined the Akatsuki. Both members started the trek along the road they were originally walking. But Sasori couldn't help but think about Ryu's plans. What was the dragon planning? And what consequence would he bring with it? In Konohagakure, Tsunade Senju was tending to her work as the Hokage. Signing off on missions and handling any trade the village had with neighboring towns and cities in the Land of Fire. The Fire Daimyo had been concerned recently. He and his council were doubting Konoha's strength. And he found out about the Yokaze and Dancing Phantom incidents was unknown, but Tsunade had a wild guess that it was Danzo, that cunning old badger. In fact, he had disappeared a few weeks ago only to reappear out of nowhere. Where did he go? And who did he see? But she could guess that Danzo supplied the daimyo with the information on Konoha's infiltration so he could use the opportunity to oust her as Hokage. Danzo had to be watched carefully. She needed to watch him and his movements. You never really knew what he was plotting, but Tsunade also knew that Danzo loved the village more than anything. She remembered one of the lessons that Sarutobi gave to her as her time as his student. Judge us not by our methods, but what we seek to accomplish, which basically translated into questioning a person's methods but not their motives. And that lesson still confused her to this day because it sounded like the opposite of what it was supposed to mean. Her thoughts then traveled to the Aburame clan, who would be holding Shino's funeral tomorrow. His death was a major blow to the Aburame, who had lost one their most promising ninja. Shikamaru and Neji were both being foolish at the time. They had no clue of what the enemy could do and they just rushed ahead without a second thought. He used to be like that, and now she could still remember the blonde to the finest detail. But she couldn't dwell on the past. If she thought about it too much, it would just hurt her in the end. She then heard something strange behind her. She thought nothing of it, but she heard it again, where she turned around in her chair and saw a jet black crow perched on the windowsill with a scroll tied to its back. It was currently pecking at her window to get her attention. She got up from her chair and opened the window, where the crow flew in and roosted itself on her desk. She walked over and untied the scroll from its back. She unbound the flimsy paper and read its contents. It was a message, a very frustratingly short and near useless message, and she didn't know who sent it. She looked back at the crow, where it flew out through the window and into the sky, where it was beginning to darken as night was encroaching. She threw the scroll back on her desk, where its contents were visible to the world. Nobodies like him may look like they respond emotionally, but this is, in fact, a ruse. Nobodies like him have no emotions, but he remembers what it was like. That's what makes him special, and he knows very well how to injure another's emotions. Beware of him. She had no idea of what to make of the message. It was near gibberish, and who was this? Nobody. And he could injure another's emotions. What the hell did that mean? She sighed. Things have been changing a lot, and she could feel that someone was making the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. However, she couldn't help but feel that Yokaze was connected to it somehow. Konan was currently sitting in her hotel room in Kurigakure. The Mizukage was kind enough to pay for the service herself. It had been a day since Ma Ryu left for some business, and the blonde had yet to return. Konan would be lying if she said that she wasn't worried about him. They had been partners for some time, and she was the only person in the world aside from Zetsu. Did he really count as a person? Nah, forget it, but she was the only person who could claim that she knew Yokaze the best. She had yet to see all of his true powers yet. And the only other things she knew about his abilities were those that were mentioned in the bingo books. But personality-wise, she knew nothing about him other than how he liked to train and increase his jutsu arsenal. She knew nothing about him, and yet she knew everything about him. From spending years with Nagato and being his partner, Konan can see emotions without someone forming facial expressions. But when she talked to Ryu, she couldn't see nor feel any emotion. It seemed like she talked through him and not to him. However, she knew one thing that she could see and feel was his pain. It practically radiated off him. He was always in pain and she would cause more pain by asking him what caused it. His pain is greater than Nagato's. That was something she knew about Ryu Yokkei's. She didn't know the history of Madara Uchiha well. The only thing she did know was his time in Konohagakure and his defection from said village and his battle with Hashirama Senju. And somehow she felt sad because she didn't know how to ease his pain. Maybe he was trying to achieve the dream world because he wanted to relieve himself of his anguish. She gave up thinking on it. Nothing was going to happen when you sit around thinking about it. She got up from her seat on the chair and left her hotel room and went out exploring Kurigakure. Two men were standing opposite each other in a small but not too small field. The grass swayed with the wind's currents and the light in the sky was darkening quickly, signaling that night was coming and the moon would be at its peak. These two men were wearing black cloaks, however one had red clouds on his cloak and he carried around a massive bandaged sword that slightly resembled a claymore. He had blue skin and gills on his cheekbones, jagged, dagger-like teeth and blue hair along with beady eyes. This was Kisame Hoshigaki, the Kurigakure no Kaijin monster of the Hidden Mist, and one of the famous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kisame was reputed to be the most powerful member amongst the swordsmen and his massive chakra reserves have earned him the moniker of tailed beast without a tail. Kisame was not someone you should take lightly, otherwise he'll flay your body around like a shark. The other person was Ryu Yokkei's, the Yokkei's no Ryu, dragon of the night wind. A man whose fame had spread to the entire shinobi world in little over a month. Ryu was regarded as an infiltration and assassination master and easily an S-ranked shinobi and the most powerful person outside the Uchiha clan to wield the Sharingan. Ryu was tall and his golden blonde, spiky locks reminded people of the sun. He was considered very handsome by the women who saw his face and he mainly wore black attire, which gave rise to his other moniker, Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon. Like his fellow Akatsuki member, Ryu wore a black cloak although it lacked the clouds and instead had a hood with drawstrings. Shall we get started? Ryu Samahata is curious about how your chakra tastes like, grinned Kisame, who hefted his massive sword off his back. Ryu didn't say anything except a sword slid out of his loose sleeve and into his black gloved hand. He twirled the blade around, getting used to its weight. It was his signature weapon. The Tenbogiri no Tsurugi, dragonfly cutting sword. Naruto would also have to hold back to avoid killing Kisame, and it won't be like last time where he fought the Konoha ninjas. He was merely playing around. But he had to be careful since Kisame's sword could absorb chakra. Only one drawback, spoke Naruto, gaining Kisame's attention. No killing. Kisame frowned at that. But then thought about what pain would do to him, although the leader accepted the fact that Kakazu would kill his partners except for Hidan. He was pretty sure that the organization wouldn't find another person like Ryu. So Kisame just went with the flow. The shark man stabbed his sword into the ground and started forming hand seals for AB rank jutsu. Sweeten. Bakusui Shoho, water release. Exploding water colliding wave. Kisame spat out an enormous volume of water aimed at Naruto that quickly flooded the area. Ryu jumped in the air to avoid the collision course of the wave. He plans to gain advantage of the environment by flooding the area with water, thereby reducing the chakra cost of his water techniques and giving him the option of submerged combat. It didn't matter if he hit me or not, he just needed a large water source, and because of this, my fire techniques will now be near useless unless I combine them with my wind jutsu, increasing its power and heat, otherwise the water will just smother my flames. Not only that, Samahata can absorb chakra, so my masked beasts are near useless against Kisame's, they are made of chakra. Deduced Naruto as he landed on the water. He also noticed that the water was being freely manipulated to cover the field as many of the trees was flood, but beyond that there was nothing but ground. Kisame was truly the closest person to match the Nadaime Hokage in water release, granted he couldn't take the moisture out of the air to form his techniques. With his Sharingan, Naruto scoured among the life-giving liquid searching for his opponent. However, it was difficult seeing as the water was made from chakra. Kisame meanwhile was underwater forming hand seals for a jutsu. Sweeten. Goshokuzame, water release. 5 feeding sharks. Kisame held out his hand and used his chakra to form 5 sharks made of water and aimed it at Ryu, where they glided through the water with impressive speed. Naruto, sensing something coming at him, looked down into the water and saw a water shark with serrated teeth rocketing towards him. Naruto took a step back and allowed the shark to graze past him without much harm. He then felt a second presence where another shark burst from the water where he strafed away from his previous position. Using his chakra he rolled out of the way of another shark. He felt two other chakra signatures coming at him from two sides. He jumped into the air and avoided the sharks where he prepared the Tenbogiri to stab on of the sharks. And he did just that where he successfully stabbed on of the sharks in the nose where it dissipated upon contact with the water-flooded field surface. He could sense a shark coming at him via propelling itself from the water and soaring at him like a torpedo. He twirled the Tenbogiri and stabbed the other shark where it also dispersed into water. However, his troubles weren't over as the two sharks started regenerating by using the water that Kisame created. Kisame below the water grinned. Even if the sharks dispersed into water they could regenerate their bodies by using the water. Ryu jumped away from another shark but instead he felt his leg crushed into between two mighty jaws where he looked down to see one of the newly regenerated sharks munching on his leg where it bled a little but the wound wasn't that bad that it could cause injury. Another shark flew from the water and hit Naruto in the chest where he felt the air in his lungs leave. He's lucky that his ribcage wasn't broken. The Sharingan wielder flew back a little and fell into the water where one of the 5 sharks latched onto his wounded leg earning a silenced yelp from the blonde as he was dragged into the water. Kisame frowned from his position on the miniature ocean bed. Was that really all Ryu could do considering all the hype about him? Even if I attack the sharks they would just regenerate therefore I must attack Kisame, thought Naruto. He sealed his Tenbogiri and went through sewn hand seals while fighting off the pain in his leg and holding his breath. He would have to use a stronger version of a wind jutsu because if he used a lightning jutsu underwater he would just hurt himself along with Kisame. Futon. Suzuki Ajiki Hantingu Purdeta, wind release. Chasing prey hunting predator. Yelled Naruto as he blew out numerous wind rabbits but along with them were wind wolves following them. Kisame seeing the deadly wind rabbits and wolves swam away like shark but he too found out that like his sharks the rabbits and the wolves were following him. While Kisame was distracted Naruto punched the water shark in the nose. The carnivorous fish released him from its crushing jaws allowing Naruto to swim to the surface. Naruto's head breached the water and he started gulping for air. He channeled chakra through his body allowing him to balance himself on the water. He stared down into the blue liquid and saw Kisame doing his best to get away from the eviscerating wind animals that were piercing the dense water. From behind a water shark attacked Ryu but of course Naruto sensed it and kicked the shark away with his good leg and he went through some hand seals. Raiden. Kangekiha lightning release. Wave of inspiration. Yelled Naruto as he slammed his hands against the small ocean where electricity burst forth arcing about and traveling through the water. Kisame didn't and couldn't see the lightning coming for it was traveling too fast. And when the lightning made impact it turned Kisame's environmental advantage into a disadvantage as the lightning coursed through his body and numbed his senses. His water sharks also were not able to escape from the lightning where they dispersed in the water unable to regenerate. Kisame's body was so numb that he was left open to attack from Ryu's wind. Since lightning is weak against wind the lightning currents did very little to the wind rabbits and wolves. When the rabbits ht Kisame tearing his sides and body the wolves would come also inflicting even more damage to the man. As the onslaught continued Kisame started revoking his doubts about Ryu. Since he used his own jutsu and environment against him and followed up with an attack after being weakened from his initial technique. Naruto took the time to heal his leg with medical ninjutsu. Madara taught him how to use it but it was Naruto's worst subject he wasn't even close to matching Hashirama Senju's prowess in healing nor was he as good as Tsunade. But he knew enough to get him out of trouble. When Naruto was done the wounds were fully healed and his natural healing ability took care of the rest. Although he did frown at the torn holes in his pants where the shark bit him. When Naruto looked up he saw a floating mass on the surface of the water which he guessed was Kisame who was bloody and torn up. Naruto walked up to Kisame and inspected his wounds. He could sense that Kisame was alive since his chakra signature had yet to disappear and Naruto had to hand it to him. He was a tough bastard. He turned the shark man over with his foot. But instead he found a large bandaged claymore slice him diagonally across the chest and then shred him horizontally. Blood immediately exploded from the slashes on Naruto's chest where he fell back and impacted against the water. Make sure your target is knocked out before you check if he's alright. advised Kisame as he stood up on the water with his injuries being healed by Samahata. But suddenly Naruto exploded in a plume of smoke revealing a broken log drifting on the water. Kisame frowned and turned his head in different directions looking for the black-cloaked blonde. And he found him to his left with his arms crossed and an emotionless visage on his features. And always have a getaway plan if your opponent is waiting to strike, spoke Naruto. Kisame grinned since the blonde was right. The former Kiri nin hasn't had this much fun in ages and he could tell Samahata was excited given that it made a gurgling sound when the sword was excited. Hehe, this is fun, quipped Kisame. We should do this more often, suggested the shark man. Naruto didn't respond but instead unsealed the tenbogiri where he held it in his right hand. Nice sword you have there, too bad mine is bigger, jested Kisame hoping to throw Ryu off balance. Unfortunately it failed because Naruto was unperturbed. Both fighters fell into a sword stance. Kisame holding his with two hands facing in front of him, while Naruto held his with two hands by the side of his head ready to strike like a cobra. Both men charged forward at each other with impressive speed. And their swords both metal with a loud clank. And there it started a large kenjutsu duel. Whenever Kisame tried to hit him from the side, Ryu would block it and use the block to his advantage where he would use his natural agility to bypass Kisame's defenses. But Kisame used his hulking mass to keep Naruto away. And the blonde was impressed since the shark man could wield that sword like a toothpick considering its size. Hey, you're pretty good, complimented Kisame as he and Ryu locked swords. Naruto didn't answer and instead stared at Kisame who was unafraid of the Sharingan in Mont's eyes. Naruto knew that genjutsu might not affect Kisame since the swordsman had a symbiotic relationship with his sword, so Samahata might feed chakra to Kisame breaking him from nei genjutsu. Kisame performed a leg sweep to topple Naruto but the blonde jumped in the air to avoid it where Kisame sweeped Samahata in a full circle and smacked Naruto away from him who perfectly positioned his sword to block it where he flew back from the impact. Kisame not one to be undone chased after the blonde and tried to cleave Naruto's head with Samahata but the blonde blocked Samahata with his tenbogiri and fell to one knee from the strength put into the slash. Despite Naruto's strength from training under Madara, it wasn't enough for Kisame who was pressing down on his claymore. Naruto felt the sword encroaching closer to his shoulder. He couldn't kick Kisame or unbalance him. So he prepared just you by forming two hand seals with difficulty since trying to keep Kisame from shredding his shoulder was something hard. Okamisho unari, wolf-piercing howl, yelled Naruto in his mind as Samahata came in contact with his shoulder. And at the same time Kisame pulled Samahata towards him, shredding Naruto's shoulder causing blood to spill into the water. And Naruto at the same time prepared chakra in his throat and emitted a loud howl that sounded like a bell ringing and a wolf howl at the same time where a beam of chakra surrounded by sound wave-like rings hit Kisame in the chest, cracking most of his ribs and sent him hurtling away. Naruto held his bleeding shoulder with his left hand causing him to grimace and he lamented over his now ruined cloak. He sealed the tenbogiri and applied medical ninjutsu to his shoulder which was still functioning. Naruto also grinned. Kisame was going to be a tough opponent since the swordsman's healing ability was quite troublesome. If there was one thing Naruto loved, it was holding back against strong opponents. He loved getting wounded. Why? It serves as a reminder that he is still human and can still die. Immortality sucks in his opinion. When you fight you have no motive to why you fight except for a few other reasons. But when you fight and your life is on the line, that's when Naruto has the most fun. Kisame was floating on the surface on the water. He felt like he had been kicked by 12 donkey and continued to be kicked. To Kisame it seems as if Ryu was around at his level of power. And he had now found his new favorite hobby. Fighting Ryu. He grimaced when he moved his torso. He felt lucky to even have his chest at all. Right now Samahata was supplying him chakra to heal his cracked ribs. He got up on both feet and prepared to charge at Naruto again. While Ryu did the same. Naruto unsealed the tenbogiri and fell into another stance. He felt some slight pain coming from his right shoulder but he brushed it off. Sharks are opportunistic, any sign of weakness and they'll attack. Both men charged at each other intent on continuing their kenjutsu brawl. Although Kisame had to be careful to avoid Ryu's mouth, if he wanted to be hit by that shockwave-like technique he needed to watch out for Dragon's mouth. And Kisame's fears were right as his opponent kept firing the howling shockwave which was decimating the trees around them. Kisame being smart scraped his sword against the water, sprawling it everywhere, where it blinded Ryu temporarily and Kisame used the opportunity to lay down some punishment on Yosuke's. He punched him in the gut, head-butted him and slammed his foot down on Ryu's leg. However, all those attacks did little to Naruto. From all the times he was the White Zetsu's punching has caused his fortitude to skyrocket. Where he was able to shrug off various hits and kicks, and his healing ability helped him greatly in that department. Kisame detected something coming off from Samahata. It was a strange feeling, something which the sword hadn't felt. Samahata's in pain? Questioned Kiasme silently. Is it coming from the Yokuzi's sword? What is that blade? Naruto took advantage of Kisame gathering his thoughts. Roundhouse kicked him in the stomach and slashed him diagonally across the chest. Kisame, however, was able to strafe away from the slash but did receive a large cut on his across his torso, which left the shark man in a stupor. His sword didn't even touch me, so where did this cut come from? Thought Kisame. The wound wasn't too bad and Samahata wouldn't bother healing it. Naruto performed a flying double kick on Kisame, who blocked it with Samahata and pushed him away, causing Naruto to fly back several meters. But what Hoshigaki didn't expect was Naruto to boomerang the Tenbogiri, which was surrounded by a wind aura. Kisame deflected the sword as it came flying towards him, where he watched fly off somewhere. When he turned around, he found Ryu's fist inching itself closer to his stomach, where it made impact and Kisame keeled over from the force of the punch. Naruto smirked in victory. That jutsu was the Kodo Hoku, soaring hawk. Similar to the Hine, the Kodo Hoku surrounds whatever bladed weapon in a wind aura, where it can literally fly between enemies and rip them apart. It could also be used as a distraction should it fail, and it would always return to the jutsu caster, and better yet required no hand seals, only mastery of the Hine. The Tenbogiri with its wind aura in a matter of seconds returned to Naruto's hands, where the blonde twirled around Kisame and severed the tendons in his legs, preventing him from moving. Kisame swung Samahata behind him in hopes of hitting Ryu. But Naruto jumped away to safety. So far Naruto was loving this. When he looked up, he noticed the sun was setting and the moon would be following it soon. I have to compliment you, Ryu, spoke Kisame, whose tendons were being healed by Samahata. You're a lot stronger than I originally thought. Naruto remained emotionless. Because he wanted Kisame alive so he couldn't kill him, and Nagato wouldn't approve of such a thing either. Sweeten. Fukugufu Shogekiha, water release. Shark tornado shockwave. Yelled Kisame as he finished going through the jutsu's hand seals. And literally a tornado made of water sharks appeared that were as tall as the trees around them, started spiraling in on Naruto. The sharks had the added benefit of tearing any individual caught in the spiral. The blonde did what any normal person wouldn't do. He rocketed straight at the water shark tornado. He threw the Tenbogiri and used the Kodo Hoku to have it spiral around and try to hit Kisame while he dealt with the tornado. Naruto weaved some hand seals for a wind jutsu which hold back the shark tornado or disrupt it completely. Futon. Hurricane Dageki Cave, wind release. Hurricane striking wall. Roared Naruto as he held out his hands as a small hurricane appeared and met the shark tornado head on, where loud crash was heard. Since wind wasn't weak against water and water isn't weak against wind either, it was practically a stalemate. Naruto grasped his right arm with his left and started gathering chakra in his right hand and made sure Kisame didn't see him using this jutsu. He never knew if his hurricane or Kisame's sharknado would win in their power battle, and he didn't want to be ripped into pieces. And soon a loud screeching bell-like sound was heard throughout the field. In Naruto's hand was a white Rasengan with 4 wind blades circling around it. He cocked back the Rasenshuriken and threw it at the 2 spiraling jutsus. And when it made impact, a dome of small wind blades was seen shredding the hurricane and the sharknado. He could sense that Kisame was out of the blast radius, so he probable future pawn would be unharmed. Naruto himself was trying to stay on his feet and keep the water out of his eyes. His cloak billowed violently and his loose sleeves were whipping the air under the force of the wind. Kisame himself was trying to stay on his feet while fighting off a single blade surrounded by a wind aura. Around that time Zetsu melded out of a tree to observe the fight. The plant man had not watching the fight from the beginning, but the original Naruto kept his attention preoccupied. Zetsu decided to keep to himself. Naruto would always have a way of overhearing the conversation the 2 Zetsus had when in close proximity. Naruto is sure holding back.
commented White Zetsu. Although he won't be holding back as much when the moon rises, spoke Black Zetsu. What do you mean? Asked White Zetsu. You've forgotten, haven't you? Queried Black Zetsu while the white half squeaked in reply. Well, soon you will see what I mean. Soon the wind dome died down and the area wasn't damaged and the water returned to its original shape. Naruto saw the Tenbogiri sailing towards and he grasped the sword in his right hand when it returned to him. Kisame meanwhile was panting a little but otherwise alright. That sword is fucking annoying. Though Kisame as he regained himself. But still, while the sword was annoying, the fight was too fun. Kisame hadn't felt so alive in a long time. But unfortunately for him, he was unaware that the battle would be ending soon. Now I see why Obito lauds you so much, spoke Naruto emotionlessly to Kisame. You're truly someone worthy of strength. And I would but Naruto stopped in his sentence when he felt a light radiate over him. He had finally noticed that the sun had set. And a new light was replaced with it. When Naruto looked behind him, he thought he saw a pale white goddess watching over him like a guardian. And he was close but not too far off. The full moon was now clearly visible in the sky. Its light shining down on the darkness. Kisame was confused. Why was Ryu interested in the moon so much? Can you hear its euphoria? Asked Naruto, who had yet to take his red eyes off the moon. The moon, someday I will hold it in my grasp, whispered Naruto. Kisame didn't hear Naruto's words, but he did hear something. I'm afraid that I gave grown tired from this battle, Kisame, said Ryu. I'm afraid I have to end it now. Kisame raised his eyebrow in curiosity. Ryu had yet to turn and face him. And what was he babbling on about? Here it comes, spoke Black Zetsu. Naruto sealed the Tenbogiri into his right wrist seal. And went through some hand seals to activate a special transformation. Dog, tiger, snake, rat, horse, dragon, monkey, ram, ox, boar, dragon, thought Naruto as he weaved together the hand seals. Yabana Basaka Henkin, bestial berserker transformation, whispered Naruto. Kisame felt something flow from Samahata and it felt like fear. What was Ryu doing? Kisame received his answer where he saw something change in Ryu's appearance. Naruto felt an overwhelming power flow through him. He had only used this mode once before and now was his second time using it. His appearance began to change. His ears became pointed like a wolf's, his canine became bared and more fang-like, and his hair became manic and wild where his ponytail tore through the bandages holding it where it was now loose and free and his hair slightly resembled a lion's mane. The sclera in his eyes turned black and his pupils became slits. His muscles became slightly larger but still kept their lean look. And a scar-like X sprouted between his eyes which ended below his cheekbones and near his hairline. Naruto breathed in a large amount of air and content as if nothing in the world could affect him. That is the Yabana Basaka Henkin, a special mode created by the wolf tribe and can be learned by their summoners, clarified Black Zetsu. While Zetsu whistled in astonishment, he could feel the raw and wild chakra pulsing through Naruto. What does it do? Asked White Zetsu. It's similar to Sage mode in that it allows one to absorb natural energy. However, this mode is reliant on a person's own natural energy from within them. They look inside their core and stabilize their own natural energy and coalesce it within their chakra, instead of relying on a person's surroundings. It was created by the wolf tribe when a clan of shinobi received a power from the Raichi cave that allowed them access to powers similar to Sage mode. However, any person of that clan was mentally unstable and their power was inferior to that of Sage mode, so the wolves created their own power to bestow on their summoners superior to the clan's Sage transformation but still inferior to Sage mode, and the Yabana Basaka Henkin was created, explained Black Zetsu. So Naruto's powers are tripled to what they originally were, stated White Zetsu, where the black half answered him with a grunt. However, there is one deadly side effect to this power, spoke Black Zetsu to its white counterpart. The form brings out the person's purest instincts and savage impulses, and while Naruto is under the influence of the transformation he will be more wild, primal and uncontrollable. The transformation brings out the person's animalistic instincts and makes it surface in the transformation. So he is deadliest while under the transformation's effects, stated White Zetsu. Yes, though he will still have some level of control, but we should still be wary. He might cause some collateral damage to everything around him, and when he's angry he'll destroy everything around him.
With Naruto he was still staring at the moon as if drowsily, his Sharingan red matched the black of his sclera. He brought his hand up to his face and began opening and closing it. He grabbed his cloak and threw it off him, insert fangirl squeal, where his lean torso was showcased to the world. He turned to look at Kisame, who was a little unnerved with those black and red eyes. Naruto had yet to say anything. The wind was flowing wildly while his hair moved with it. Kisame noticed something on left side of his chest. It was a scar that looked like a lightning bolt struck it over where high here should be. And without warning Naruto roared like a beast and flew at Kisame, who barely brought Samahata up in time to block the attack, and not only that, he was pushed back tremendously where the Sharkman had trouble staying on his feet. He pushed Ryu, who snarled at the former Kiri Nin, and charged again at the S-ranked shinobi. Kisame was completely put on the defensive. Ryu's attacks were now wild and unpredictable. He didn't notice the punch aimed for the left side of his temple, which he narrowly ducked under, but he didn't fail to register the kick coming into contact with his chin, which launched him into the air where Naruto followed after him. Ryu performed the Cage Buyo, Shadow of the Dancing Leaf, to match Kisame's movements in the air, where the bestial man somersaulted and brought his elbow down on Kisame's head, causing him to crash into the miniature ocean. Naruto followed right behind Kisame's plummet and roared all the way. And when Kisame touched the waterbed, he was punched in the gut by Naruto. The punch was so powerful that all the water around them created a small pocket of air inside the small ocean. Naruto latched his hand around Kisame's head and threw his face across the ground, causing a large skid trail where Kisame's head was. The Sharkman was wrecked with pain and his face was bloody, so this was Ryu's special and unique power. The water he had summoned was dispersing into droplets around him, no longer holding shape. Zetsu was watching everything transpire and he could detect that something was wrong. "He's still holding back even under the influence of the beast," spoke Black Zetsu, because if Ryu wanted someone dead while using his beast mode, then Kisame would be dead already. Naruto unsealed the Tanbogiri and launched himself at Kisame, where he prepared to stab him. "Come on," yelled Naruto. Just because he was more manic didn't mean he couldn't utter intelligent language. "I will leave you with nothing." Naruto threw the Tanbogiri where the wind aura carried it and tried to wound Kisame while Naruto was going through hand seals faster than before. Kaiten. Kurai Hano Sume, fire release. Dark flame claw, growled Naruto as 3 columns of flame shaped like a crescent, moons as tall as large trees, streaked across the ground toward Kisame, who had finally regained himself. When he got up on his feet he registered 3 flame-like claws and a wind sword heading towards him. With all his speed Kisame sliced through the flame claws, but he couldn't escape the wind sword, where he received a deep cut on his side. He dropped to one knee and held himself on the ground. When he looked up he saw Ryu standing over him like a predator. And he was emitting a growling sound. Maybe fighting a guy who supposedly claims that he's Madara Uchiha wasn't a good idea after all, thought Kisame. He got kneed in the face, which made him fall to the ground and dropped Samahata. "I want to see you die fighting," snarled Naruto as he started pounding Kisame's face with his fist. "All will be lost to you," said Naruto. He felt something gnawing on his right arm and saw Samahata. The sword was unbandaged and it now had a mouth at its tip. Naruto got off Kisame and threw Samahata away. Naruto huffed and was about to return beating Kisame, when he received a large glob of water smack him in the face and sent him skidding back a distance. "Even when I put as much chakra as I could into that technique he looks unfazed," thought Kisame as he picked himself up. While in beast mode, Naruto doesn't feel pain and his already amazing healing ability doubles. "Yes, that's more like it. Fight back," shouted Naruto. He performed some hand seals and prepared a lightning jutsu. Raiden. Hekiriki Hakushu, lightning release. Thunderclap, yelled Ryu as a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, hitting Kisame and causing a bright light. When he looked back at Kisame he saw that Samahata was protecting him from the bolt of lightning. Naruto growled bestially. "That sword is getting pretty annoying," and it was healing Kisame's wounds with the chakra it had devoured. Naruto made an all too familiar hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And a perfect clone of the beast Naruto appeared. The breezed through hand seals, preparing a fire jutsu. Kaiten. Goryuka no Jutsu, fire release. Great dragon fire technique. and blew out a large amount of fire chakra in the shape of a dragon head flying towards Kisame, who brought up Samahata to protect himself from the fire despite how Samahata doesn't like fire chakra. To Kisame this was getting ridiculous. And from now he's never fighting Ryu again. He'd rather get castrated than fight Ryu again. At first it was fun, but when the moon rose of the horizon everything changed. Kisame was the one being dominated and he could venture a guess that Ryu can defeat Itachi. Hell, he now knows that Yokaze has been holding back during the entire fight. And suddenly out of the flames came the original Ryu soaring towards Kisame with the Tonbogiri in hand. He grasped the hilt of Samahata and performed a spinning heel kick on Kisame's face, taking out several of his teeth. Naruto, still grasping Samahata in his left hand, went to attack Kisame with his own sword. Samahata in retaliation created spikes from its hilt to force Ryu to let go of it. But it did little as Naruto was now immune to pain. And with the Tonbogiri and the Samahata, Naruto laid waste to Kisame. He slashed and cut him with the Tonbogiri and shredded and tore him with Samahata in a wild flurry, with Naruto roaring throughout it. And with a double strike to the chest, Kisame coughed up blood, crashed to the floor, his body a bloody mess. He was breathing harshly and his blood stained the dirty wet ground. Naruto stood over him with a blank look, still wielding Samahata, which he let go of. He deactivated his bestial berserker transformation and knelt down next to the dying Kisame, whose cloak was torn and nothing but mere remnants of cloth. Naruto made 3 hand seals for a handy medical jutsu. Ketsueki Hantai Ritten no Jutsu, blood body return technique. And in a few seconds all the blood Kisame had lost was returning to his wounds and injuries. But the wounds were still open and needed to be healed quickly. Samahata approached its master and for the final time during the fight it healed all of his wounds by transferring chakra. Ryu unsealed a scroll from his left wrist seal and ink from his right wrist seal and started writing a message. He rolled up the scroll and dumped it on Kisame's unconscious body. And with that he left the field. And Zetsu returning to the original Naruto's location. And no one there saw the crow perched on a tree watching the whole fight with its Sharingan eyes. It flew off to an unknown place, letting out a loud caw. When it arrived to its intended point of arrival, someone was writing on a scroll and tied the scroll to the back of the crow, where it flew off to Anther location. So did you like this chapter? It basically had another battle, which is my battle beta version 2, and I hope you liked it. Also, to those of you who think Naruto is a werewolf, he's not. I wanted to showcase how the moon is important to Naruto's plans and his power. Now first of all I'm going to answer some questions people have been wondering. And I will make this clear so people understand. 1. Sakura will have a large emotional impact on Naruto, and no, there will be no romance between the two, I can confirm that. 2. Naruto doesn't have the Rinnegan 3. Naruto doesn't have Kurama's seal anymore. 4. Naruto has more Mangekyo abilities. 5. Naruto will be doing other things in the meantime before the fight with Obito. 6. Naruto vs Obito will be far longer than Naruto vs Kisame. 7. There will be some parts of the story that are canon with the manga and anime. 8. Naruto's main love interest is Konan, Mei is secondary. 9. The beast mode is senjutsu like Jugo's sage transformation. 10. Naruto won't reveal nor will people find out who he really is for a very, very long time. 11. I'm just showcasing Naruto's new powers and strengths before we move on to the main story, which starts at Naruto vs Obito. 12. I am going to use some OCs in this story. 13. Naruto already has hatred being aimed towards him and more hatred will be thrown at him. 14. Unlike Tobi in the manga, Naruto is more aggressive when it comes to the Moon's Eye plan. 15. Naruto will fight many of his old friends and family. 1287 Chapter 10. Waves, Wolves and Losing Memories. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. Hey guys, sorry for the extremely long wait. There have been a couples of things going on in my life, and also adding in the factor of laziness and reluctance to write this chapter. Now first of all, their poll regarding lemons had a staggering 92% of you wanted lemons, so there is a lemon in this story. But I warn you now, lemons and lemon writing I am not great at, and in my opinion it's bad, but you can skip it if you want, it's just a random lemon. Also, to those of you who read my last chapter about the Hiraishin, I'm not stupid, I know perfectly that the Hiraishin teleports the user, it's just to other people. Minato and Tobirama are fast, two others not themselves. Also, this is now my longest chapter. Over 23,000 words. Waves, wolves and losing memories. The sky was black with the coming of night and the moon was shining brightly over the dark crevices of the world. Its light like a woman's soft touch as it caressed every shadow. Clouds shrouded the sky as their dark forms obscured the heavenly candles in the sky known as stars, which always followed the moon like slaves. The wind howled through trees and leaves, creating melodious music akin to that of a lullaby. It had been a single day since Naruto's confrontation with Kisame Hoshigaki. The renowned swordsman of the mist had agreed to fight another fellow Akatsuki organization member, Ryu Yokaze, or perhaps known by his real name Naruto Uzumaki. During the fight Naruto had held back. He liked fighting strong opponents that could get his blood pumping. He usually preferred quick and easy battles and kills without the necessity to waste chakra. But since the blonde had too much chakra, he had a natural urge to dump it all. The two had felt the rush of adrenaline course through their bodies. Their fight was truly enjoyable. Naruto had attuned his power to match that of Kisame's. But like all things, someone becomes bored from it. When the moon rose over the horizon signaling its reign over the world, the fight was rendered silent. Kisame was dominated by a beast known as Yokaze, who was affected by the power of the moon in its place. The Yabanana Basaka Henkin, bestial berserker transformation, or simply beast mode. And no matter how it sounded, Naruto did not transform into a werewolf. He only gained bestial attributes and a savage personality. The scales were tipped in Naruto's favor when the animal was set loose from its cage. Kisame was easily and quickly defeated by the Sharingan wielder. The Shark Man was lucky to even be alive if it wasn't for his loyal sword Samahata healing and keeping him alive. Ryu had left a scroll behind for Kisame, who had agreed to join Naruto in his plan to bring about an illusion that would end all evil. Kisame was previously in service to an Uchiha survivor by the name of Obito, who had manipulated the Yondaime Mizukage into purging the Keki Genkei of the Kirigakure. Obito confronted Naruto and even went as far to ask him to join Obito's plan. But of course Naruto refused, since Obito's dreams did not coincide with Naruto's own and he paraded around with a name Naruto held dear to him. So in 5 months the two Sharingan wielders would have a death match in a valley south of the fire temple which trained ninja monks. The valley was flat and perfect and large, since Naruto believed that the battle would be titanic like Hashirama and Madara's own battle. But Naruto himself was unaware of what he was going to do between that time and now. So now he was meditating on a tall rock, trying to achieve something extremely difficult. Controlling the Yabanana Basaka Henkin or beast mode. All of the features that identified the beast mode was easily distinguishable. His ears were pointed and his canines were bared and fang-like. His hair was now wild and manic where it broke through the bandages of his ponytail. The sclera in his eyes became black and his pupils slits, and an X-shaped scar-like pattern sprouted between his eyes and ended at his cheekbones and hairline. His eyes were now closed and he was trying to concentrate by resisting the urge to attack anything that made a sound. Zetsu was hiding behind a tree. He really needed to talk to Naruto about a certain blue-haired partner of his and a sharkman, also the fact about Sasori's help. He needed to know what Naruto was planning with the 5 great shinobi nations and how it could assist the Eye of the Moon plan. However, right now even the slightest action could provoke the blonde into attacking the plant man. Controlling one's emotions were easy. Controlling one's instincts were something else entirely. Right now Naruto couldn't control it but direct it. Well, only by a little if the state Kisame was left in gave us any doubt. And even then directing it required immense mental fortitude and will. Zetsu decided to play it safe and approached Naruto slowly. If he was careful he would be walking away with just a missing arm. You can't predict an aggressive animal's behavior. It's like trying to go east and west at the same time. It's impossible, so therefore it was impossible to know what Naruto would do to the plant man. He walked away from the tree he was hiding behind and planned each step he took toward the blonde. He saw the man sitting in a lotus position on a tall rock in a small clearing. The blonde couldn't use shadow clones to further improve his control over the beast mode, since the more clones he created the more distracting it became for them to focus on controlling their instincts. The white half appeared to be sweating from the anxiety of its action right now. While the black half had bated breath, it too was afraid of facing the maw of the beast. For what felt like agonizing hours, the plant man stood before the meditating Naruto, who was too engrossed in his current manifestation. Zetsu had made sure he was quiet so to not provoke the animal before him. Naruto, whispered the white half, and instantly Naruto's eyes opened and his stare pierced through Zetsu like a sword. But instead of Sharingan, Zetsu was treated to orange, amber eyes with slits peering into him. Zetsu was unsure if that was Naruto's real eye color before the transplant or the effects of the beast mode. Zetsu could feel an aura of death around him at the moment. It felt palpable and suffocating. It wasn't killing intent, it was literally Naruto's personal aura. Any other man would probably die of fear. We need to talk about OR. But Zetsu was cut off as he heard a low emanating growl from Naruto. I mean your plan. We must discuss what our next move is, and he too was cut off as a snarl came from the blonde as he activated his Sharingan. Things weren't going according to Zetsu's plan. However, the moon would be setting in a few minutes and Naruto would be forced out of beast mode. Well, I believe that we should inform Konan of your plans and what you're up to. The chosen heir of Madara got up from his mediation position and clenched his right hand in a fist ready to attack the plant man. Zetsu buckled a little from the movement and prepared to escape the coming onslaught. Naruto, we can talk about this. Right? Quivered white Zetsu, quickly regaining himself and trying to eject the presence of the beast from his body. There was one thing Naruto could control with the transformation, is when he could cancel the transformation and return to normal. However, there was a major side effect in using the mode. It left the user extremely exhausted from the stress the mode had on the body and mind. The blonde panted heavily. Another day and yet little to no progress was made with the beast mode, even considering all the control he had in directing it. Zetsu sighed in relief over the fact that Naruto wasn't going to kill him at the moment. What is it, Zetsu? Coughed Naruto as he jumped down from the tall rock and held his face in the palms of his hand, trying to steady himself. It almost felt like waking up in the morning. We forgot to inform Konan about your extended absence, spoke Zetsu. Naruto didn't care. He would meet up with Konan later. Besides, he wanted to talk to her about a few things. He also wanted to know if the Mizukage wanted something from him. He got the strange feeling that she really wanted something from him. He just couldn't place his finger on what she wanted. Naruto unsealed his Akatsuki from his left wrist seal and flung it over his body over his own black cloak. Go and await Nagato's orders or my own. I need to head back to the mountain's graveyard to retrieve somethings, and then I will depart for the land of water, said Naruto, and with those words his body dispersed into a cloud of bats where the flying mammals headed to Naruto's main base. Damn, even now he's still impatient. And we were supposed to talk about what our future plans were, mumbled Zetsu as he watched Naruto's bat cloud fly in the sky. Tsunade Senju was sitting at her desk attending to her duties as the Hokage. How she wanted to go gambling or drinking at the moment just to escape her advisors and avoid Shizune. The message she received the day before was strange. Something about a nobody. Everything was strange at the moment, and tensions in the village were rising and fear was spreading amongst the villagers and shinobi alike. They were at the moment readying themselves for the next attack or infiltration. She was able to keep Shino's death and the dancing phantoms incidents under control, however she couldn't hide Shino's death for long since the other ninja would grow suspicious. Maybe she should consult with Jiraiya on what she must do. She'd rather get advice from him rather than Homura, Kaharu and Danzo. But when she thought about it, everything that had happened started when Yokazi popped into existence. She knew that there was something happening that she couldn't see, that the truth was hidden behind a veil of lies. She started linking everything that has happened to the Yokazi incident. And it all made sense, and yet it didn't. Somehow Yokazi is behind everything, and yet he had no involvement in anything. It was like falling dominoes and pieces on a chessboard, everything was falling into place. She had to discover what it led to. She heard a knock coming from behind her, where she turned in her chair to see a crow with a scroll tied to its back. It was currently pecking at her window, trying to achieve her attention. She opened the window where the crow perched on her desk. She untied the scroll from the crow where it flew through the same window and off to somewhere. She unraveled the scroll, and of course there was a message imprinted on the paper. The salamander's fire is most potent when its pale angel instills its will in turbulent injunction, forever chasing the light of a greater being. Eternally beware of the salamander's maw, as it has power over nothing and seeks power above everything. What the fuck? A salamander? Pale angel? Thought Suande as she was befuddled by the message. Trying to figure it out was like trying to find your way out of a maze. Anbu! Shouted Suande as two Anbu units appeared from nowhere kneeling on front of her desk. Get me Shikamaru Nara. I'm perfectly aware that he was suspended from active shinobi duty, but this requires his attention and expertise. The Anbu nodded at their cage and left to retrieve the Nara heir. Tsunade rubbed her temples in annoyance. Everything was spiraling towards something. And she could feel that many will be held responsible. Kiyosumi Hoshigaki was very sore. After his defeat at the hands of Ryu, the blonde had left a scroll behind detailing what Kisame must do next. Right now the Sharkman was lying on his bed at a small inn he and Itachi were booked to stay in. Every part of the former Kiri nin hurt. Whenever he moved, something in his figure would hurt. It was a miracle Kisame was even able to get back to the inn. If it wasn't for Samahata's assurance and support. The dragon's orders were that Kisame remain Obito's agent until the Uchiha's death in 5 months. So right now Kisame was a double agent, working for Ryu and Obito. At that moment Itachi walked in on Kisame writhing in pain. What happened? Asked Kisame with a small smirk, amused at the sight of Kisame in shambles. I fell down a staircase. Deadpanned Kisame, who moaned in agony. Even speaking was difficult at the time. Sure you did, stated Itachi. Leader Sama has given us a new mission, stated Itachi. Kisame moaned again, but this time in annoyance. He didn't feel like going on a mission. But the state you're in means we won't be going anywhere for a while. It's best if you recuperate from falling down the stairs. Kisame grunted, and now he had to put up with Itachi's eyes watching him while he was napping. Could his day get any worse? In a forest, clouds of bats were migrating towards an ancient graveyard where a powerful person had made it their base of operations. The bats broke through the tree line and beelined straight for a certain skeletal ribcage 3 times the size of a man. The bats bombarded each other in a kamikaze way, and a shape could be seen amongst the furry bodies. The last 2 bats bombed each, and black mist ensued, and a dark figure walked out of the mist, gracefully walking towards a certain room. The inside of the base was filled with stone-hewn corridors and bland sights. Few braziers alit the corridors, and one who did not know their way around would get easily lost. Naruto walked through the halls of his personal base. It had all the essentials one could ask for from life. Food, rest, library, medical facility, armory. It had it all. But right now Naruto was heading to a certain room in the command center. A small room where very useful and items of great financial and emotional value were stored. Naruto found the room and opened the door, showcasing a room filled with boxes and shelves with boxes on them. 2 shelves were directly to his left and right. The left shelf had Madara's mementos while the right had Naruto's. Zetsu had sorted through Madara's and Naruto's belongings and differentiated between the two. It wasn't that hard since the 2 men had very little, so the boxes in the room were just there waiting to be filled with items. Naruto walked over to his shelf where 2 small wooden boxes were sitting atop the shelf. He picked up one box and opened it, revealing his Akatsuki ring with the kanji for sky or void written on it. He slipped the ring onto his right index finger. He couldn't remember when he parted with the ring, but since he was going back into his Akatsuki duties he was required to wear it. He turned his gaze on the other box and opened it, where a necklace was sitting inside. The necklace had a green gem tied to it with 2 accessories on the band. This gem had great emotional value to Naruto's mask before he died. He could remember that Hashirama Senju's chakra was stored into it and was worth mountains worth of money according to the information he had heard about it. He hung the necklace in its rightful place, around his neck, and left the room. He exited the mountain's graveyard and left, but not before storing some money and gems he had taken from the Omeda family, since they were so gracious in leaving it lying around in their manor. Who knows, maybe Naruto would use the money he had taken for something important. He also kept a handsome amount of money on him, just for safekeeping. Just when Naruto was about to leave, Zetsu sprouted from the ground in front of the blonde. Konan has informed me that the Mizukage has 2 missions for the both of you, spoke Zetsu. Naruto stared at Zetsu blankly. Of course he would have more missions from the auburn-headed cage. He had a growing feeling that she was trying to seduce him for some reason. Although he assumed that she wanted the Sharingan by allowing herself to be impregnated by him, he wasn't sure if he could pass on the Sharingan to any children he may have in the future, if fate was that kind to him. He wasn't an Uchiha. He was given the Sharingan artificially through Madara's blood transfusion, but because of Uzumaki lineage who were blood relatives of the Senju, it allowed his body to accept the Sharingan without any drawbacks. But Naruto brushed that off as his superstition getting to him. He didn't allow people to get close to him. He wasn't amused with the prospects of friends. But he also had trust issues stemming from the beatings he received from the villagers under the influence of his mask. Also, he didn't want anyone to get close to him as he believed that allowing oneself to become emotionally tangled with a person would eventually lead to weakness and betrayal. He learnt that the hard way. But beneath that he was unnerved at the thought of being hurt by another on a different level than physical. He could handle physical, he could recover from most wounds and injuries dealt to him. But mentally and emotionally he couldn't handle it. The psychological abuse he was handed by the villagers was torment, but it was even worse when the person he thought his family, the Sandaime Hokage, kept the reason why everyone hated him a secret, which only hurt more as he did know the reason when it was easier to tell him in a few short words. Instead he had to endure the suffering of ignorance as the villagers wounded him with words, and yet he didn't know the cause of it. Deciding to cut off his thoughts for now and not dwell on the past. But even if the villagers only damaged the mask, the face would still be hurt, as Naruto's mask and his true self were one and the same being. Hurt one, hurt the other. Wasn't that hard to figure out? Off with you, Zetsu, and go do something that doesn't involve my time, ordered Naruto, and because of his words white Zetsu was sulking while black Zetsu didn't care. Could his day get any worse? Shikamaru Nara was both happy and annoyed. Happy that he was suspended from active shinobi duty, that way he could go back to cloud watching and having naps and just overall being lazy. When his mother found out about his suspension, she almost popped an artery, and Shikamaru and his fader almost went deaf from her shouting. She'd even gone to a new level when she whacked Shimaru over the head with a frying pan. The Nara heir didn't know why his father would marry such a tyrannical woman. She was the most troublesome person in the world in Shikamaru's opinion. He was just enjoying his day being lazy, sleeping in bed, and when he woke up an Anbu member was just standing at the foot of his bed watching him through the deep black holes in their masks. It was almost like a statue was erected in Shikamaru's room and their eyes followed you everywhere. So instead of freaking out and shouting, Shikamaru went back to sleep with the Anbu still watching him. It wasn't until midday did Shikamaru get back out of bed. The Anbu had told him that he was summoned by the Hokage. Now the Nara scratched his head at that. Wasn't he suspended from shinobi duty? So now we find ourselves with Shikamaru and Tsuande in her office with the Nara reading over the message Tsunade had received from the crow. Shikamaru was dumbfounded. A salamander? Not to sound rude, but what is this? Spoke Shikamaru. Tsunade sighed at the intellectual shinobi. She too felt the same way when she received the message. I can emphasize with what you're feeling right now. And that note isn't the first to grace me, spoke Tsunade as she rested her head in her hands. Unfortunately, I tore apart the other one, believing it to be nothing but a joke. I need you to head over to the cryptanalysis department and to see if they can decrypt that message. Tell them it is a top priority. I know that he sounds like overkill, but I believe that this message has something to do with the Akatsuki, spoke Tsunade with authority. Shikamaru sighed. More work, great, just when I thought I was free to watch the clouds, our troublesome Hokage gave me more work. Troublesome. Thought irked Naruto. Shikamaru was wailing through Konoha on his way to the cryptanalysis division. While doing that he was reading the message the Hokage had received. The salamander's fire is most potent when its pale angel instills its will in turbulent injunction. Forever chasing the light of a greater being. Eternally beware of the salamander's maw, as it has power over nothing and seeks power above everything. Read over Shikamaru. He couldn't make heads or tails of this paragraph even with his intelligence. It must have taken someone with incredible intelligence to come up with something like this. He found the library-like structure of the cryptanalysis building. Tsunade had told him that they were expecting him. Shikamaru walked through the doors of the building and headed to a specific room where he would be assisted by the decryption team.
He opened the doors to see two individuals waiting for him. There was a bespectacled man with dark eyes and black hair tied in a short ponytail and a small goatee. He wore a white coat over an orange shirt with dark pants. While the other was a girl with fair skin and like her male counterpart she too wore glasses but hers was tinted and obscured her eye color. She had light blonde hair with several strands sticking out in a low ponytail. Her attire was a white lab coat over a simple red dress. Hokage-sama informed me that you would handle the investigation into the mysterious note she received this morning, said the male worker. It didn't take Shikamaru long to figure out that this man was head of the cryptanalysis division. Yes, she ordered me here to decipher the message. She also told me to relay any information you discover to me also, spoke Shikamaru. He handed the message to the man and sat in a chair off to the corner of the room where he would wait for their successful decryption. A few hours passed by while the cryptographers were working on the message. Shikamaru in that time was napping on the chair in the corner room. Shikamaru opened his eyes to see one of the cryptographers, Shiho, looking at him. Have you found anything legible in message? Asked Shikamaru as he got off his seat. Unfortunately, the message doesn't match with any of our codes and algorithms. Whoever wrote this must have been in a hurry or they put a lot of thought and effort into it so no one else could decrypt it, spoke Shiho, which made Shikamaru sigh. If we had the key we might have been able to decipher the message. A key? Muttered Shikamaru, confused at what the blonde girl was referring to. Well, a key is a string of rules that govern the code and algorithms. If we don't have the key it would be near impossible to decrypt it. However, this message doesn't seem to have a key, therefore it's just gibberish. Well, too bad, then this whole thing was just a waste of time. I could have watched the clouds go by in the amount of time I spent here, whined Shikamaru, who sighed. Well, thanks for the help, I'll go report to Tsunade-sama, said Shikamaru as he was almost at the door ready to leave. You know, when I first read the message, the salamander almost had me believing that it was connected to Hanzo of the salamander, murmured Shiho. Shikamaru stopped in his stride and turned to face Shiho with a look that screamed that he figured something out. Say that again, ordered Shikamaru in disbelief. What, that the salamander in the message was somehow connected to Hanzo? Repeated Shiho. Right now I feel like kissing you, said Shikamaru, which was really out of character for him, and the sentence caused Shiho to blush profusely. And she stuttered gibberish that no one was able to understand. However, I just figured out how we can crack this code. All three people in the room gathered around the piece of paper sitting idly on a small table. I believe that every noun in this message is related to something different but yet similar, spoke Shikamaru. Shiho, when you said that the salamander, the first you thought of was Hanzo, right? Correct, stated Shiho simply. Well, when we read about the salamander we instantly thought of the leader of Omegakure because it was similar and different. The message isn't about Hanzo but rather it's referring to something else that is related to a salamander in a way, continued Shikamaru, amazing the two cryptographers at the quick and well thought out assumption. Shiho, can you tell me any lore regarding salamanders? Asked Shikamaru. Sure. Salamanders were believed to be born of fire and could sleep and live in flames. There have also been rumors that it can also breathe fire, and because of that a salamander is closely linked to that of dragons, another creature that has been symbolized with fire. Recounted Shiho of what she knew of the amphibian. That's what I wanted to hear. So the salamander is in actuality a dragon. Shikamaru picked up a pencil and twirled it around with his fingers before crossing out the word salamander and replacing it with dragon. So it seems that all the nouns actually do refer to something else. The next noun is fire, so it's referring to something else. Well, fire has many meanings and can interpret it in different ways. Unlike the salamander, which is now a dragon, only had one meaning, we have to find the correct meaning to the word. Shiho walked away from the table and pulled out a book from one of the shelves surrounding the room. Fire, here we go. Fire and its symbolism. It says here that fire symbolizes energy, pasión, action, creativity, authority and power, and among other things, especially sexuality, flirted Shiho, but no one was listening to her. I think the word fire is actually referring to the word power, spoke the head cryptographer. It seems likely, though we have to keep an open mind, it could still refer to anything, said Shikamaru as he crossed out the fire for power. Not only that, but the message makes more sense now. Let's move on to the next word. Angel. Now everyone in the room was dumbstruck. What could angel possibly refer to? It obviously is referring to some sort of deity. A pale angel. Angels are usually described as messengers, following the order of a greater divine being, spoke Shiho. Chasing the light of a greater being. Shiho took out another book, but this time on gods and deities, to see if any matched the purpose of the pale angel. If we use the information we currently, I believe we can uncover what the pale angel is, spoke Shiho as she tossed page after page. Let's see, gods of beauty and fertility, longevity. No, don't look at gods but things related to gods, ordered Shikamaru. Okay, well, there's ocean, mountains, the sky, certain individuals, sun, moon. But she stopped her sentence when she saw Shikamaru crossing out angel for moon. And it wasn't hard to figure out that the greater being was the sun. Apparently he had figured out the angel part. Shiho was about to voice something before Shikamaru interrupted her. Read about the moon, stated Shikamaru simply. Well, the moon has been known in legend to cause lunacy, insanity and savage, animalistic personalities. Because of that, many people in various religions have hailed the moon as a god or goddess. Though whether this is true or not has yet to be proven, but the common belief that the moon influences a person's mood and behavior stemmed from the idea that the moon made one simply crazy, spoke Shiho as she recited what was known on the moon and adding in some of her own dialogue. Shikamaru nodded his head at her, proving himself that he was right. The only noun left is ma. But I don't think it's referring to another noun like the others, spoke Shiho. Can you explain? Asked Shikamaru, who was at a loss for words or was too lazy to form words. Well, if I was the one writing this message, I would refer to the ma as a certain motive rather than another noun. But yet it also could refer to the dragons, fire, as like I said earlier, fire can also mean a number of things, not just the force of nature. There was one meaning that related to the word ma. Consumption. As fire is known to consume everything it touches, so this must mean that the ma is linked to fire, explained Shiho. Maybe the ma is the motive to seek and consume power. It's the most likeliest case, said the head cryptographer. You may be right. Listen, you guys, hold on to the note. I'll go and inform Tsunade-sama about its message despite how troublesome it was, spoke Shikamaru as he dug his hands into his pockets and left the room. And if I need anything, I'll be right back, said Shikamaru over his shoulder, which made Shiho blush because she had just developed a crush on the Nara heir. I see, spoke Tsunade, who had just finished soaking in what the note said. Was that all the information you could get from the message? Yeah, it took the cryptographers hours, but they couldn't get anything from it. But you know how it is, the simplest things just happen to be the most troublesome to figure out, spoke Shikamaru. The message obviously hints at a warning to be wary of a certain individual, said Tsunade, to which Shikamaru nodded. I don't think it's that hard to figure out who the warning refers to, deadpanned Shikamaru. I put that entry in the bingo book for him. Tsunade bit her nail in frustration. Just thinking about that person gave her a headache. But still, he's been causing a lot of trouble, ever since he popped out of nowhere. The message also hinted at his motives, but it didn't reveal much, and we don't have a lot of information to put together what we believe he's up to, continued Shikamaru. Jiraiya told me that he joined the Akatsuki, informed Suand, which made Shikamaru raise his eyebrows. If so, then trying to find him right now will be impossible, unless somehow we run into him and whoever his partner is by accident. If that is everything, I'll be on my way. I'm still on suspension, remember, stated Shikamaru as he left the room. Tsunade just kept running over things in her mind on everything. Perhaps this was karma, payback for not keeping a promise to someone very close to her. She knew she failed that special person. And if so, how could she face that person again when it would be her time to go? The Hokage sighed. She could feel the burden of her greatest failure hanging over her like a shroud. She could only hope that her sins would be forgiven. In Kurigakure, a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds over that black cloak was wading through Kurigakure like water. His hood was up, which obscured most of his face. He was searching for his beautiful, blue-haired partner. However, seeing as he was now in a shinobi village, he would just have to sense her chakra somewhere and bam. He's found her. But right now he was passing through the streets of the hidden mist village, watching all the civilians go about their days and lives without a care in the world. As he was walking by the buildings, however, something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. It was off to the distance, but he could still see it. It was a small park reserved mainly for children. For its play area was host to monkey bars, swings and seesaws. The blonde Sharingan wielder watched all the children playing with their friends and other games. He saw their smiles, and to some it would be the most purest thing in the world. Naruto remembered his own time as a small child. Parents would tell their children to stay away from him because of the fear of the Kyuubi and the lack of faith in their leader. Growing up for him was beyond difficult. No one wanted to be his friend or even wanted to talk to him, let alone look at him. He could remember all the loneliness he felt during most of those days when the other children were out playing. He could remember sitting on a swing set watching those other children with envy. How he wanted to be among them. That time was great. But what was even worse was that the parents and teachers encouraged their children to bully him and belittle him. Of course, since they were children and the Sandium's law was in effect, they were ignorant over the fact that he was the village's greatest mistake. The Jinchuriki. Eager for their parents' approval, the students of the academy would bully him with emotional and physical violence, which earned their parents' praise. He could remember it all. Even when he helped other children by warding off bullies. The parents would just spit on his selflessness and virtue, as if believing that he didn't have any of those qualities, no, as if he was incapable of such qualities. He questioned himself at the time. What was he striving for? Power, respect, fear, joy, none of those. But acceptance to make the world know that he wasn't a nobody, that he was a person, like anyone else, with emotions and feelings, rife with dreams and goals. He wanted to love the people as they would love him. He wanted to share his love with someone worthy of it, and possibly bringing the world new and pure life that he created with another who he would love. But that would not be so, and he could not foresee that in the future. The children on the playset with their parents watching over them with affection and protectiveness. However, his time as a child was not what was enticing him from the view of the children. But something he missed out on. Although he was in his teens, mentally he was an adult. He had seen and done things that he doubted his former friends of Konoha had visioned. How he wanted to be one of those parents sitting by watching their children. He wanted to be a father. He wanted to sire life and love that life above all else. He wanted to feel loved. A child worships their parents, idolizes them. But above all, he wanted to shower his child with everything he never had, but yet he didn't want to spoil that child either. Now, however, he doubted the chances of conceiving life with another. And if such a thing were to happen, he would want the other parent of his child to be above, worthy of his love. Anyone else didn't matter to him. He turned his gaze away from the children and parents and trekked through the village with a visage that betrayed no emotion. Though on the inside he was in pain, he was always in pain. Konan was sitting on a chair in her hotel room, looking out through a window. She could see the cylindrical towers of the village, and the mist had blanketed it. It was better than the rain in Omegakure. She had yet to hear anything from Ryu in a while. He was supposed to be back the day before, but there was yet no sign of him. The Mizukage asked to where he was. But Konan lied and told her that he was exploring the land of water, to which the voluptuous Kage accepted. Konan was anxious, she didn't know why. But she was hoping for Ryu to return. Ever since she became his partner, she had been adjusting to life, always moving around and going to different places and the missions she and Ryu went on. Although she didn't like taking the life of another, she knew that it was required in the line of shinobi duty. Although she would never admit it, but it was kind of fun running side by side with Ryu. It reminded her of fair time with Yahiko. How she would give up anything to relive those memories. She heard her door opening and readied her charca paper in case it was an attacker. She became even more alert after the incident when Ryu was kidnapped. But it was the person she wanted to see most as the man pulled down his hood, revealing his golden locks. Konan. Deadpanned Naruto, and Konan relaxed herself around him. Have you been busy? No, the missions the Mizukage assigns me have been relatively simple, answered Konan. Good, stated Naruto as he entered his room with Konan following after him. She's been curious about your recent whereabouts. I too have been curious, spoke Konan. Ryu didn't respond to her. I was to have Zetsu contact you and say that I would be delayed in my re-arrival to Kurigakure. But the fool forgot to tell you, so here I am now, said Ryu sitting on his bed. I see, stated Konan. Also, I wanted to talk to you about something, two things apparently, spoke Naruto, gaining Konan's attention. How would you react if I told you that I can make you stronger? Muttered Naruto. Konan raised her eyebrow at this. But just how would he make her stronger? Depends on what you have in mind, whispered Konan with a hint of curiosity and wariness. There was a clan of shinobi that I faced few times during the era of the Warring States. This clan rivaled the Senju because of their amazingly strong bodies and chakra. Spoke Naruto, slipping into his guise of Madara. This clan of shinobi was the Uzumaki clan. They were distant blood relatives of the Senju. They had amazingly powerful life force and strong, resilient chakra, and because of their life force the Uzumaki could live twice as long as the average human. In fact, many Uzumaki during the Warring States had a far longer life expectancy than any other shinobi, coupled with their prominent healing factor where they could survive fatal wounds and keep on fighting for 3 days. I've heard of the Uzumaki clan, but I did not know much about them, confessed Konan. But what does this clan have to do with making me stronger? I wish to give the clan's powers and abilities to you, by either infusing your cells with Uzumaki cells or transfusing blood, replied the blonde. Konan was unsure of herself. For once she did want to help Ryu with his plan, and getting stronger would help, but the way he would do it would be closely akin to that of human experimentation. What benefits would I receive? Questioned Konan. First of all, your chakra will skyrocket, becoming larger and stronger. 2. Your life force and healing factor will increase dramatically. Although your regenerative powers would not be on par with my own, but it can still rival it, where you can recover from the wounds in hours and broken bones in days. And don't worry about this affecting any of your possibly future children, they won't inherit the same powers you would have, explained Naruto, and to Konan she was tempted to take it. Konan sighed heavily, having already chosen her answer. I will allow myself to be experimented on, murmured Konan, although she was still skeptical of such a procedure. You misunderstand, said Ryu. Konan looked up at him. I'm not experimenting on you, it's just a simple medical procedure, nothing more, it will be painless and quick. I don't wish to harm you, with a steely look of utter surety. The blue-haired woman was taken back by that, considering who she was talking to, she suspected that he wanted to experiment on her. But he just wanted her to undergo a medical procedure that could be performed in a hospital, and saying he didn't want to hurt in fact didn't help with the small smile etching itself across her face. Maybe she was wrong about Ryu Yoke's, maybe he had a human side after all. I also need you to hold on to something for me, stated Naruto. And, that would be? Questioned Konan as she narrowed her eyes. I will tell you later, right now it's not important, replied Naruto, whose eyes were becoming heavy from fatigue from using the beast mode. We should get some rest. Night will be approaching soon. We will attend to the missions the Mizukage has for us tomorrow, and then we will perform the procedure for your Uzumaki abilities and add on to the items I need you to hold on to, stated Naruto, and Konan nodded. The missions tomorrow will be the last the Mizukage has for us, then we will be ordered to leave the land of water and to other lands to perform contracts they're willing to play, whispered Konan as she discarded her Akatsuki cloak and went to her own room in the hotel. Naruto too removed his Akatsuki cloak and his black cloak underneath. He brushed his hand through his wild hair, thinking about if he should get his own unique hairstyle to spite the man that brought about so much agony to him. He hated looking like that man. It felt like whenever he looked in a mirror he would see the Yondaime's face in his own, and he hated that man so much. Naruto wondered how the Yondaime would react to know that his spawn, his own scion, his child, was apprenticed to Konoha's first and greatest traitor. Thinking nothing of it, Naruto pulled the covers of his bed, blanketing his body, and closed his eyes as he succumbed to dreamless sleep. In Iwagakure, among the tall mountains and spires of rock and stone, the Tsuchikage was in his office assigning a very special shinobi a mission. One who was loyal to him throughout his career as Tsuchikage. The man before him was a veteran of the Third Shinobi World War and battled the Yondaime Hokage, who was at that time a Jonin and survived, barely. One who was born with natural talent even before her joined Iwa's academy. You know what your mission is, stated Onoki. I cannot assign Kitsuchi to this as he is far too important given the fact that he's the Jonin commander. You are perfect for this as not many can see you coming, and if they do they won't be getting back up. Yeah. All I know is the fact I'm killing someone, spoke the person with a stereotypical surfer accent. Apparently he had better things to do than listen to an old man. But just because he was loyal didn't mean he wasn't disrespectful. Your target is Ryu Yokaze, who has presented himself as a major threat to this village. You are to eliminate him and take his Sharingan from his corpse, continued Onoki. Yokaze, huh, say didn't he kill a bunch of our guys some time ago, spoke the person. Meanwhile Onoki's eyes were wide with disbelief and his jaw dropped the floor. How do you know about? Wait, have you been eavesdropping again? Shouted Onoki. The person lifted his arms up with a sort of defensive manner. Sorry old coot, but you know I just can't help it. I love listening in on the dirt people say around the village. As if I can't stop eavesdropping, it's my instincts ya know, continued the person. But how do you know about our missing shinobi? Questioned Onoki who was practicing anger management exercises. Who knows, as if you're going to find out how, spoke the person. Onoki meanwhile was fuming in his chair. God, this person got on his nerves. You might wanna cool down old coot, say shouldn't you be complaining about your hip and back pains right about now? Queried the person. What back my back, yelled Onoki as all the anger was taken out on his back while the other person in the room was chuckling at the scene. Stop chuckling you idiot, you're the village's strongest shinobi, only Kitsuchi can rival you. Kitsuchi and you can defeat me, as if, you're too old and Kitsuchi is a stickler for the rules, continued the person. Stop messing around Sogeki. Ordered, shouted Onoki. Relax, ya know, you shouldn't give me such an angry look, it really brings out your age, commented the revealed Sogeki who walked up to his cage's desk. Sogeki was now revealed to the world. Sogeki had slicked back, black hair with several gray streaks which was tied into a long ponytail reaching mid-back. He had golden eyes and upturned eyebrows. He had an eye patch over his right eye and a long jagged scar extending from his left cheek to just under his left eye. He wore the Iwagakure flak jacket with a tattered, red scarf with its tails sprouting behind his neck. He wore a long, low-collared, sleeveless purple coat with twin tails. He wore mesh armor all the way along his arms and had two black gloves with the thumb and index fingers missing. He sported brown pants and simple ninja sandals. He liked to call himself masculine and handsome, but that has yet to be proven. Ya know, maybe you should retire and let me wear that funny hat of yours, spoke Sogeki and sported a cocky smirk. I still have life in these bones of mine. But still kill Ryu Yokaze, and if you can retrieve the Sharingan do so. Although Yokaze may give you some trouble, spoke Onoki. As if, Yokaze is as good as dead. I never miss my mark, spoke Sogeki as he left the office. I'm gonna pick up my two beauties, then Yokaze will not be able to blink before he's dead, said Sogeki as he left the room. I hope so, but I wonder if you Sogeki Baruru won't die at Yokaze's hand, said Onoki. Back to the guy we're rooting for even though he's doing morally objectionable actions. Naruto could feel the rising sensation of waking. The blinds that obscured the undying light of the sun shrouded most of the room in darkness, but a few stray beams were etching its way through the blinds and into Naruto's eyes. The blonde moaned in discomfort but strangely didn't make any facial features. He tried to move his body so it escaped the light. But when he tried, his body didn't respond. He tried again but was met with the same result. Naruto's Sharingan eyes snapped open and he surveyed where he was. The room was dark and he couldn't see much. Sometimes he wished he had the Byakugan. Naruto seemed to have been captured again, and he had to applaud the person. Kidnapping him while he was asleep was genius, as his seal on the back of his neck would only act up if he was feeling sensations he wasn't supposed to feel, and sleep was one of the exceptions. He searched around the area looking for the object hampering his movement. And there they were, constricting his hands and feet to a bed with its covers hiding his sacred nether region. Cuffs, but there was something wrong with these cuffs. They had pink fur on them. Thought Naruto. Instead of trying to break free, Naruto was waiting for his captors. If it was Danzo again, he would kill the old badger. The blonde was trying to hypothesize on what his captors would do to him. Torture him most likely. Beat information out of him, scar his body, or merely just for the fun of it. The Sharingan wielder didn't mind. No torture in the world would work on him, even psychological torture, for he was already broken, like a toy. But whoever kidnapped him was well trained. He was a heavy sleeper anyway. He was able to make out a door in front of him, but barely, thanks to the dimly lit room. He sighed his discontent. This must have been a practical joke on his part. Some Kiri shinobi attempting to humiliate him. He didn't care, they won't care. He heard the clicking of the door in front of him. He didn't feel any anxiety or fear nor nervousness, he didn't care. But the person that walked through was not someone who he would expect anytime soon. Mei Terumi, the Godai Mizukage walking through the door with sexy lingerie. Why hello there, Ryu-kun, spoke Mei as she bit her lip sexually. Naruto in turn bit his own lip but for an entirely different reason. He bit his lip to dispel whatever genjutsu he was under affect, even drawing blood. But there was nothing wrong. He was not in any genjutsu. Many men in the world would love to be in his position. I've wanted you for some time, Ryu-kun, said Mei huskily. She started strutting towards the incapacitated blonde and adding some sway into her hips for his own amusement. Mizukage-sama, could you please explain to me why I'm handcuffed to a bed? And why I'm naked underneath? Questioned the blonde. Mei pressed her finger against his lips, silencing him. Please Ryu-kun, call me Mei-chan. And well, you kept ignoring or not understanding my playful attempts to have my way with you. So I decided to take matters into my own hands for the next few hours, depends on how long it takes to please me. You're mine and mine only, whispered Mei in Naruto's ear. And she soon started nibbling on his earlobe, eliciting a moan from said blonde. Lemon warning. You can skip it if you want and don't hate me if it's bad. Mei smiled while nibbling on his lobe. Truth be told, she always wanted Ryu. She wanted to caress his body and rake her nails against his strong abs. Dig them into his back from the overload of ecstasy that came when two people became one. Secretly Mei was jealous of Konan always having this perfectly carved specimen of the opposite sex. She wondered if Ryu and Konan were romantically involved or not. But it didn't matter as she found blonde hair a real turn-on. Moving from his ear to some just as soft but tastier. Mei aimed for Naruto's lips. She could feel his warm breath against her face and his red eyes piercing her own. She wondered what his eye color was behind the red. But it didn't really matter at the time. She pressed her pink lips against his softly, almost chaste with a hint of lust. The kiss was gentle and soft and it seemed to her that he wasn't holding back or ignoring her attempts. But Mei wanted more, her primal instincts were hitting her full force, she needed more like an animal. She dove her tongue into his mouth exploring every crevice while her body wiggled around on top of the man so she could straddle him when it was time for the main course. Mei noted that his mouth tasted like pork, delicious. She soon met resistance in the form of a fleshy appendage wrestling with hers. She smirked in delight when Ryu started battling her in their tongue war. Her chest was pressed against his tightly and Naruto could feel her perky ample bosom on his torso. Mei snaked her arms around the blonde head and started to untie the taut ponytail from its restraints. She could feel her own arousal rising with each passing second. She combed her fingers through the now loose hair and it was soft and silken to the touch, not what she would expect from someone with spiky hair. She broke of the kiss and instead started kissing roughly on the soft flesh of his neck, making him moan in delight. She kissed a certain place on his neck just under his chin vigorously where she was certain it would leave a hickey. She heard the clattering of the restraints and was pleased to see him twitch in pleasure. She smirked in victory. She then trailed kisses across his torso down to his abdomen. But she stopped and straightened herself and her body. Feeling as if she had too much on. Mei began removing the black lingerie from her form. She scooted off our blonde anti-hero and started stripping her lingerie, slowly, for the amusement of the restrained Sharingan wielder. She also noticed an extended length under the cover of the bed covers. The devious redhead would tease the blonde for a little longer. She grinned, this waiting must have been killing her prisoner. She slid off her bra allowing her easily D-cup breasts to pop out where they jiggled a little, which caused Naruto's length to twitch a little. Naruto himself was trying to keep his composure. He could easily control his emotions but primal instincts were different and right now his instincts were screaming at him to fuck the beauty like a mad wolf. The Mizukage's hands traveled down to her panties where she turned around her back facing Naruto. And she started revealing her plump exterior. She was so wet that it caused her panties to become soaked to the core. She just wanted him to take her right now. But her mother always told her, good things come to those who wait. Now onto the appetizer, spoke Mei. As she strutted to the bound man. She threw away the covers obscuring the sacred nether region of the man before her. And what she saw astounded her. There sticking up like a pole was a 9.5-inch cock. She expected him to be big but, wow. Regaining herself from her stupor, May grasped Naruto's hardened member in her soft hand, causing the blonde to moan a little. She smirked at what she was able to achieve. The stoic, calm, reserved Ryu putty in her hands. She licked the underside of Naruto's penis before she assaulted the rest of the pole with her mouth. Naruto moaned in delight at the oral work. Her mouth was dangerous, on the battlefield and in bed. His body was shivering and he couldn't take the teasing from the auburn-haired woman. If he wasn't chained up with frilly cuffs like sexual deviant, he would be pounding that ass, hard. While still giving him a blow-job, May continued to lick the underside of the shaft for the pleasure of the man chained up like a prisoner. I'm close, whispered Naruto, signaling his release. May took it in stride and continued to bob her head with Ryu's dick in her mouth. I'm coming, shouted Naruto as he squirted rope after rope of cum into May's mouth, which she drank in happily. With an audible pop, May's mouth left Naruto's cock. That was delicious, spoke May. But Naruto ignored her, trying to get over the throngs of ecstasy. He felt shuffling on his body where he looked up to see May ready to impale herself on his still rock-hard cock. Time for the main course. She plunged herself on Naruto's cock, causing her eyes to widen and Naruto to gasp at the feeling. This wasn't the first time for May, but for Naruto it was. Aside from Konan, he barely interacted with women for more than a minute. May was an exception. Although the feeling felt awesome in Naruto's opinion, there was something missing, as if a void needed to be filled. So he watched as May started to ride and bounce on him like a pogo stick. Her pleasure would skyrocket when she felt Naruto's penis kiss her womb. She first started out at a slow, agonizing pace, but her hips picked up speed and through half-lidded eyes she tried to keep contact with her blonde prisoner. Naruto, having finally had enough of the cage's teasing, broke free from his fluffy restraints with his enhanced strength, grasped May's firm but soft buttocks and started to piston himself inside her snatch. Nothing was heard except for panting, moans, grunts and the slapping sound of skin meeting skin along with the squelching that came with it. Yes, faster, shouted May. And Naruto obeyed her, picking up his pace. Harder, yelled May, which caused Naruto to drive himself deeper into the woman. May's eyes rolled back into her head at the pleasure overload she was feeling. This was the best sex in her life. Her own personal toy. She was feeling her climax washing over her like a wave. She was so close now, only a little more. Naruto felt her lower lips tighten around his cock, milking him of his cum. I'm coming, shouted May as her orgasm washed over her. Naruto too released his own orgasm and sprayed her inner walls with white. A few seconds later both got over the throes of their individual orgasms. And in a fast moment May found herself lying on her stomach and her ass high in the air. And like an animal Naruto started to brutally fuck her ass. She screamed at the top of her lungs in bliss. She had only tried anal once or twice with the few boyfriends she had over the years. Primal instincts hitting him hard, the urge to continue fucking the cage was immense and Naruto was reveling in it. He had lost his virginity and he didn't really care. Right now he was intent on continuing his anal with the Mizukage. May's ass proved to be tighter than her pussy and right now it was draining, milking him like a cow. He could feel his release coming. Ah yes, harder, faster, screamed May, and she continued to scream until she nearly made Naruto's eardrums burst, so he pushed her head into the pillow trying to muffle her screaming. He was close, so close right now. Naruto grunted and shot bullets of cum into May's ass, the white baby batter coating her anal walls. When he looked he noticed that he and May were both coated with a thin gleam of sweat. And he felt tired, fatigued. Sex really took it out of him. Both man and woman succumbed to exhaustion. And slept for at least another hour. Lemon end. Sorry if it's bad, thank you if it's good. It was noon and the sun was shining valiantly over the sky like an emperor. A certain blue-haired woman was currently wondering where her powerful partner went off to. She woke up to find his room empty and devoid. She searched around the hotel room some more, hoping to find an inkling to where he might be. But there was no evidence that he was in the hotel at all. If he got captured again she wouldn't lift a finger. For she had nothing to worry about. Although there was something stranger than anything she had known. His cloak and the rest of his clothes were still in his room. She doubted that he had his armor with him. The samurai-like armor did draw attention to some. She would wait in the hotel until her partner returned. She did care about Ryu on a level similar to friendship, a very peculiar and distant friendship. But still she could see that her partner was a scarred individual, emotional scars not physical. She knew why he was so reserved and closed off. He had every reason to be, for she too was like that ever since the death of Yahiko. But he was emotionless, it's as if his emotions were bottled onto a shelf and forgotten. She thought that maybe she could help him with his problems, it was the least she could do since he was already doing so much for her with his plan. Though she doubted she could heal all the scars. She had to make him open up like blooming flower if her was ever going to accept and forget the pain that was caused by others. So something like that had to be treated with sensitivity since she had a feeling that he wasn't going to reveal everything about himself so readily. She sighed. She was overthinking things. Plus he was going to make her stronger, wasn't he? Formed this Uzumaki clan. But first she had to wait. For someone who took his dear sweet time when it came to certain things. Naruto could feel himself waking up from his dreamless sleep. After his unique night terrors those weeks ago, Naruto had yet to feel a real dream or nightmare. He wondered if there was something wrong with him. Yes, something was wrong with him. Psychologically, he was a mess. He couldn't feel anything, so he replicated his feelings to convey what he would believe people would react to. He asked Zetsu how good he was at imitating emotions, but the plant man just said he was alright. He wondered briefly if there would be some opportunity to regain what he had lost. Because of his lack of emotions he felt little empathy or remorse, someone which Madara praised, but he wasn't so sure with it. He wanted the Eye of the Moon plan to happen to bring back his emotions. That was the only way Naruto believed he could get them back. But it would be some time before that would happen. Right now he had to escape from the redhead devil known as Mei Terumi, the Godime Mizukage. He wasn't sure if she was persistent or there was something not right with her. No matter, because he had to get out of the current position they were in. The redhead was currently lying on top of him with their legs intertwined, restricting the movement of the blonde. Thinking of something off the top of his head, Naruto saw a pillow to his left. Using the Kawarimi no Jutsu body replacement technique, Naruto substituted himself with the pillow to escape the clutches of the beast known as the Mizukage. He also performed contraception jutsu so she won't fall pregnant. That was the last thing he needed at the moment, also he had to be careful so not to wake her. Luckily he was successful as he didn't wake the leader of Kurigakure. And he didn't have to sacrifice body part. Now the tricky bit came. Looking for his clothes. It took a few minutes but he was unable to find his clothing, not his cloak, gloves or pants. He had to find his pants at least. But he searched everywhere in the room but there was no sign of his black attire. He left the room and searched around the Mizukage's mansion but he found no inkling of his clothing, and then it came to him. Mei stripped him first before kidnapping him. There was no point on explaining to any of you about how the Mizukage was able to lug a naked man around a large village. Seeing no alternative than to strut around Kurigakure naked, Naruto activated one of his handy infiltration techniques. Maisegakure no Jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique, spoke Naruto as his body became invisible to others' surroundings. He quickly clutched his junk in his invisible state and left the mansion hastily. He ran across the rooftops of the village hoping to avoid the villages and get back his clothing. Making sure not to move too fast so to create an air distortion where shinobi would be alerted to his location. Naruto within a few minutes was nearing the hotel room he and Konan shared. Swiftly opening the door and checking the outside of the hotel did Naruto release his invisibility and was visible again. He sighed in relief as he was able to get away from Mei and not be seen. However, as he turned around he came face to face with Konan, who was blushing furiously. Naruto wondered what could have caused such a thing. But remembering his current choice of attire he too quickly blushed. Konan was just waiting for Ryu to return, but she did not expect for him to come naked and have fluffy handcuffs chained around his ankles and wrists. And she was flabbergasted at his size. Did he just happen to stick a massive sausage on his nether region? She could feel a small trickle of blood escape her nose as she kept inspecting Naruto's one-eyed snake. "IIC can explain," spoke Naruto quickly as he shielded his cock with his hands. "No, you can't explain, your excuse would be too wild to believe. Just get dressed. ordered Konan as she disappeared into another room holding her face in her soft hands, trying to forget about the perverted images that was etching their way into her head. Apparently she did adopt some things from Jiraiya, maybe a little of his pervertedness. 10 minutes later Naruto had gotten dressed back into his black cloak, gloves, pants and boots. The two Akatsuki members just waited in their rooms for an acceptable amount of time. Some time later both Naruto and Konan were walking though Kurigakure wearing their Akatsuki cloaks. Naruto and his female partner both had their very awkward meet and greet. Konan's eyebrow kept ticking thinking about, well, I think you know what she's thinking about. While Naruto on the other hand kept pulling on his hood so to hide his face so nobody get see his embarrassment over the certain things that had happened today. Today they were going to receive their last assignment in the Land of Water and then move on with other missions that Nagato would give them. Naruto would be lying if he said he wasn't excited to capture the Biju, especially the Kyuubi. He really wanted to fight the monster fox so much. He didn't blame the Kyuubi for how he was treated in the village. In fact he couldn't be angry at the Kyuubi. He just really wanted to fight the strongest of the 9 Biju because he wouldn't stand a chance against their original form. He was brought up of his thoughts when the sight of the Mizukage's tower entered his view. He became slack-jawed knowing that he would see Mei again. The thought filled him with dread. But he was going to suck it up and accept the mission. So now he was standing with Konan in front of the Mizukage who was smirking delightfully at him. He could only imagine why. But it was a little annoying since her eyes only traveled on him and him could literally see the hidden lust and wanting she had for him. He needed to be away from this woman and soon. I have a mission for the both of you that will take you out of the Land of Water and to the Land of Waves, spoke Mei. Naruto tried to hold back the feeling of surprise. The Land of Waves, thought Naruto. He could remember his first true mission as a shinobi. With Kakashi, Sasuke and that pink-haired girl he could scarcely remember. That place was one of the few locations in the world where people acknowledged his existence. When he walked through those streets, people were smiling and looking at him with eyes filled with praise. Back then it made him happy. Happy to know that he believed that he could change his own village's views of him. He believed that when word reached back to Konoha that they would at least look at him. But he was wrong. Instead they praised Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura. They condemned what they believed, thinking that saving a country was not something a demon would do. They ignored everything as if it wasn't there. But it didn't matter now, nor shall it matter. I want you two to retrieve the Kubikiribochoke decapitating carving knife. You see, I wish to rebuild the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinan-shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and it recently came to my attention that the blade is residing in the Land of Waves. Kiri only has one of the swords, Haramakare, twinsword, which is currently being wielded by Chojuro. Bringing back the blade could increase the current quality of power between my shinobi, as the swords are well sought after and many will attempt to gain advantages over others with the sword as motivation, spoke Mei clarifying her plans and mission details. We will go within the hour Mizukage-sama, spoke Konan as she turned and left the room. Please, come back safely. Ryu-kun, said Mei in a sultry manner which sent chills up Ryu's spine. He too left his room eager to evade the Mizukage. And so Ryu and Konan left the Land of Water for the Land of Waves to retrieve a famous sword. But Naruto wondered. The people of the Land of Waves, would he see them or ghosts? Naruto activated his bat transformation and Konan unfolded her body into multiple paper butterflies. Their destination, a land of ghosts and memories. En route to the Land of Waves, a cloud of bats and a swarm of paper butterflies were flying through trees and other natural objects. However, the bats slowed down to a stop near a rocky canyon and they started bombing each other, and soon a misty form was starting to take shape. Where it burst from the mist and landed gracefully on a canyon. Next to him butterflies folded together revealing a woman with blue hair and an Akatsuki cloak. Why have we stopped? Questioned Konan. Naruto turned to face her. Like I told you back in Kurigakure, I need you to hold on to something for me, spoke Naruto. Now open your mouth, ordered the blonde. Konan widened her eyes in confusion and slight embarrassment. What? Queried Konan as she stared at her partner quizzically. I will be more polite this time. Please open your mouth so I may put something in there, said Naruto neutrally. The reaction, Konan narrowed her eyes in understanding and a stain of pink flashed across her face. If you try to stick your rod into any part of my body, you'll find it missing the next time you look, and I will warn you this time and this time only. I am not an easy catch, understand? Spoke Konan with a demonic voice that would scare ordinary men. Naruto raised his eyebrow in confusion, until a flush of pink etched its way across his face signifying that he understood what she meant. Apparently the incident that happened at the hotel has yet to be forgotten. You misunderstand, spoke Naruto. He rolled up his cloak's sleeves showing off his bare muscular arm. He bit into his arm which was strong enough to draw blood. The blonde allowed the blood to trickle down his arm and coating his black glove with numerous paths of the red liquid. He performed a few hand seals and slammed his blooded hand on the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. Roared Naruto where a plume of smoke was seen. When the smoke cleared, Konan beheld witness to a wolf. Its coat was white and light gray with several patches of dark gray around its body and eyes. But its eyes was what truly surprised Konan. Because staring at her were a blood-red pair of Sharingan eyes staring at her. I'm entrusting this wolf to you, said Naruto gaining Konan's attention. His name is Koinu Puppy, and as you can see his eyes is what makes him valuable. Why would you give me a wolf? Even though he has the Sharingan, I don't see why I would be best to care for him, spoke Konan. His name is Koinu, and I'm confiding him to you as a sign of faith and trust. The eyes in Koinu's sockets are unbelievably powerful, and if anyone was to acquire them, well, let's just say what happens afterward shall be disastrous. Clarified Naruto where Koini barked in response, causing Naruto to scratch him behind the ear, something which the wolf loved. I believe that you are the most suited to protect him since I can trust you. Konan widened her eyes a little. If Ryu was leaving this wolf to her, that meant that he trusted her, and she was hesitant to break his trust. Not only that, if you are in danger, Koinu can assist you by utilizing the Sharingan's exclusive and unique techniques at any time. Naruto needed to protect those certain eyes. They were his eyes, the ones in his sockets were Madara's before he had Izuna's transplanted. The wolf's eyes were originally Naruto's ocean blue. After discovering the powers of the Kamionayo, Madara and Naruto took certain steps to keep the eyes from falling into others' hands. The power they wielded were unimaginable and the devastation beyond imaginable. Kamionayo was hailed as the most powerful of the Mangekyo's abilities, only being rivaled by Susanoo. Naruto had taken the eyes from Madara's corpse after the old goat died. With those eyes, you can wage a war and be victorious. Aside from the Kumenju no Yuki, 9 masked beasts of valor, there were other jutsu that the Kamionayo could perform, equal and greater in power to that of the Amaterasu and the Tsukuyomi. Konan sighed in defeat. Besides, if this meant Ryu trusted her, then so be it. Fine, said Konan. Just get down on your knees and open your mouth, stated Naruto simply. Konan closed her eyes in unease. He said earlier to open her mouth, and the incident earlier that day did not help. She was going to kill him if he ever revealed what happened just now. Koinu the wolf backed up a little and launched itself into Konan's mouth, where it slipped through her throat easily. Konan noted that Koinu tasted like wet dirt after all the times she was pushed to the ground as a child. Finally, the wolf's tail was the last thing jutting out of her mouth, and Konan slurped the tail up like it was a strand of spaghetti. She coughed for a while and held her throat. The sensation was strange and it did hurt a little, while it also tickled from the large dog's fur. If Jiraiya can have a toad living in his stomach, why not Konan? She coughed a little through half-lidded eyes and she was able to make out a hand in front of her, waiting to ease her up on her feet. She looked up to see Ryu with what appeared to be a pained expression, but it only lasted for a second. She took his hand in her own, where he gently pulled her up to her feet as if she was a fragile doll, not wanting to be broken. I'm sorry, said Naruto, making Konan's brows to raise. Ryu never apologized, so this was something new to her. Just so you know, I'm grateful for you doing that, really. And I'm sorry for causing you harm, said Naruto. All the time she was Ryu's partner, he had never been grateful for anything. He considered everything and anything trivial around him to be a chore, but for him to show gratitude was almost alien to Konan. Maybe she was wrong about her views of yokais, maybe he truly had emotions after all. We should get going, we have to retrieve Zabuza's blade after all. Konan nodded at him and both left, but the blue-haired woman had a small smile on her face. She believed that beneath that cold exterior was someone full of love and life. He just needed someone to help him see it. The Akatsuki partners were trailing through a forest to the land of waves. They had foregone traveling by paper and bats when they neared the country. It would be a waste of chakra and it was far easier to walk there. The two hadn't spoken to each other in a while, not since Naruto stuffed a furry animal down Konan's throat. But now their mission would begin soon once they entered the land of waves. Luckily Naruto knew the location of the sword, it should still be there when he arrived. But he kept his hood up and cast a genjutsu over his eyes, making him appear with gray eyes instead of Sharingan. People of the country might recognize him from his time as his mask, but he doubted that. He felt his hood being pulled back into its original position, draped over his back. He looked at Konan, surmising that she had done the action. Words were not needed since Konan understood that look on Ryu's face. You will only draw more attention to yourself when you have your hood up. It's easier just to look like yourself, clarified Konan. Ryu sighed at her, knowing she was right. A few minutes passed and both Naruto and Konan could see a massive long bridge that connected the main land to the land of waves. When they made their way to the bridge, they read the gold plaque over near one of the bridge's checkpoints. And in big bold letters was the name of the bridge. The Great Naruto Bridge. So many memories came to the blonde about this particular landmark. Some of his happiest moments as his mask and also life and character-changing events took place on this bridge. Flashback. On a large bridge, a dense mist blanketed the architecture, shrouding everything within its vicinity. 4 individuals were making their way to the bridge to finish construction. The bridge was known as the last hope of the country. A small tyrant had taken over the economy and drained it of its hope and future. In response to this, 4 shinobi from the strongest of the hidden villages were sent to protect the bridge with the cost of their lives. These ninja were only a genin team with a jonin sensei. However, among the team was the village's top rookie. Sasuke Uchiha, the brightest mind and best young kunoichi, Sakura Haruno, the famed and legendary Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan Eye. And finally the number 1 hyperactive, loudest knucklehead ninja. Naruto Uzumaki, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. They were assigned by the Sandaime Hokage to assist and protect the bridge builder Tazuna until the completion of the bridge, where the economy in the land of waves would be restored. However, Gato, a wealthy shipping magnate and founder of the Gato Company, was planning to stop them. However, Gato was in fact a drug kingpin along with smuggling illegal goods. He targeted the land of waves because of its rich economy, where he stole the money and land, leaving the people to die. Gato contracted a wanted missing ninja, who was famous around the world. Zabuza Momochi, a former swordsman of the mist. Things escalated within the land of waves. Zabuza attacked and Kakashi was bedridden. The genin trained to hone their chakra to be ready for the next attack. And now Zabuza was attacking again with his partner Haku. Things were tense on the bridge as Sasuke faced off against Haku and Kakashi fought with Zabuza. Sasuke was being dominated by the ice release user. Sakura, in an attempt to help her beloved, threw him a kunai, which was instead caught by Haku. But this distracted the Hyoten user long enough for a shuriken to slash his mask. And later how blonde hero emerged from a dramatic plume of smoke. Many face faulted at the blonde boy's lack of deception and was quickly chastised by his sensei for it. Because of his complacent nature, Naruto's arrival only made matters worse. He was later allowed himself, unknowingly, to be trapped within Haku's deadly jutsu. Sasuke was struck down by the older boy and later Naruto tapped into his Biju's chakra, allowing him to smite Haku and later defeat him. You're that boy, spoke Naruto as his fist was inches away from Haku's face. Why do you hesitate? Questioned Haku in a monotone voice. You promised to avenge your friend by killing me. Or was that promise merely empty words? Continued Haku. Naruto growled for a few seconds, then looked back at Sasuke's corpse. He turned back to his opponent and struck him across the face, which caused Haku to fall to the ground and spit up blood. Your attacks lack the ferocity they had. You can't kill me with attacks like those. You can't keep your promise while holding back as you are, said Haku, picking himself off the ground. He wiped the trail of blood of his lip with his sleeve. Perhaps your friend didn't mean that much to you as you believe. He then remembered Haku's words as if he was reliving those moments. There are people who make this mistake. Not killing your enemy out of compassion or pity, just letting them continue to draw breath, can you understand? Not having a dream. Not being needed by anyone. The pain of merely being alive. Merely existing, what use would you be to anyone? Their life would have no meaning, existing through pain and struggle, signifying nothing, spoke Haku as he stood to his feet. What are you trying to say? Questioned Naruto. Haku simply smiled a small smile. You really are a blind little one. I am speaking of myself, said Haku. This battle has proven to me that I am no longer of any use to Zabuza-sama. My reason for existing has been stripped away from me like clothes. Why think like that? Queried Naruto to himself. Zabuza, why care for that guy anyway? Why devote yourself to scum who has no meaning of the word honor? Is that guy so important to you? That's the sorriest thing I've ever heard. There were others who were once important to me, a long time ago, stated Haku. My parents, they were farmers that lived in a snowy mountainous village in the land of water. We were very poor, but we were content. My parents were good people and they were kind to me. However, something happened long before my birth. It wasn't my fault, it was the blood. Blood, wondered Naruto. My father changed, he killed my mother and tried to kill me. Spoke Haku, causing Naruto to gasp at the monstrous act. People believed that the civil wars that centered around the land of water were caused by clans of shinobi with Keki Genkai. The clans of shinobi were hated and shunned after the many civil wars ended in the land of water. My clan among them, they went into hiding so to not be found, denying the existence of their birthright and concealing their abilities. Many who were found were hunted down like animals. They even made a sport from hunting the Keki Genkai wielders where the people had fun killing them. If you searched your friends' memories, you would have found hardship for bearing a Keki Genkai. You can never understand the cruelty people can commit, they fear that which they don't understand. Naruto's eyes became a little downcast, he understood what it was like far too well. My mother was from the Yuki clan of Kiri, she was successful in obscuring her Keki Genkai. She met and fell in love with a simple farmer and they married each other. After that, my mother believed she would lead a peaceful life with no hardships to the end of her days. Until my father had discovered my mother's and my own abilities. A day came when my father killed my mother. He was in tears and still he had no qualms about killing her and me. Before I realized it, I killed my father using my Keki Genkai. After I was myself again, I was no longer myself, my parents were gone and I was alone, and something was taken from me, my emotions and my purpose. Because of that I held little remorse for the world, as if my existence didn't matter. No one needed me, so I was nobody, monologued Haku. Like me, thought Naruto sadly. Why are you so determined to be Hokage, the greatest shinobi in your village, the most acknowledged and respected? You want their eyes looking at you, not through you, to recognize you as a person and a great ninja. It's only through the eyes others do people such as ourselves have significance. People don't look at you, let alone know you're there. It's like you don't truly exist. Now if someone came into your life and acknowledged you with every part of their body to their heart, wouldn't that person become important to you? Zabuza looked at me, and his eyes were not rife with hatred or fear. He did not shun or ignore me for my abilities. Indeed, my powers were what he wanted. He gave me a reason to live. A purpose, continued Haku. Some tears were welling up in the corners of his eyes. I was so happy. I have failed you, Zabuza-sama. I have been unable to become the weapon you sought, spoke Haku. Naruto-kun. Please, said Haku, still maintaining Naruto's attention. Haku's eyes pierced Naruto's with emptiness as if his life was taken right before him. Kill me. Flashback end. I became something which you talked about. Haku, thought Naruto as he kept staring emotionlessly at the plaque. Konan was staring at Ryu, had been staring at the plaque for a while, and it was unnerving Konan. She knew that the bridge was named after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. She of course knew the names of the Jinchuriki since it was important to know who they were. However, Konan could see that there was something that was emotionally deadening her partner. Did this country have some significance to him? She couldn't be sure. She doubted words could get through to the blonde if he had been staring at the plaque for this amount of time. She walked up to the man intending for him to come back to reality. Naruto could feel this soft pressure on his hand where regained his himself. When he looked down, he saw Konan's hand latching onto his and with an expression that meant she was seemingly concerned for him. Are you alright? Asked Konan softly. At first Naruto believed that she was faking concern over him, since people did that in his past. But deciding to let it go, he played along. I'm fine. I know where the sword is, we shouldn't be here for too long, spoke Naruto neutrally as he pulled his hand away from Konan's roughly. The blue woman sighed. She knew that there was always something wrong. She trailed behind him, always keeping her eyes on his black and red form. If she wanted to help him, then he needed to open up some of himself. The two Akatsuki members were standing on a large cliff overlooking the Great Naruto Bridge in a small village of the Land of Waves. Their sun was still holding its sway over the world as it bathed everything in its warming light. Naruto and Konan stood before two gravestones made of wood shaped like crosses. The gravestones were both drenched in moss and the wood appeared to have decayed after a few years. One of the grave markers was a brown sash with a fringed trail wrapped around the marker, while the other supposed to have had a massive sword behind it. Only problem was the sword was gone. The sword is gone, stated Konan emotionlessly. So it seems, replied Naruto. It was here the last time I was in this country. Then obviously someone must have taken it, responded Konan. Obviously, retorted Naruto. We should ask around, see if anyone has any idea where it is, continued Konan. Naruto nodded at her, but when he looked at Haku's grave like before, he could remember his words from their time in the forest. Flashback. Morning was starting to creep over the Land of Waves. Birds chirped happily as their songs filled the air. The light from the sun was hugging the darkness. However, something was different. There was a boy wearing a bright orange jumpsuit with yellow blonde hair and 3 distinct whisker marks. The boy was currently lying on the ground with his arms and legs splayed across the ground with a kunai in his hand and scuff marks covering his body, alerting everyone to the fact that the boy must have been training hard and extensively. This boy was Naruto and he was currently asleep from all the training he had gone through. He was attempting to master the tree climbing exercise, which improved a person's chakra control. He was so still that birds worked up the courage to land on his bed and do whatever birds do. However, there was another in the forest at the time. Someone who was picking medicinal herbs for someone who had been hurt. This person noticed Naruto sleeping in the forest. The person's eyes hardened with a steely look. The person walked up to Naruto slowly but carefully. The person poised their arm ready to strike Naruto. His arm inched closer and closer, ready to do what appeared to be waiting to strike Naruto, ready to kill him. Instead, the person nudged Naruto a couple of times in an attempt to wake him up. You'll catch a cold if you sleep here. Wake up. With those words, Naruto opened his eyes to see a woman standing over him. He pushed himself off the ground into a seated position while trying to get over the grogginess in his eyes. Hey, who the heck are you? Said Naruto tiredly. Once seeing the person, Naruto blushed in embarrassment. So what are you doing out here? Asked Naruto as he scratched his cheek. Gathering herbs, stated the woman. Herbs? Questioned Naruto. Correct, they're used for treating and healing wounds, answered the woman. A few minutes later, both the woman and Naruto were searching among the fields looking for any specific healing herbs. Man, you work early, whined Naruto a little. I like it early, it's calm, and yet I didn't expect to find anyone sleeping out here in the woods, spoke Haku with playful curiousness. Naruto chuckled and simply responded with, I'm training. So you must be a shinobi because I noticed that headband you're wearing, or is it simply a fashion statement? Jested, questioned the woman. Yeah, only super awesome ninja like me can wear this headband, boasted Naruto. Very impressive, complimented the woman, causing Naruto to blush. You must be training for something dangerous. I'm just developing my skills so I can be stronger, answered Naruto with a big grin. You seem strong now, isn't that enough? Questioned the woman. No, I need to become stronger so I can fulfill my dream, spoke Naruto. Is that so, and your dream would be? To be the greatest Hokage. The strongest shinobi in my village, so everyone can accept my existence and know that I'm somebody and also someone I have to prove something to as well. Shouted Naruto with vigor. So are you training for this person? Or just for yourself? Queried the woman. Naruto hummed blankly, which caused the woman to chuckle a little. Naruto heard this chuckle and demanded to know what was so funny. Is there someone who's precious to you? Asked the woman softly. Someone who? What are saying someone precious? Demanded Naruto as his eyes squinted in confusion. You see, when a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they become truly strong. spoke the woman with wisdom, not knowing that those words would be what would drive Naruto to become stronger than what he was. Naruto let her words sink in like water, and there was truth to what she said. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, spoke Naruto, which made the woman smile. You will become strong, amazingly strong, goodbye, spoke the woman before she turned around and left. Hopefully we'll meet again sometime. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy. Naruto grasped his face in his hands to horror. No way, he's prettier than Sakura-chan, thought Naruto in dread. Flashback end. Naruto kept staring at Haku's grave like in his dreams. This melancholic feeling would wash over him. He remembered Haku fondly back then, and even though it sounded strange, despite the fact they were enemies, he considered Haku a true friend. Sorry Haku, although I've become strong, I have yet to find a precious person to protect. And I also believe that finding a precious person to me is out of reach, thought Naruto neutrally. I will bring you back when I achieve my dream world. You and Zabuza shall both exist again. Ryu, we should get going, spoke Konan, who folded apart her body into paper. Naruto instead walked to the edge of the cliff, but not before looking back at the two graves. He gracefully jumped off the cliff, his Akatsuki cloak whipping in the air. The two Akatsuki members were walking through a rather rich district in the land of waves. Merchants and stores were seen across coveting buildings and trying to sell their wares. Some claimed them to be exotic, while more precious than diamonds. Naruto noted that the land of waves was far more lively and economically stable than when he had been here nearly 3 years ago. His old self would have smiled at it. His real self just stared at it blankly with a dead gaze. Luckily no one had recognized Naruto's face. Maybe without his iconic whisker marks people didn't recognize him. He also saw that several stores and restaurants were named after him and various members of Team 7, such as Naruto Ramen, Sakura Hot Springs, and Sasuke pictures and paintings. He wondered if the land of waves have heard about Sasuke killing Naruto. But it didn't matter at the time, since the blonde was too busy at the time. However, something caught his eye. It was a shinobi store for weapons and sealing scrolls. Curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto ventured inside with Konan raising her eyebrow at him. She was going to wait outside. Weapons didn't really interest her. The Sharingan wielder was currently surveying the racks of weapons and inspecting the sealing scrolls. And the blonde was impressed. The weapons were in fine condition and they were really shinobi weapons. Most shinobi stores outside of hidden villages made sloppy works. Their kunais were greatly chipped and worn that he doubted the knife could cut through butter. The sealing scrolls were horrendous. The sealing was so poor that the seal wouldn't work on anything. Even a baby could create better seals. Well, since Naruto came from a clan exceptional in sealing, he had of course had large expectations for seals, and any seal below B rank disgusted him. When it came to sealing, no one could rival Naruto except for the late Mito Uzumaki. Walking away from the racks and wandering around the store was Naruto impressed. If trade in the land of waves could get these weapons, he wondered how great the economy would be in 10 years. Deciding to leave the store because he had enough of it for one day, however, Naruto stopped when his breath hitched and his body stopped moving like a statue. There, sitting on a stand, was a katana. But this was no ordinary katana. The blade, hilt and tsuba were completely white in color, and the tsuba had a hollow snowflake-like circle pattern, and a 1.5-meter long white ribbon was connected to the pommel with tough string which had a bell on it. Naruto was enthralled. The katana was amazingly beautiful in every word. But that wasn't what amazed him. How could they find such a sword here in some store? It's coincidental in every way. So how is this blade here when it was supposedly lost? The Shiromikairan no Tsurugi, White Lotus Bud sword, contemplated Naruto. The Shiromikairan was the sister sword of the Tenbogiri, forged by the same smith at the same forge during the height of a wondrous winter, while the Tenbogiri was forged during an vicious summer. It was also known as the perfect counter to the Tenbogiri, which caused the Black Blade's special abilities to be useless when used against the Shiromikairan. The white sword also had special powers and properties, as it reduced all defense into nothing. Example was when the Shiromikairan battled an ordinary katana, it would cause the other katana to become as brittle as newly fallen snow, where the ordinary katana would break shortly afterwards. The blade was supposed to be lost when bandits attacked the Kujiro temple, where the Tenbogiri was also held, and lost the blade shortly after. Finding this sword was too coincidental. Found something you like, young man? spoke an elderly man walking on a cane. The old man had seen Naruto observing his most expensive item on stock. Where did you get this sword? Asked Naruto. Well, it was first given to my father, whose father gave it to him, whose father gave it to him, whose father gave it to him, who won it from a friend playing shogi, explained the old man. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the rather blunt story. How much? Asked Naruto, wanting to know the price of the sword. Well, that's the problem, it's too expensive for any of those stuck-up posh nobles who said it was far above our tastes, and I was going to pass it on to my son, but he died many years ago and my wife before him died also. The old man sighed, trying not to remember the bitter memory. I can also see pain in your eyes, you lost someone recently, someone important to you, said the old man. Naruto didn't make any facial feature, but he knew the old man was right. If you want the sword, it's yours, young man, spoke the old shopkeeper. You honor me, but I can't accept such kindness, retorted Naruto. He got whacked over the back of his head with the old man's cane, something which Madara, the old goat, did to him. Naruto felt a sense of nostalgia. He really couldn't accept such a kindness when he received few from anyone. Don't give me that excuse, that old thing has been sitting there gathering dust for years, you can take that sword and you will. You will take that sword and you'll be happy about it. Disciplined, the old man, Naruto was currently nursing his head, even with his tolerance for pain the old man hit hard. It takes a man to wield a sword like that, and you're a man in your own right. Besides, I can't pass the sword on to anyone, you honor me by taking that sword, I'll get the sheath. The old man wobbled off to the back of the store. Naruto just stared bewildered. The number of people to do him any kindness could be counted on his right hand. Although he believed the Sandaime and Iruka were kind because of him holding the kyubi at the time. Naruto picked up the white sword in his left hand. He also contrasted him, receiving the Tenbogiri and being given the Shiromikairan. He gained the Tenbogiri through violence and cruelty, but the Shiromikairan was given to him through generosity and kindness. Naruto smiled a true smile, knowing that people could still be able to act through kindness. He inspected the blade some more before the old man returned with the sheath. I thank you, sir, for doing this for me, thanked Naruto emotionlessly but genuinely. Don't thank me, stated the old man, who sported a large smile. This world is full of hatred, and it festers with each day, spoke the man. I believe that it is the everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay. Random acts of unforgettable kindness, that is what stops hatred from spreading in this world, spoke the man with sagely wisdom. Naruto, of course, in his mind tried to deny it, that people were born cruel. But there was some truth to what the man said. Without saying a word, Naruto left the store, but not before giving the man a smile as a thank you. But once he left the store, he faded back into his emotionless state. He wasn't sure if he was truly emotionless or not, but these strange feelings would rise up in him when he was experiencing something very strong. The blonde found Konan waiting outside for him, and immediately she eyed the white blade in Naruto's left hand before he sealed it into his left wrist seal. At least she didn't have to wait long for him to leave. Besides, she wanted to go see what else they had in the district. So now the two were walking again through the district again. Konan was interested with the sights around her. Besides, tomorrow was a special day for her. She wondered what she would get herself since she had never left a megakure in years. Seeing a jewelry cart, Konan decided to see what was available and to see what she liked. My, aren't you a pretty flower? Complimented the woman who owned the cart and accessories. Konan rarely received compliments, so she just forced a smile and said a thank you in response. Her amber eyes darted from one necklace to Pandora charms. Her eyes soon landed on a pair of blue scaled hair clips shaped like flowers. Those hair clips would look wonderful on you, spoke the old woman again. However, when Konan checked the price, it was just too expensive for her. Muttering a thank you and then leaving the cart. Naruto saw all that transpired, and he too walked up to the cart and eyed the blue hair clips. A few minutes later, both Naruto and Konan had enough of the district and instead were heading to a small cafe on the edge of town. Everything was going great before someone rudely bumped into Konan's shoulder. Why don't you watch where you're going, idiot? Spoke the man, and instantly a look of anger sprouted from Konan's features. She was about to say something when she felt Ryu's hand on her shoulder. The man that bumped into her thought that they were going to do something to him, so he took the initiative. Fatal mistake. What, you got a problem, buddy? You wanna fight? Spoke the man. Instead, Naruto glared at him. Now, unlike Madara, when he glared at people they lost the will to fight. But when Naruto glares at people they lose the will to live. The man that bumped into Konan started going white in the face, staring into the gray eyes of the blonde-haired man. Naruto cast a genjutsu over his eyes to make them appear gray. He literally felt death staring at him, promising nothing but pain and anguish. The rude man did what any normal person would do. Run, while shouting about how some guy was going to kill him. I could have handled it, quipped Konan. Far easier this way, he'll be dead when the sun sets, spoke Naruto as he unclasped his hand from Konan's shoulder. When they made it to the cafe, Naruto ordered green tea and so did Konan, although the blue-haired woman found something strange at the cafe. The waitresses all had hearts in their eyes and all seemed to be fawning over her partner. She would admit he was amazingly handsome, but sometimes women were just so shallow. Those women seem to have their eyes on you, spoke Konan blankly. They can stare as long as they like, they want what they can't get, said Naruto as he sipped on his hot green tea. However, they may be of some use. Naruto waved his hand over to the waitresses and at the speed of lightning they were instantly by his side, and Konan could have sworn there were multiple hearts around their heads. You wouldn't happen to know of the two graves overlooking the hill from here? Queried Naruto, to which the girls nodded vigorously. By chance you wouldn't have happened to see a massive sword there by chance? And the answer he received were the nods of their heads. Do you know where that blade is? I happen to be a collector and that blade catches my fancy, and it won't be the only thing I catch. If you help me, flirted Naruto in an attempt to use the girls, to which Konan frowned at. They revealed to him who had the sword and also told him where they live and more. Apparently a crime boss by the name of Tenzen Daikoku had the sword in his possession and that supposedly he had 10,000 mercenaries as his bodyguards. Naruto scoffed at that number. If it was 10,000 shinobi then he would be impressed. So did you see anything you like when we passed by the district? Said Naruto, trying to start a conversation that wasn't work-related. Well, yes, there were those hair clips I wanted and also I thought it might be a good birthday present, spoke Konan with the tiniest hint of sadness. It's your birthday, stated Naruto in subtle surprise. Tomorrow is my birthday, and since this is the first time I left Omegakure in years, so I wanted to get something special, spoke Konan, opening up some of her character. How old will you be tomorrow? Naruto knew he was treading on thin ice. Women didn't like to be reminded that they were old, and Konan might also take offense to it. I'm 32 tomorrow, admitted Konan, who was not offended by the question. Okay then, said Naruto, sipping on his green tea. Although you don't want to hear this, but we're going to retrieve Zabuza's blade tomorrow. So be ready. The ground rumbled, shaking the earth. Thousands upon thousands of mercenaries from a rival clan were planning Tenzen's mansion. Apparently Tenzen had not paid off his massive gambling debts and had even stolen from that certain clan. Mercenaries were like pit bulls. They wouldn't give up until the job was done. Blood money was their currency, and that's all they were paid, along with the spoils that came with their job details. Two people were standing on a tree overlooking the army. They were wearing black cloaks with red clouds and their faces showed no hint of fear. Mercenaries were unnaturally weak. If it was an army of shinobi, maybe they would be impressed. Tenzen must keep the sword close to him. Or at least someone is in possession of the sword but is near Tenzen, like a bodyguard, spoke Konan as she inspected the armies. You go and retrieve the sword. I'll deal with the mercenaries, said Naruto as he prepared to jump down to the makeshift battlefields. Just don't kill any of them, replied Konan, making Ryu look at her through his half-lidded eyes. Consider it a birthday wish. Konan's body unfolded into paper aeroplanes and flew to Tenzen's mansion. The mercenaries running on the path halted when a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds standing the middle of them. Who is this guy? Yelled a mercenary. Doesn't matter, we'll kill him too, shouted a mercenary on a horse who prepared a spear ready to stab Naruto. Instead, the blonde grasped with spear with his left hand, hefted it like it was nothing and threw the mercenary into the air. When he would land, he would only suffer broken bones. Naruto sighed. Killing was so much more easier, but considering it was Konan's birthday, he would make an exception. He channeled chakra into his right eye where his eternal Mangekyo pattern appeared. which were three thick scythes with small dagger-like protrusions in a concentric tomo pattern that surrounded his pupil. Kamio Nanayo. Kumenju no Yuki Kamio Nanayo. 9 masked beasts of valor, spoke Naruto as a large blue mandala appeared behind him and his beasts burst from their respective kanji. And before long they attacked the mercenaries and made sure not to kill them but rather leave them in pitiful states that required immediate medical attention. Konan was briskly walking through Tenzen's mansion. She figured that he was on the top floor because Nagato's tower was the tallest in the village, so every villain of course resided in the tallest tower. She walked up the stairs and made sure to sneak by the guards who were too busy fighting with her partner. Once she reached the top floor she found Tenzen squabbling like a pig. But how did you get up here? It's impossible, spoke Tenzen. You shall learn that nearly anything is not impossible for shinobi and also weapons don't really work against me, replied Konan neutrally. Suddenly a burly muscular man burst through the wall wielding an immense sword that looked like a cleaver. Well, how about this weapon, bitch? Yelled at the man as he sliced her with the kubikiribocho. But in replacement of blood many paper sheets wrapped around the burly man, cutting off his supply of oxygen. Tenzen was scared his strongest mercenary was taken down in a mere few seconds by this woman wearing a strange cloak. Konan tried to pick up the sword from the unconscious man, though she noted that the sword was extremely heavy. She wondered if the swordsmen of the mist had special training to heft such weapons. However, her troubles were solved when Ryu placed his hand over her and lifted up the blade. Although with some effort. We have what we came here for, let's go, said Ryu with a blank face. Now that Naruto thought about it. Tenzen was a former politician for the Land of Water. He betrayed the country apparently after Zabuza's attempted coup. And this mission was so simple that even Chunin could do it. But wait, if the sword stayed at the gravesite it would be easy. With the amount of Tenzen's men it would be hard for anyone without a team of Jonin. Mei knew Tenzen had the sword and she wanted Ryu to decimate his forces by stealing the sword. That woman, thought Naruto in annoyance. He got duped. That woman was as slippery as a eel. Konan nodded to her partner's order and both left, leaving Tenzen alone. However, the crime boss was also wondering if he had seen the blonde man before. He looked almost like an older whisker-less Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde brat was famous in the Land of Waves and he became famous around the world once his true heritage was revealed. Konan and Ryu were walking down a path. Naruto had sealed the kubikiribocho so to be easier to travel with. Oh, that reminds me, spoke Naruto aloud as if he just discovered a question to the universe. He reached into his Akatsuki cloak and pulled out a few objects wrapped with brown wrapping and bound with twine. He handed the larger of the two objects. Happy birthday! Congratulated Naruto as he handed the object to Konan, who unbound the item. And the first present was a pair of fingerless, white Tekko shinobi hand covers that reached up and past the elbow and to the bicep. I imbued those with seals made just for you. The right Tekko has a tracker seal. So long as you're wearing it, I'll find you anywhere in the world, while the left Tekko is equipped with a barrier seal. It can sense when an attack will kill and immediately create a barrier shielding you from harm. The blue-haired woman looked at them for a while before taking them from Ryu and trying them on, and they fit quite comfortably. Thank you, said Konan with a soft smile. No one had ever really bothered to get her anything. Growing up as an orphan meant she had to take what she could get. Naruto handed the second present, which was also wrapped in twine. Konan, like before, unwrapped the gift, where it was a small flippable box meant to hold small jewelry. When Konan opened the box, her breath hitched slightly. It was the hair clips she was looking at yesterday. The blue scaled ones. Konan smiled a little in delight. She really wanted those hair clips but were just too expensive. She tried to attach the clips to her hair but was instead intercepted by her blonde Sharingan-wielding partner. Let me, he whispered softly. He took the clips from her hands and clipped them to her left bang near her hairline. And even he had to admit that Konan was an remarkably gorgeous woman. These hair clips I imbued with seals also. When you want to fire off an attack, I can remotely pour my chakra into you in short bursts, thereby allowing your techniques to become stronger and faster. This makes up the necessary requirements for normal combos, explained Naruto. Now I have one more present for you. He poured chakra into the seal on his left wrist and unsealed the Shiromikairan no Tsurugi. And he held it out for Konan. The blue-haired woman took the sword into her hands and examined its craft. She didn't know much about kenjutsu or weapons, but even she knew that the sword was far above high quality. Thank you, but I'm not good at kenjutsu and I don't think I'll find any teacher to help me, said Konan blankly. I'll teach you, responded Naruto emotionlessly, making Konan raise her eyebrows. I'm a kenjutsu master, I'll teach you what I know and even help you develop your own style. I could even teach sealing if that's what you wish. Konan looked back down at the sword. It was always good to learn new things. She was about to answer him, but when she looked up she saw he was gone. She turned her head to the left to see him walking away. She sighed and followed after him. But Naruto had a small grin. It was tiny and nearly unnoticeable, but it was there nonetheless. Recently, after meeting Konan, Naruto started feeling this peculiar sensations. It was very unreal to him, but maybe. Mei was in her office in the land of water waiting for her enforcers Ryu and Konan. She had one more mission for them and she had been paying the Akatsuki graciously. Though she smirked when her thoughts traveled to Ryu, oh how she wanted to tie him up again. But she doubted the chances of that happening again. She heard a knock at the door and she ushered the person in. Mizukage-sama, Ryu Yokais and Konan have returned, proclaimed Ao. Mei smirked even more. Her favorite toy was back in the village again. Konan walked through the door first with her new teko and hair clips which were pinned onto her left bang and with the Shiromi Kirin. Shortly after that Naruto walked through, although he appeared to be less than happy to be there, if he could feel happiness at all. So I trust the mission was success. Spoke Mei with an all too sweet smile, which made Naruto's eyebrow tick in annoyance. He took out the scroll containing the Kubikiribocho. Please Mizukage-sama, could you assign us our next mission? Demanded Konan politely. Mei did not lose her grin, nor did she pay attention to what Konan had to say. There is a single bandit camp that has been causing trouble for the civilians of the land of water. Please deal with these awful men, Ryu-kun, pleaded Mei with puppy dog eyes. Naruto was quite unnerved at those eyes. He needed to escape the land of water and soon. Ao, who saw what Mei was doing and Ryu's reaction, understood perfectly how Naruto was feeling. Mei had done the same thing to a poor Chunin, and the problem why Mei was not married by now was because she was too clingy, and it caused most if not all men who was involved romantically with her to be put into a madhouse or leave the country entirely. Some men faked their own deaths to rid themselves of her. She even kidnapped a few handsome men. And it seems Ryu was ensnared into the web of seduction from the Black Widow known as Mei Terumi, for like a spider, she always killed her mates. And that's why Mei didn't like the mention of her love life. Ryu with his new mission scurried out of the room like a scared mouse, not caring where the bandit camp was. Konan followed after him but just briskly walked out. How should we handle it? Asked Naruto as the two partners observed the large bandit camp that was terrorizing the land of water. We go in together, we should work on our teamwork, possibly create combo attacks, replied Konana, whose face was neutral. Pain-sama appreciates when the teams of the Akatsuki are able to work cohesively together, or at least, in combat scenarios. I agree, my wind and lightning natures will be of benefit to you as it can enhance your paper ninjutsu, making your papers sharp or fast, explained Naruto as he unsealed the Tenbogiri. Konan nodded and both launched themselves at the bandit camp, taking the humans without honor unawares. Konan, despite years of hardening as from the deaths of Yahiko and the other Akatsuki, was still underneath all that, a gentle soul, and preferred to kill her enemies with the least amount of pain possible. So she used her paper sheets to asphyxiate her opponents. She fired off some paper shurikens at two incoming enemies where the paper as hard as steel easily cut through the men. Ryu meanwhile was cutting down his opponents quickly using the Tenbogiri and wind-enhanced shuriken to decimate the bandits. Konan folded several paper sheets in intricate aeroplanes using her paper powers. She fired off the paper aeroplanes, but she felt a burst of chakra enter her where her aeroplanes gained a what appeared to be wind lance on the aeroplane's tip where it became sharper and faster. It easily punctured and pierced the bandits like bullets. She turned her head quickly to see Ryu nod at her. He must have pumped his chakra into her, making her attack stronger. Naruto jumped over to her position when more bandits converged around him. Ready your attack, Konan, spoke Naruto as he was back to back with her. But something clicked in Konan's mind. She turned her head to look at her partner, but instead of seeing his golden hair and red eyes, she saw orange hair like a sunset and brown eyes. Flashback. Ready your attack, Konan, spoke Yahiko as he was fighting off Kumo shinobi in the Land of Rain. The Akatsuki were trying to bring peace to the land through mutual understanding and acceptance. They were going to meet the Kumo shinobi in an attempt at peaceful negotiation. However, the peace talks didn't go exactly as planned, and one thing led to the other, and well, they were in the situation they were in now. It all started when Yahiko made a terrible speech. He was never good at speeches. All right, yelled Konan as she had her papers surround them in a sort of protective battlement. Nagato. Use your wind jutsu to enhance Konan's papers. Ordered Yahiko, to which Nagato nodded. The redhead placed his hand on Konan's shoulder, funneling wind chakra into her. Konan fired off her paper sheets, which she mentally folded into shuriken and mentally threw them at the enemy, where the shuriken had an extra set of blades useful for chopping down numbers. Yahiko, not wanting to be outdone by Konan, prepared a water jutsu. Sweeten. Kazui no Suiman, water release. Flooding water gate. Yelled Yahiko as he spewed water from his mouth onto the ground, making the already slippery wet ground even more slippery, where the Kumo shinobi lost balance from the force of the water. Nagato created a mechanical arm jutting out of his shoulder with the Shirato Asura path, and started firing off several guided missiles at the downed shinobi, where they exploded on contact and reduced the shinobi into ash. A few seconds passed and things started settling down around the muddied area. Well, that went well, spoke Yahiko ironically, which caused Konan and Nagato to sweat drop at him. If you call this a success, reminded Nagato, which caused Yahiko to face fault, and before long the two started arguing with each other. Konan just smiled happily at her two best friends. Flashback end. Kaiten. Kan Kaisei Kyoheiki, fire release. Flame formation battlement, yelled Naruto as he slammed his left hand on the ground, and streaks of flames and fire came forth from his fingers, where they would also branch out into other streaks of fire. Many of the bandit caught on fire. Naruto, kneeling down on the ground, watched his flames burn the bandits, and he watched them neutrally, no emotion. Konan, cut them down. Ordered Naruto, where he placed his hand on Konan without looking. He noted that part of the woman he was touching was soft and yet firm. He pumped his chakra into her, where she mentally shot her paper sheets at the last of the bandits who were on fire, where they dropped to the ground dead. Naruto, seeing with his Sharingan that all the bandits were, made no move other than thinking his fingers into the soft, firm area of Konan. However, for the blue-haired woman, she was blushing profusely, and she lowered her eyes to see Ryu groping her buttocks. He was facing away from her, to which Konan thought he was trying to hide his perverted smirk. Rage coming over and not understanding the situation, she did what any normal woman would do to perverts. First, she warned him. Yokeis. Snarled Konan, thinking Ryu would get the message. Naruto hummed at her, meaning he was listening, ignorant over the fact that his hand was touching a special part of the woman. You, continued Konan, and Ryu got up from his kneeling position, however his hand was still touching her. He turned to the blue-haired beauty, and when he saw his hand on her butt, he immediately understood the situation. He instantly tried to apologize, and he had a small blush. However, Konan would hear none of it, and instead cocked her fist, and like pistol she impacted her fist against Ryu's face, more specifically his nose, eyes alit with rage. The normally calm Konan would never do something like that unless angered greatly. Ryu dropped down to ground, apparently unconscious. He was punched by woman plenty of times, but he had to say that was the strongest punch he ever felt. Konan meanwhile realized what she had done and sighed wearily. Maybe she overreacted. Walking back to Kurigakure was Konan and Naruto, wrapped in paper sheets that covered his body except for his face. He currently had tissues up his nose. Whether he got a nosebleed from that moment or when Konan punched him, no one was sure about. He let out a moan in pain, and Konan averted eyes to his. You seem all right, stated Konan blankly. Naruto didn't say anything except but to moan in agony. You punch harder than that woman, commented Naruto, making Konan raise her eyes at him, wondering who he could be referring to. I see, thank you for ridding the bandit camp, and unfortunately my contract with the Akatsuki has ended, spoke Mei sadly and wearily. She was going to miss the blonde. The sex she had with him was the best in ages. Besides, she loved to get a reaction out of him, since with that stoic persona around him it would be hard to get a reaction, but it would be worth it at the same time. The Akatsuki members didn't mind, and instead both seemed happy to get out of the land of water. I hope to be seeing you very soon. Ryu-kun, spoke Mei sultrily, which caused a shiver to run down Naruto's spine. Ryu and Konan were finally leaving Kurigakure and the land of the water behind them. That was a rather interesting experience, stated Konan. A large amount of developments and troubles happened within that village, responded Naruto. Though I wonder what Danzo is planning right now, thought Konan aloud. She was informed about Ryu's capture from Naruto himself. Most likely coming up with tactics to kill me since I represent a danger to Konoha, replied Naruto. But it's not Danzo we should be worrying about. Ryu gave Konan a certain look that the female Akatsuki member understood. Obito Uchiha. When he and Naruto would face each other in 5 months, and between the two of them only one would walk away alive. Konan, we will head to one of my bases north of here to improve your body, and then I want you to tell me everything you know about Obito, and leave out nothing, commanded Naruto, to which Konan nodded. In a small room in Konohagakure were 2 of the Hokage's advisors. The old fossils known as Homura and Kaharu. They had been recently summoned by their former comrade and fellow advisor Danzo to discuss something that he believed would later be a threat and peace to Konoha. Kaharu and Homura were of course more militant when it came to the well-being of the village. They wanted nothing more than to protect it, and they believed that events such as the Uchiha massacre and the Hyuga affair were necessary. Originally, when Suna surrendered to Konoha after their failed invasion, Danzo immediately spoke out against it and would rather attack Suna for their treachery. Kaharu agreed with him at the time, believing it to be the most logical thing at the time. However, Homura did not, instead was content with an armistice but was still bitter over Suna's betrayal. And now news was spreading of Ryu Yokozu's exploits throughout the countries that the entire shinobi world was in an uproar. The Mont's infiltration still leaves a sour taste in the mouths of various shinobi, and agents of the Leaf had already told them what happened at the Kujiro Temple and the Tenbogiri no Tsurugi. And surprisingly, Iwa had openly revealed that yokais snuck into their village and tried to assassinate their Tsuchikage. The advisors thought differently. They had met Onoki the Sandame Tsuchikage various times, both on the battlefield and off. And being a student of Mu the Nadaime Tsuchikage, a man known for his opportunistic ways of attempting to gain affluence outside his own village. Onoki was just like his teacher except for being grumpier than him. Homura and Kaharu believed that Onoki fabricated the lie so to make sure his village would be seen as victims, and so no evidence or false accusations were thrown about his village is the main reason why yokais entered the village is still unknown. The only hidden villages that were, at least had no relation to yokais were Sunagakure and Kurigakure. Mei kept the knowledge of her contracting the Akatsuki on a down low so no one would find out. At that moment Danzo hobbled through the door. Out of all the dinosaurs in the room, he was among the battiest and fanatical about the village. He had lost the opportunity to become Hokage, not once, not twice but 3 times, which to him was an insult to his ability. He sat down on a couch opposite his 2 fellow advisors. Homura, Kaharu. I wish to discuss with you the recent events that have been surrounding Ryu yokais, started Danzo. And, what about the yokais no Ryu? Dragon of the Night Wind questioned Homura. Yokais is a threat that must be eliminated at any and all cost. He is the second coming of the Yondaime Hokage. If such an individual is left wandering around without any allegiance to a shinobi village, could be disastrous to the Leaf and the other villages. The seedling must be pulled from its roots before it can be allowed to grow and flourish, explained Danzo, to which Kaharu and Homura agreed. And what shall we do? We have no present location on yokais, and even if we do, he'll most likely slip through our fingers yet again, spoke Kaharu. Not to mention your failed mission to have yokais abandon the Akatsuki and join Konoha failed miserably. We should never have trusted Iwa shinobi to begin with, harangued Homura. I understand, but this time we will not use shinobi from a backwash village, said Danzo, making Homura and Kaharu look at each other with raised eyebrows. Toge Bushu. Yes, Danzo-sama, spoke a man with a monotone voice that was hiding in the corner. Your mission is to assassinate Ryu yokais, and any and all resources shall be given you if you request it. Yes, Danzo-sama, replied Toge. It would be my pleasure, Danzo-sama, said Toge, who walked into the light with a sickly smirk marring his features. Ryu yokais will be dead before the next flower blooms of his last day, was a tall elegant man with feminine features giving him a slightly androgynous appearance. Slightly, his hair is shoulder length and rose pink with ruffles through it and had blue eyes. He wore the standard Konoha flak jacket with a pink sash around his waist and a short-sleeved green shirt. He wore black gloves with stains of pink and a lapel over both of his legs which were dull pink in color, and he had a tattoo of flowers up the entire length of his right arm. He wore basic ninja sandals and had the Konoha headband on his forehead. "So you're sending Toge?" queried Kaharu. "Will he be enough for yokais, as even Kakashi the strongest Jonin was outmatched by yokais?" "Do not fear, Toge has more than enough qualifications to deal with yokais. Besides, he has something special that not many other shinobi posses," assured Danzo, where he nodded at the pink-haired man who promptly left. Grunting and moaning sounds were reverberating through underground halls, their pitch mirroring the pain the person was in, almost like the wails of a long-dead person. The source of this moaning was Obito Uchiha, who was experimenting on himself to make him stronger so when he would be ready to fight Naruto at Arge Valley south of the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire. Obito was sweating profusely as he was having a cage bunshin doing the experimenting for him. His breath hitched and his body shook violently as he sat upon a small operating table. He was hoping for the pain to end. The operation was almost done. Just a little more. He bit his lip as the pain came back at him full force. This wasn't easy for him, but his opponent was powerful and he too needed to be powerful. Receiving the rush of memories from his shadow clone, Obito grunted in relief, overjoyed that he could no longer feel pain. "I will show the world the true power of the Sharingan," spoke Obito as he got off the operating table. And embedded into his back were 12 Sharingan organized into 4 rows with each eye looking in different directions, almost as if they had life in them or some sign of humanity hoping to release themselves from such torment. They say the eyes are the mirror to the soul, and those eyes reflected horror and agony all too well. So I added some Naruto X Konan development and 1287 Chapter 11, Ash Amongst the Sand. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. Ash Amongst the Sand. The halls were bland white in color and the room reeked with the smell of medicine. The glaring lights from above them shone brightly, blinding anyone that looked into them. There were no windows for the light to escape out of. Just the white room with a single bed which also doubled as an operating table for experiments and procedures. The covers of the bed were white and soft, perfect for anyone to sleep on. The pillow was new and perfectly fluffy, allowing for easy elevation and sweet dreams. One would expect the room to be void room except for a blue-haired woman was sitting on the bed. She was wearing a revealing navy blue robe with a large hemline that exposed her arms, back and lateral part of her C-cup breasts, along with her belly which had piercings around her navel, and navy blue pants which also doubled as her shoes. She had fingerless white Tekko shinobi hand covers which went to her biceps and covered most of her arms, and also she had beautiful scaled blue flower high clips pinned into her left bang, with a small bun and a blue origami flower which was pinned into her bun. She had arrived at the base that her host and partner dubbed the mountain's graveyard, for it had skeletons of large creatures dotting the perimeter of the base. She was a little anxious, if she was honest to herself. She was going to undergo a procedure using cells and blood of a near-extinct but powerful clan. The Uzumaki. She knew very little about the clan other than red hair was particularly common. She heard about the rest from her host, who was more than gracious to answer any of her questions. He claimed that this procedure was harmless and the effects of such a procedure would be too great to decline. Her body was going to become stronger than it ever was, and her chakra, which was already strong and large, would have a serious kick in power. Not only that, but her lifespan would also increase dramatically, although it won't be as great as other Uzumaki who were born with it, but considering how far she was into her life, she would probably live as long as any other. She heard the sound of the only door in the room opening, revealing her host partner, Ryu Yokais, who had also discarded his Akatsuki cloak and opted to wear his completely black one. He was carrying what appeared to be a folded hospital gown in his left hand. "This is for you, so please strip down for me," spoke Naruto neutrally. After the incident with the wolf that happened earlier in the week, Konan understood that some things that Naruto said were not what he actually meant. Konan gave him a glare which he successfully understood, as given his recent encounters there were such things that men were not allowed to see. So he turned around and held out his left hand with the hospital gown, waiting for the woman to take it away from him. He heard the sound of clothes falling off a body and he felt the hospital gown being taken away from him. He knew that if he looked back at her he would possibly die an agonizing death. Also he would probably blush from seeing a woman such as Konan naked in front of him. Lust was an instinct, not an emotion, so feeling such things as sexual hints and among others were of course in reach to the blonde. The Yabana Basaka Henkin, bestial berserker transformation, was a testament to that, as in that mode Naruto purely relied on his instincts as a beast to fight. To him the urge to reproduce oneself in another was encoded into each individual. Those urges and instincts were difficult to control, and controlling them was among the hardest things to do in the world, since it was instinct for fish to swim and birds to fly. Since they were programmed to do such things, it was their instinct. When he thought about it, humans were among the most cruel of beasts, and they hadn't really evolved to be anything other than cruel, but he knew that humans could still love in a world of hate, like that old man who gifted him the Shiromikiran no Tsurugi. Madara had told him that love and hate were instinct. It was an instinct to love something and someone and to hate in the same capacity. Naruto had yet to find love outside of his fatherly love for Madara. Although he hated everything and everyone in the Hidden Leaf Village, and he knew that he could never achieve his vengeance no matter how hard he tried, his vengeance was forever out of his reach. What was his vengeance exactly? He knew all too well. He heard Konan signaling him that she could be viewed again. She was currently folding her previous clothes away. I'll have my Zetsus attend to your needs and wants. I advise you drink fluids shortly before the procedure, spoke Naruto as he left to prepare the final stages of the procedure. However, he looked behind him to see Konan looking down at the floor uneasily. He stopped in his stride and looked back at her. He formed a familiar handseal and created Shadow Clone, who promptly left the room to prepare. He took a chair from one of the corners of the room and sat it down near Konan's bed. The blue-haired woman looked up at him curiously. You looked uneasy. Zetsus don't make great company, and they're loud, annoying and obnoxious. Even I don't like Zetsus, but they have their uses, so instead I'll be your company, answered Naruto to the unspoken question. Instead of rebuking him for what Konan would view as a sign of comfort, which normally Konan would shout out against as it made her feel weak and she hated feeling weak and useless. But since any sign of comfort was one of the many strange things that Ryu Yokais would not do, she instead let him do what he want. Instead, she took it in stride as she could see that Naruto cared about her, although she was unaware in what capacity. So instead she smiled a small, soft smile which was something alien to her and out of character. When she first met Ryu, he was a cold, uncaring bastard that wouldn't show emotion to any scenario. He was cruel and efficient in his duties and assignments. He viewed people around him as puppets to be toyed with in bottles on a shelf or dirt under his boot. He was manipulative and calm, a deadly combination, and he toyed with his comrades and prey as if they were sport. But recently she had been noting a change in his behavior and demeanor. While he was a lot less cruel, he no longer toyed with his opponents unless they were strong, and if they were strong he would like to test their abilities, which to Konan, who believed that when he did that it was a compliment as they proved their worth to him. He also talked more and was more open about his thoughts. He was also more cooperative and listened to her on occasion. However, she had yet to see him truly smile other than a sickly smirk which was twisted and demented. And he somehow valued friendship, although he believed that friendship was a long process and equal trust and understanding were needed. She knew that whenever Ryu blushed, it means his sexual desire was spiked, which was a consequence of instinct. It was instinct to seek sex, and like it was an instinct to walk and talk. Thinking nothing more of her partner, she reined in her thoughts and waited for the medical procedure to be done. At least she was at ease with Ryu with her. Naruto's shadow clone meanwhile had various beakers and vials in front of him at a small desk. He was coalescing and combining and swirling blood in a small vial which was combining into a single blood very nicely. He had his Zetsus travel to the land of water and access the damaged hospital which was still standing. The Zetsus gathered up blood samples from various members of his clan. Although some of the blood was old and diluted, some still survived, and he was able to revitalize them with his own life force. He knew that Konan after the procedure would need physical therapy, so to become adjusted to her new body, unlike him with his healing factor and natural heritage, it would be harder for Konan. So he was going to do exercise spars with her to reach her bodily goal. He would also teach her Kenjutsu, which would also factor into the physical therapy. And sealing if she was interested. Naruto funneled all the collected blood from the Uzumaki clan into a blood bag. It was time to begin the operation. Naruto's shadow clone returned to the single room with an IV and a blood bag. The real Naruto supported Konan as she eased herself in a resting position. Clone Naruto traced Konan's left arm and vein and tapped his finger to encourage dilation of her blood. And then the clone inserted the IV into Konan's arm and then allowed the blood to drip down the nozzle into her vein. Konan watched the blood flow into her. It was now too late for second thoughts to change her mind. She did feel a little anxiety at seeing the red liquid. She tightened her fist, but she stopped when she felt the original Naruto's hand over hers, and with a look that was the most real Konan had seen. His red eyes weren't half-lidded like they usually were, but instead seemed to have life in them. At least that's what she thought. She tried to quell her anxiety and just get it done and over with. Naruto tried to comfort her to the best of his ability, but comforting someone was not something he was good at, but he tried anyway. A couple of hours later, Konan was sleeping in the same bed, with Naruto watching over her like an unmoving statue. It was a day later that Konan was walking around on her feet, and instantly she could feel different. It like her body had removed a great weight from her core. And like Ryu said, her chakra levels skyrocketed and became stronger and more resilient. Health and healing also improved, where she could recover from major wounds within a few days and lesser ones with a few hours. So now Konan and Ryu were standing before each other ready to start physical therapy.
They didn't need to say any words other than through their fists. It was a spar, so no one would get hurt much. When Konan aimed a punch at Naruto's head, he swatted it away with his palm and tried to elbow her on the collarbone, but he stopped and said again, and their sparring started over again. With his Sharingan eyes, Naruto could read and predict all of Konan's moves. And she was really adept at taijutsu, where she was able to keep up with him and his attacks. As their spars went by, the fighting became more intense, and Konan was able to keep up with him after hours of non-stop sparring, and she wasn't panting or out of breath. "I think that's enough," stated Naruto as he abruptly ended the sparring matches. "I remember expressing interest in the subject of kenjutsu, correct?" Konan nodded at the blonde, signaling he was right. Naruto unsealed 2 Bakken, wood swords, and threw one to Konan, who grasped it firmly in her hand. "You're giving me a stick?" questioned Konan as she looked back down at the wooden sword. "My father told me that a master with a wooden stick shall always defeat a novice with a steel sword," replied Naruto, as he fell into a traditional kenjutsu stance. Konan did the same thing until Naruto told her that the spacing between her feet were off. They sparred for an hour, leaving Konan with many bruises over her body, and she was rather sore. That's why he wanted wooden swords, or she'll be dead. "Sloppy," commented Naruto. Konan couldn't yell at him since what he said was true. "The spacing between your feet is always off, making you easy to topple over like a domino where your opponent would kill you. Your eyes just track my sword when you should be watching my body. You swing your sword around like it truly is a stick, and you don't think of your weapon as an extension of your body. If this was serious, you'd be dead," harangued Naruto. He knew Konan was going to be poor at kenjutsu, but he didn't expect as much. He stabbed the wooden sword into the ground, where it stayed there. "However, being a teacher to you, I'll assist you as much as possible. First, I will teach you the proper stance where you can adapt it to fit your own style." He walked behind her and gently placed his hands against hers. Konan's back met Ryu's firm chest, and she noted the close proximity the two had. She blushed but quickly hid it, and with his guiding hands was she able to learn the proper stance. Now they stood opposite each other in the same field. "My father explained kenjutsu to me like this. A kenjutsu wielder is always like the 5 natures, each person representing a different nature," explained Naruto. "My father called me wind and lightning, ferocity and swiftness, leaving my opponents no time to attack because of my aggressive and fast attacks. We will spar again, and if I see a mistake, I will discipline you," spoke Naruto, who picked up his sword again. He was using a similar method to how Madara trained him in kenjutsu, only he would merely tap Konan on her body instead of hitting her over the head with a cane. The kenjutsu sparring commenced again, with Konan being outclassed by her more experienced tutor. Later during the week, Naruto would teach Konan the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu so to help increase and speed up her training. It worked because of Konan's revamped chakra levels. She was able to maintain and balance a large amount of clones, nowhere near that of Naruto's, but good enough. So each day Ryu and Konan's clones would practice kenjutsu while the real ones were working on Konan's fuinjutsu. Although unlike Kenjutsu, Konan didn't suck at Fuinjutsu. Although there were times when Naruto had to assist her by showing her the correct strokes by placing his hands on top of hers again. And throughout the week Konan was flourishing under Ryu's tutelage. She was able to hold her clones were able to hold their own against Ryu's clones, although when she dispelled her clones she was left with a skull-splitting headache that Naruto would cure with his medical ninjutsu. Naruto was also able to see Konan's own self-developed Kenjutsu style, and he had to say it was impressive. It combined Konan's slender frame and speed together, giving her an advantage, and because of her inexperience she was unpredictable, and unpredictability was useful in the shinobi world. He was noted to be highly unpredictable himself. Konan's style was closely linked to water. Her movements were fluent and fast like wind. Her stance was unique, unlike Naruto's, whose stance was crouched, anticipating when his opponent would attack. He would have his legs evenly spaced and either his sword pointing towards his enemy either by his side or near his temple, so to react to shuriken and kunai at any time. Konan had her feet together, allowing her to move in short distances and in quick succession, and she could levitate with her papers, possibly nullifying any weakness. And she held out her sword pointing down to the ground, and she preferred a one-handed style compared to Naruto, who would use both or one of his hands for the tanbogiri. And her posture looked rather stiff, but this was a ruse, since because of her frame she was rather slender and could avoid attacks or transform into her paper form. Her skill in sealing, while nowhere near that of Mito Uzumaki or Naruto's, was rather impressive, as she was able to replicate Naruto's wrist seals. However, she required an article of clothing rather than having it on their skin. So she imbued more seals on her birthday teko. Maybe she got her skill from being around Nagato, who was also an Uzumaki. So now Konan and Naruto were standing opposite each other in the same field. Naruto unsealed the Tanbogiri no Tsurugi, dragonfly cutting sword, and Konan unsealed the Shiromakiren, white lotus bud sword. Naruto had to be careful. The Tanbogiri could cut through nearly anything, with an exception being the Shiromakiren. Konan was informed of the Shiromakiren's abilities and making anything it touches as brittle as snow, including skin and bone. The two fell into each other's respective stances, where they both rushed at each other. Their swords met in a clash of metal and sparks. Naruto's ferocious style versus Konan's flowing style. Naruto swept his feet in an attempt to topple Konan, only for her to jump in the air. Using his momentum he had built, he tried to stab Konan, who blocked it with the flat side of the Shiromakiren. The two jumped away from each other and flee at each other again. Konan attempted a sword strike at Ryu's left, Naruto predicting her next move with the Sharingan, prepared to block it, but instead he saw her empty hand pass by him. Quickly maneuvering out of the way to intercept her feint, quickly did he almost suffer a horrific gash on his side. Konan gritted her teeth at the man he saw him break her defense with by grappling her hilt with the tip of his blade and toppled her over onto the ground. Following after her he attempted to stab her, and she rolled away where she tried a vertical gash. But it failed as he stepped back a bit, with only missing the Shiromakiren by a hair's breadth, where if he didn't move half of his face would have been cloven in two. He unsealed 3 shuriken and threw them at Konan, who deflected them with her own sword. After deflecting the shuriken, Konan found that her opponent, teacher, had disappeared. Using the flat reflective side of the Shiromakiren did Konan see Naruto running behind her, ready to stab her in the back. She pivoted her body to avoid the stab, and she cocked her arm and slashed Naruto diagonally across the chest and at his shoulder, where his blood splattered and pooled across the ground. Konan grinned a little before her grin disappeared when Naruto exploded into a plume of smoke, signaling that she was fighting a shadow clone. She heard clapping behind her to see Naruto staring at her neutrally. "Well, if you defeated my shadow clone, it certainly means that you're already at expert level of Kenjutsu. We made amazing time with the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. It helpfully reduced the time needed to train you," said Naruto in a complimenting fashion. Konan sealed the Shiromakiren into her right teko, and both left for the mountain's graveyard so to gather supplies so they could prepare for their next mission. Konan was getting ready to leave for her next mission. She was wearing her Akatsuki cloak and fixing her new hair clips until there was a knock on the door in the room she was currently occupying. She ushered in the person in and wasn't surprised to see Ryu waiting for her in his Akatsuki garb. "I wish to speak to you about Obito," said Ryu, starting the conversation. Konan had been expecting this. Ability-wise she knew nearly everything about the Uchiha pretender. His dojutsu, the Sharingan, is powerful. I believe he has the Mangekyo Sharingan," replied Konan cooperatively. "From what I know, he is well versed in fire release, but the greatest thing you need to worry about is his near-invincible technique. I don't know what it's called, but I know it's a space-time ninjutsu on a massive scale, maybe even surpassing that of the Hiraishin. With it he is able to send parts of his body to a dimensional plane while he leaves an afterimage of himself behind. When he sends his body into the plane he becomes intangible. Any and all attacks will simply phase through him and can phase through objects like a ghost. However, he can only maintain his intangibility for 5 minutes, and he can reset the time limit when he phases back into existence. So continuous attacks will be key to his defeat, and if you can touch and hold him, even if he becomes intangible, you too will become intangible with him, so therefore you can attack him. He will also try to suck you into his dimension. That's the only time when he's solid and can be attacked," explained Konan in detail, with Naruto taking all of it in. He knew that the Kumonju no Yuki, 9 masked beasts of valor, would be invaluable to the fight and his other Kamiyonanayo technique. "Thank you, that information will be helpful," spoke Naruto neutrally. Before Naruto could leave, Zetsu appeared and opened up his Venus flytrap extension, revealing his multicolored self. "Leader Sama has requested the both of you," spoke Zetsu. Konan and Naruto performed the ram seal and closed their eyes. Their minds were transported, leaving behind their bodies. They awoke to find themselves in a dark cave with stalactites and stalagmites, with a small lantern in the middle with a flame flickering about. They were the only ones in the room aside from Nagato acting through Yahiko's body. "Ryu. Konan. I'm pleased that you're here. I have a mission that is best suited to your unique talents and abilities. But first, Zetsu has informed me of the success to your many assignments in the Land of Water. I applaud you for your duties and the funds the Akatsuki have generated from the Mizukage, and she sends her gratitude, especially to you, Ryu," spoke Pain neutrally, and with his words a cold shiver ran up Ryu's spine, although he made no facial feature. The Akatsuki have been recently contacted by a politician from the Land of Wind. He demanded that the organization send among their best agents for this assignment. And I can't send Hidan and Kakazu since they would only draw attention to themselves and the organization. Deidara and Sasori are not suited for this, given Sasori's past with the Land of Wind, and Itachi and Kisame are currently preoccupied with another mission. Since this politician asked for the best, I will send the best. You two will journey to the Land of Wind and complete the mission. I have immeasurable faith in your abilities, so please, keep up the standard." Nagato was about to leave before something came to him that nearly made him forget about something. "Oh, and Ryu, check page 23. And Nagato's astral body left, and Naruto's and Konan's followed shortly after. Back in their own bodies, Naruto peered out of the corner of his eye and saw Zetsu holding a bingo book. He took the book from Zetsu's hand and flipped to page 3. Naruto glared at the page as if hoping for it to burst one fire at any moment. Konan peeked over his shoulder and the tips of her toes so to get a look. Ryu had a lot of bounties, even more so than Kakazu. On the page read in big black letters, "Ryu Yokazi, wanted for the fornication, copulation and coitus of the Godem Mizukage, Maid Terumi." She didn't want to read the price on his head because there were so many zeros. Now Ryu Yokazi was an international criminal wanted officially in 4 countries. "That woman," cursed Naruto as he sent chakra into his right eye and used Amaterasu on the bingo book, reducing it to ash in seconds. He dropped the burning book and left the base, with a grinning Zetsu melting into the ground and a slightly smirking Konan, who found it funny that such a crime was possible, following after him. At the entrance to the mountain's graveyard, Naruto was waiting for his partner to get her things ready. He was pleased with her progress in sealing, considering it was a difficult form of shinobi arts, although he had faith in her, and Naruto expressing faith was a rare thing indeed. However, at the moment he was having questioning beliefs. He remembered what the kind old man told him. At first he refused to believe that random acts of kindness and keep such things as powerful as hatred at bay. But maybe the old man was right. Maybe there was hope in the world, and sometimes, the simplest things in the world are the hardest to understand and grasp. Sometimes you are looking for a simple object which you had lost only to find it right under your nose. To Naruto, kindness and other positive things were unreal to him. He didn't know what to think of kindness and generosity. Maybe he was incapable of both. No, if he wasn't capable of kindness he wouldn't have gotten Konan those hair clips. Was it human nature to be kind to others as they are kind to you? Was it an instinct? Why do people do the things they do in the name of love and not hate? Those were the questions floating within Naruto's mind like balloons ready to pop. He had also noted a change in his overall remaining personality. He was less aggressive and more neutral. He also apologized for the simplest of things. He wondered why he chose to live in such a world as cruel as this one. He also felt, just feeling something was unreal to him and almost foreign to him. He couldn't explain it. Did he actually have what made a person, qualities he thought he lost? Although the feeling was small he couldn't deny it wasn't there. The feeling was warm, not cold like winter or hot like summer. If he were to describe it the feeling was more like spring. Budding like a flower in the light of the sun he knew that what he was feeling was brought about by an external object or being. But the feeling? It was small, but warm, tiny like a butterfly yet so full of life. He felt it when he gave Konan her birthday presents. That smile of hers sparked something within him. It was minuscule but it existed nonetheless. He didn't know what the feeling was. Emotions were unreal to him and the only time he did show emotion was when he was trying to convey what he wanted to feel by replicating that certain emotion like anger. Although he didn't know how good he was at it. But the feeling, it made him taste life again. If others were to describe him the word would be empty. Both figurative and literal. He literally was an empty vessel. He was born to be a Jinchuriki and now he's no longer a jailer. The prison which held the beast was empty. And all the qualities of his mask were gone. But the only time he felt anything was for Madara. He could still love and hate as they were instincts just as walking and talking. Madara was the father he longed for and wanted. No matter how sick it may have sounded. The man looked at him, was bothered when Naruto was bothered, was upset when Naruto was upset, angry when Naruto was angry. Was that what a father was supposed to be? Above all in his life even more than his now forgotten dream of becoming and being the Hokage was Naruto having a family of his own since he didn't have one growing up. Still the concept for having children other than just survival of a species was still something Naruto did not understand. They were loud, bratty, troublemaking little monsters. In Kirigakure he saw siblings fight each other as if they were mortal enemies and if their parents asked them to not do something they did it anyway no matter how many times they were asked not to do it. No, he was just being hypocritical. All people have their faults which make you want to yell at them. Children are no exception. But still to feel was something new to the blonde. Not only that he would have to obscure his face some more since the Land of Wind people were smarter than most other nations. Their cunning minds and their intelligence are something to be wary of. He could hear footsteps approaching from behind. He didn't have to turn his head as he sensed Konan's chakra coming from behind him. When it came to sensory Naruto was better than Madara. Unlike Madara who didn't decide to strengthen his rare gift couldn't tell apart chakra signatures very well but because of all his encounters with Hashirama Senju he could sense the signature of his rival's chakra anywhere. Naruto could feel that Konan had a uniqueness when it came to her chakra. Of course it now had the charismatic feel of Uzumaki chakra but hers was soft like flower petals and warm like the morning sun. Madara had told him that each person's chakra had a different sensation to it. And very FFEW words could be used to describe it. "Shall we head off?" spoke Konan who didn't have her neutral blank look. Naruto nodded at her and summoned the Suzaku, vermilion bird, by using the Kamiyonanayo. Naruto jumped onto the back of the Suzaku which made Konan raise her eyebrow. Doesn't he turn into a cloud of bats to travel? "Get on," commanded Naruto from his sitting position on the bird. Konan was a little unsure of what was happening and her unsurety only grew when the giant red bird looked at her with coal black eyes. "No thank you," dismissed Konan politely and closed her eyes trying to not look at the bird. Naruto instead get off the bird and hefted Konan bridal style which earned a shout from the blue-haired woman. He planted the woman firmly on the bird and her back met his firm chest. With a mental command from its master, the Suzaku rocketed from its position and flew into the open sky. Konan had flown in the sky before but not at this speed or height. The rush of air hitting her face felt like bricks being thrown at her again and again. Both of her hands were tightly clinging onto the feathers of the bird like a desperate child hoping to not fall off. Further and further the bird flew into the air, higher and higher. Konan closed her eyes in fear at the sheer speed at which the bird was flying. She didn't look back at the man behind her because she was too busy being concerned for herself. Hair, usually kempt hair, was flailing like a mad person and some strands were whipping against her face. She could feel her doom approaching her. Sometimes she felt that the man behind had a few loose screws. Faster and faster, swifter than the wind, the Suzaku flew through the air, piercing the atmosphere. She could feel it coming, her end, but for just a moment, nothing came but this content feeling. She opened her eyes to see the Suzaku flying at an even pace above the clouds. She knew that it was the early morning, but the sun shining over the clouds cloaked the white shapeless forms, giving them new colors of red coalesced in gold. It was spectacular, true beauty before her eyes. For a moment, she envied Kumogakure, waking up to such a display. She looked up at the sun and was enthralled with it. She could feel its warm rays against her and through her clothing, bathing her in light, purifying every part of her body stricken with cold. What she thought she was seeing was art in its truest form, the natural beauty and wonder of the world. No word could describe what she was feeling at the moment. The sun and the golden red clouds made her feel content, as if nothing in the world could ruin this moment. She looked back over her shoulder to see Ryu gazing into the sun, and for a moment she swore she saw a flash of ocean blue cross his eyes. Blue, the color that reflected the sky. But as quickly as it disappeared, it was replaced with Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye, and his left eye remained as the normal Sharingan. The sun beamed off his golden hair, making it appear to have all the shades of yellow, yellow like sunflowers. Ironic given where they were now, to her yellow was truly a special color. Yellow could convey so many emotions, and all of them positive. A picture could tell 1,000 words, though a color could give you few words but all meaningful. His skin, the light pounded against it, making it glisten like diamonds and other jewels. It was also soft like feathers but yet firm when it needed it to be. You could explore every inch of someone and yet only find half of what you're looking for. She eased herself more into his chest and found that he didn't retaliate or move, too focused on the light in front of him. Sorry if this is late, but I knew you wanted to do something special for your birthday. This is the best I can give you. Happy birthday, whispered Naruto into Konan's ear, where the man smiled a little. Feel the euphoria radiating from her, as vast and powerful as the sun. It's almost like a painting, commented Konan as her eyes kept staring into the light. And the sky is its canvas, said Naruto, finishing her sentence. My father told me once that everything in this world is different from the leaves among the trees. The stones amongst the mountains, mists upon the eve, sand on the beaches and clouds in the sky. Everything is different, even people, but yet, there was one thing, never changing, always existed in this world of ours. We see it every day and yet we think nothing of it. It's open and free like birds on the wind, not restricted by a law or order. It's vaster than the ocean and yet invisible as the future. What was he referring to? Asked Konan softly. The sky, untouchable like a dream. Many people dream of touching it one day, and like the sky we all have one destiny, one sky, answered Naruto sagely with a small smile. Maybe the reason why you lack what makes you, you, is because you're waiting for someone to dye the canvas which is you, thought Konan. But seeing everything Ryu has done for her, whether it be intentional or unintentional, she couldn't thank him truly. He was kind, but he couldn't see it even with those eyes of his. Such kindness in the world could not be found today. Sometimes you don't need to smile to convey your hidden feelings. Just through action was enough to enlighten any broken heart. You are the most beautiful man I have ever met. She knew it was a long way to go to melt the frozen heart and blank heart of Ryu Yokaze. But she felt with every step that any hateful man can become someone worth loving. The two shinobi and the giant red bird were soaring through the clouds and air, just enjoying the moment of morning. Naruto crossed his arm across Konan's belly. Hold on, he whispered Naruto. Konan didn't know what he meant, but she received the answer where the red bird dived for the clouds and inverted itself, so now they were flying upside down. Seeing the clouds below her, Konan stretched her arm and grazed the white puffs in the sky. It was almost soft, the touch. And then the bird fully submerged itself in the white ocean in the sky. Konan could feel the air screeching by her face as she enjoyed every moment of it. She wondered briefly where they were now. But what was happening right now was calling her attention away. The clouds finally parted to reveal the land and sky. She looked down below to see many rivers cutting through the earth like knives. They were flying over the land of rivers which bordered the land of fire and the land of wind. They even had a minuscule hidden village that wasn't high up on the food chain. Violently and suddenly the Suzaku threw Konan off its shoulders and latched its claws around her arms. The blue-haired with in response gasped at the sudden action and then sent a glare to her blonde compatriot. And then the Suzaku dive-bombed towards the ground at unimaginable speeds. Closer and closer was it, plummeting to the ground. Konan calmed herself as she knew nothing bad would happen. The earth was etching itself nearer and nearer. But with a sudden burst the Suzaku opened its wings, and in time before they hit the bed of a river. Softly and slowly the giant bird brought Konan's feet to the surface of the water and allowed her to skate across it with some assistance with chakra in the soles of her feet. Konan hadn't had this much adrenaline pumping fun in years, too many to count. She felt the Suzaku's talons leave her arms as she skated across the water herself. She ducked under a branch that would have smacked in her the face, and her presence disturbed a flock of doves who were now flying with her. She felt something hard against her back to see the fox-eared mask of the bird pushing her along with a slightly grinning Ryu riding on its back. "Faster!" commanded Konan, and the bird's wings beat with new vigor and speed. Konan could see the end of the river, which was in fact a waterfall. She looked back to see that the bird had disappeared, and the only other birds with her were the doves flying by her side. Her heart was racing with excitement she hadn't felt so alive and before, not ever. She reached the end of the river with the gracefulness of a swan, leapt of the river with her arms spread wide and with her eyes closed, taking in everything around her. She opened her eyes and pivoted her body where Ryu and his large bird flew under her form, ready to catch her. She landed roughly on the bird but was having too much fun to care. The bird caught in victory, at least that what she thought it was. And she listened to the beating of its wings, and the wind cried into her ears. So now they were heading to the land of wind at an even pace and speed. At the land of waves someone was looking for someone else. This person was Sogeki Bareru, the strongest ninja in Iwagakure aside from Onoki. A man known for his speed and instinctual fighting style. Sogeki was a dangerous person to all that knew him. He was a veteran of the Third Shinobi World War and even faced the Yondaime Hokage when he was a Jonin back then. However, he didn't walk away from the fight without scars. He lost his right eye and had a large jagged scar that ran up his left cheek just under his left eye. Sogeki had slicked back dark hair with several gray streaks and a long ponytail, golden eyes and upturned eyebrows. He wore the standard Iwagakure flak jacket without the lapel with brown pants and simple brown ninja sandals. He wore a long, sleeveless purple coat with twin tails and a red tattered scarf with its tail sprouting behind his neck. He had mesh armor covering his entire arms and two black gloves with the thumb and index fingers missing. On his brown belt were two holsters holding custom-made kunai launchers. The kunai launchers had a unique appearance to them. They had a purple ring which was white on top of the handle and three spikes lined around the ring. The barrel of the launchers were strange as they were long, thin pyramids that was lavender in color and whitened to the tip. The handle was purple and had a thick curved arc acting as a guard. The guard was also lined by 6 thin, diamond-shaped spikes with silver edges. These were in fact seals that held countless needle-like kunai that could absorb chakra. Sogeki had one on each side of his waist. He was currently walking through a district in the land of waves. He heard that someone had spotted his target in this particular place. Of course it was difficult as most of the people hadn't seen him and his face was never revealed. The only thing he could fall on was a photo from Konoha's bingo book which didn't reveal much. He walked up to random people asking if they had seen this person. "Hey, lady," yelled Sogeki at a carrying groceries. The woman turned to him with curious eyes. "Have you seen this guy? Name's Ryu Yokaze," spoke Sogeki as he showed the woman the photo. "No, haven't seen someone like that," replied the woman before she walked off somewhere. This was Sogeki's routine. Ask a person about his objective or asking a girl on a date, get rejected, swallow sadness and later cry deeply and later eat a bagel, his favorite food. One of the quirks of the Iwa shinobi was that he got comically sad or depressed when he failed a mission, which made everyone around him also comically sad or depressed. He also liked eavesdropping on people, which on more occasions got him in trouble. He was walking down the road when he spotted a unique store. This was the last store he had to go to, which was on the street. It was a weapons store. Let's see if the old man here had seen the person. Hey old coot! Yelled Sogeki disrespectfully. The kind old man by the counter saw the Iwa shinobi standing at the door to the store with his hands on his hips. How can I help you, young man? Asked the kind storekeeper. Sogeki took out the picture and showed it to the old man and asked if he had seen anyone like that. MMHHH. Hummed the man as he inspected the picture. He swore he had seen this person before, but where? His name's Ryu Yokaze, tall, blonde. Stated Sogeki. Then something clicked in the old man's mind. Why yes, there was someone like that in this store just recently, replied the man. Really where? Asked Sogeki hastily. He walked into this store and I gave him a nice sword too. Don't know where he ran off to, but I think he was heading west, said the kind old man, dejected at finding out he had to travel more. Sogeki muttered a thank you and left the store, arms drooping by his side. The thought of finding you here, someone as ugly as you, surprises me to no end, spoke a dull monotone voice with a hint of superiority. Sogeki swiftly reached for his kunai launcher and aimed it at his right at the person who called out to him. The person was a tall, elegant man with feminine feature giving him a slightly androgynous appearance. His hair was shoulder-length and rose pink with various ruffles through it and blue eyes. He was wearing the standard Konoha flag jacket with a pink sash around his waist and a short-sleeved green shirt. He wore black gloves with stains of pink and a dull pink apron over his legs which was open in the front, which reached to his feet. He had a tattoo of numerous pink flowers up the entire length of his right arm. He wore basic ninja sandals and the Konoha Hide 8 on his forehead. Huh, Toge Bushu. Been a long time. To what do I owe the pleasure? Spoke Sogeki as he kept his kunai launcher trained on his old Konoha rival. The two men had faced each other many times in the past and both couldn't be able to kill the other. Just a friendly business proposition, dully spoke Toge. As if, when you mean friendly, you actually mean piss off, smirked Sogeki, which also made Toge smirk as well. More or less it, but it seems we have a common enemy, said Toge, pushing himself off the wall. First of all, you can stop pointing that toy at me. I'm not here to fight. A few seconds passed of intense staring and Sogeki relented, where he placed the kunai loopner back in its position, the holster on his leg. Well, for starters, our common enemy happens to be Ryu Yokaze, said Toge. As if, didn't take me long to figure it out, boasted Sogeki. Yeah, sure it did, stated Toge sarcastically, which made Sogeki's eyes twitch a little. Do you even know anything about Yokaze? Spoke Toge, annoyed at his rival's sarcastic attitude, which made Sogeki scratch his head. Out of all the hidden villages, Konoha has the most information on Yokaze. Since our villages both want him eliminated, might as well share information. Toge started walking down the road with Sogeki trailing beside him. So, got any tips? Spoke Sogeki coolly as he placed his hands behind his head. Yokaze has been described as a man trained to be the ultimate killing machine, without emotions or morals holding him back. It seems he has been trained in all forms of shinobi combat and abilities. Everything we can deduce about him is that he is someone to not take lightly, as he is opportunistic as a predator. He will look for any sign of weakness and quickly exploit it, where he will kill you, explained Toge, with Sogeki listening. It was also quite strange seeing a Konoha and a Iwa shinobi walking side by side together. As for abilities, he has affinities towards wind, fire and lightning natures. Genjutsu master coupled with his Sharingan makes him deadly at Genjutsu. Taijutsu is supposed to be high according to reports, and he has near unmatched power in Fuinjutsu. Master at Kenjutsu and quite an aggressive style, leaving no time for anyone to counter-attack. Known to taunt his opponents to throw them off edge. Known stealth and infiltration master, can sneak into the highest security areas in the world, and according to the Bingo Book of Kumo, he can summon and control multiple beasts similar to the puppetry of Suna. So he comes from Suna, stated Sogeki. His origins is still unknown, but it doesn't matter, responded Toge. As if, he's going to be 6 feet in the ground once I'm done with him, proclaimed Sogeki. Yokaze will not be an easy opponent. Also, he may have other abilities that he has yet to show. Not only that, he has a partner with him making your job harder, reprimanded Toge in a monotone voice. Please, as if. The only people who can beat me are the Kages and the Yondaime Hokage. Yokaze will probably be nothing compared to them," spoke Sogeki arrogantly. "Don't come crawling back to me when you're a bloody mess," warned Toge. "As if I would get my pretty coat covered in blood," said Sogeki as both shinobi went their own ways. After their little moment of sky falling and cloud surfing, Naruto and Konan were flying towards the land of wind on the Suzaku, known for its deserts and blistering heat which could dry up the moisture in one's body in hours. The land of wind had a harsh terrain and unforgiving weather. Many have died in the deserts from lack of water or because they took the wrong turn on the path. Rain was rare, and sandstorms were common, and if you were caught in the storms not even your bones would found when people went looking for you. To compensate for this, the civilians of the land built cities on the oases that distinguished themselves among the sand dunes and valleys. How the people of this land were able to tolerate such an environment were beyond the thoughts of Naruto. This was his first time visiting the land of wind, and his first thought was unimpressive, followed by little creativity and prosaic. The land of wind was boring in his opinion. But he had a mission here, so he was just going to stomach it. He could see the capital within his sight. The capital of the land of wind had many spiraling towers with creative colors and buildings, and atop those buildings were pointed domes of various bright colors. Many palm trees decorated the streets of the city, and there were flowing rivers cutting through the city and out back into the oasis. Rivers and lakes in a desert were almost unbelievable, but here it was before his eyes. Naruto, knowing that a bird like this would probably draw attention, dismissed the Suzaku and started falling towards the ground with Konan in tow. Using chakra at the bottom of their feet cushioned their fall, and the sand was fine and absorbed some of the impact. They were to meet the noble at his home, where he would brief them on their mission. Walking through the streets with Konan beside him, Naruto observed the daily lives of its citizens. He was a little baffled by their dress code, which were various dressed over other dresses with colors that ranged from gold to purple. They wore turbans to hopefully cover themselves from the scorching sun, and cloaks and furs not seen in other places outside the country. Of course, being a foreigner, Naruto had little information concerning the dress and customs of the land of wind. He looked over to Konan to see that she had stopped and was staring at their destination, the noble's house. The house 3 stories high and was adorned with all the colors of the rainbow and comforts of home. There wasn't a single speck of sand on the furnished house, and many would assume it was cleaned hourly given hour. It seemed to be sparkling like gold. It had the stereotypical look about it as accustomed to the capital architecture of the wind country. The 2 Akatsuki members, not saying anything, walked through the doors to meet with the client. As soon as their dirty boots and shoes met with the shiny floor of the mansion, servants scrabbled about like beetles, hoping to clean up the mess before their master could see it. Naruto and Konan didn't say anything other than a servant coming up to them and saying their master was expecting them. The servant showed them to a certain room in the mansion where the lord of the house was apparently waiting for them. The servant opened the door and ushered them inside, and they noted various tapestries and carpets lined the walls and floor with a multitude of colors and shades. They could smell the scent of incense that permeated the air and slightly obstructed their view. Sitting on a carpet smoking a kiseru, Japanese smoking pipe, was a large, bulbous man with squinty eyes and a small inconspicuous nose which could barely be seen. He had a thin mustache pointing upwards and a small pointed goatee. He wore green robes with a cream-colored kimono underneath and a small necklace with a pearl decorating it. You have arrived," spoke the man. He gestured for Naruto and Konan to come before him, and they did so without qualm where they sat down before him. "Please make yourself welcome within my home. I am Gakisho, and you honor me with your presences," spoke Gakisho respectfully. "As I said, I am honored to have such high-level shinobi within my home and presence. Would you like a meal, for you must have traveled far and surely must be weary?" continued Gakisho, but was politely refused by the 2 shinobi, to which he wasn't offended. "Thank you for your hospitality, Gakisho-sama," thanked Konan courteously. "I am Konan, and this is my partner, Ryu Yokaze." "Ah yes, I have heard your name whispered among the courts and streets, Yokaze-san," said Gakisho. Naruto didn't respond to the man. He didn't show any inkling that he heard what Gakisho said. "But I imagine that you want to know the details about your mission," stated Gakisho as he puffed out some smoke from his kiseru. "As you might or might not know, The Land of Wind, more specifically Sanagakure, has been falling into political and economical decline ever since Daito, the current daimyo, has officially entered office. Daito is an religious lunatic and hedonist. Not only has he been denying Suna the access to funds and missions, he has also been bleeding the village dry of all its wealth. The shinobi of the village and the village itself will soon be bankrupt. Such a thing cannot happen and must not happen, spoke Gakisho with a sneer, as Daito wasn't one of the people he approved of nor liked. I see, spoke up Ryu, gaining Konan's and Gakisho's attention. If Sanagakure were to fall into disarmament, the Land of Wind would have no protection from outside forces whatsoever. Your allies and friends Konoha and the Land of Fire cannot interfere, as it doesn't politically concern them. Nor can they do anything about it, as it would be a violation of the peace and friendship treaty between Wind and Fire. And when the shinobi of Sanagakure lose their jobs and missions from lack of funding and economical grossing, they would eventually flock to Iwagakure, increasing the village's military might. And without protection and knowing Onoki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage would use the opportunity to invade the Land of Wind and expanding the Land of Earth's borders and influence with their new military. The remains of Sanagakure would eventually become a second Iwagakure, a second hidden village for the same country, along with another military potential in the form of a third Biju-tailed beast. With their new power and weapons, Iwagakure would later, now, or in the future invade the other nations, expanding even more of their influence. The other villages would fall under Iwa's new might, with only Kumo and their near-perfect Jinchuriki could rival them. As Kiri nor Konoha have any Biju under their thumbs, those villages would fall quickly. And if what I said were to happen, it would be the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and only Iwa will come out on top and would invade again, as the other villages would be recuperating from their losses, and since Iwa would have 2 hidden villages and 3 Biju, the entire world shall become the Land of Earth, affirmed Naruto, with Konan and Gakisho looking at him curiously, as Ryu never said so many words before. Could you please repeat that? Asked Gakisho, which made Naruto's blonde eyebrow tick in annoyance. Later, walking out of the capital were Naruto and Konan. You know you didn't have to repeat what you said word for word, spoke Konan as she stared at Ryu. I wish I knew that earlier, spoke Naruto. I still can't believe our mission, said Konan with a hint of hesitance. Flashback. After repeating himself for Gakisho, Naruto was about to hear their mission's details. Yes, exactly that, lied Gakisho, but he knew Ryu was right about one thing. If they lose Sanagakure, then the Land of Wind would follow. The only way to protect the Land of Wind is for a new daimyo to take his place. If myself or my rival were to take up the seat, then the Land of Wind shall not suffer. Even if I do not become daimyo, my competitor, who also happens to be a friend of mine, will take responsibility for the Land of Wind. He shares many ideals with me and we have known each other for a long time. But in order for that to happen, Daito must be killed. Konan raised her eyebrows at that. Kill a daimyo. Naruto didn't feel anything. In fact, when you look at it from his perspective, they were going to do the country a favor. Now Daito will be heading off on a journey to Sanagakure to inspect the village. It will take him a few days to arrive, so between that time he must die. If you are seen and placed in the bingo book, there is nothing I can do to pardon your crimes. However, you have permission to kill any shinobi or people in your way. Although I prefer if you kept death at a minimum, spoke Gakisho. Naruto and Konan nodded at this and left the mansion. In order to kill a daimyo. Flashback end. The wind harshly kicked up any sand around the area. The small particles blinded anyone who was caught in it. The dust left behind blotted the sun and obscured light. How anyone could navigate through the Land of Wind was a mystery to everyone. Walking through the storm was horrific, especially for the shinobi carrying the litter, that thing people carry on their shoulders for raw-oiled and nobility, which contained the daimyo, who was currently fanning himself comfortably in his seat, not caring about his subjects protecting him. The amateur shinobi did not detect the presence of 2 others watching them from within the storm. I'll draw their attention. You kill the daimyo, ordered Naruto, to which Konan nodded and left. Naruto cancelled his wind jutsu that was kicking up the dust storm and walked gracefully forward towards the shinobi and the daimyo. Kankuro, the storm, it's dispersing, yelled Tamari from her point near the litter. I can see that. I had a feeling that this storm wasn't natural, muttered Kankuro as he surveyed the area. Everyone be on alert, commanded Kankuro. Whispers echoed among the shinobi. They placed the daimyo's litter onto the sand and prepared themselves for an attack. Finally the dust and sand dispersed fully and Temari and Kanuro saw up ahead was a black boot with a black cloak with red clouds dotting it. The person wore a head with a mask that took the appearance of a menacing skull which was completely white on one side and had 10 red stripes on the left nearly covering the entire left side and had sharp teeth and a pointed chin. The person's arms were currently crossed in a lazy manner as if he didn't take the shinobi seriously. The Suna nin took out their kunais and readied battle stances. The 40 or so ninja looked nervous and some looked confident thinking that they could battle the mysterious opponent. "Who goes there?" yelled Kankuro. Naruto, believing that his was the perfect time to build up a reputation in Suna, idly revealed his name. "Ryu Yokaze," whispered Naruto, which was loud enough to hear. Now all the shinobi were scared. They had of course known and heard about the exploits of the Yokaze no Ryu, Dragon of the Night Wind, and they weren't too excited to face him in battle. However, they were Suna shinobi. They would never fail a mission unless it was their last option. "Move aside or you will leave us no choice but to use lethal force," shouted Temari as she readied her giant folding fan. To be honest, she doubted they could take on such a well-known and famous shinobi by themselves. But they had him with them, so maybe, just maybe. "Whatever," stated Naruto as he channeled chakra into his left eye, preparing one of his most powerful jutsu in his arsenal that Madara described it as the absolute offense, a jutsu so versatile and powerful that even Madara himself feared and respected it. "Kamiyonanayo. Chikyu Tentu no Ibuki, Kamiyonanayo. Earth-reducing breath of heaven," whispered Naruto. And directly behind him, gray ash started rising up from the sand. Large clumps of it swirling around like waves and tides. Billions of ash particles filled the air and almost blanketed the sun. "Ash?" yelled and questioned Temari. She didn't know what to make of it. Was it a new undiscovered Keki Genkei? Yes, it was ash, but in actuality each particle was in fact a tiny blade, although one particle would do little to no damage other than a small cut. Imagine what would happen if you were attacked by billions of needles and swords. Naruto could mentally control the ash, although if he moved his hand the ash's already considerable speed in combat would double in swiftness. "Ash of who died?" questioned one of the more inexperienced of the shinobi. Naruto made a mental command and had the ash fly towards the shinobi. Some stupid ones thought they could take him on and deciding to cut the particles with their kunais. Although it wasn't very smart because the ash blades were too small to pinpoint and the fact that there was a billion more didn't help. They were so immersed in cutting the ash that they didn't register what was truly happening to them. "I wouldn't breathe it in, if I was you," warned Ryu. The idiot shinobi looked at him questioningly until they started feeling pain from within their lungs where they began coughing up blood, choking hoarsely and falling to their knees. Naruto, using his ash blades, attacked their bodies from the inside by cutting up their lungs with the ash. Temari and Kanuro stared in shock at the display of power. They knew now if they breathed the ash in, death would follow shortly after. "Everyone cover your mouth and noses," commanded Temari, and the Suna shinobi did so without question with their face masks and turbans, even though they knew that the danger had yet to pass. Naruto took a more direct approach and had his ash attack the shinobi more directly, some falling to the barbed blades of the ash. Temari protected others by using her fan to create air pockets and wind currents. Though no matter how much wind she conjured, the ash was relentlessly kept attacking. Naruto, sensing that one of the shinobi coming in at him from his left, turned his head to see a burly shinobi coming at him ready to strike with his fist. But the ash wasn't just offensive but also defensive. The shinobi went to attack Naruto, ready to hit him with his fist. But the ash made a small wall or shield protecting Naruto from the attack and also having the added benefit of slicing and dicing the shinobi's fist, who pulled away from the ash, only making the damage worse. The man held his profusely bleeding hand in his other arm, inspecting the damage. Naruto mentally commanded his ash to surround the shinobi's arm, encircling it like a snake. And swfitly, the coiling ash shredded the ninja's arm, leaving only a bloody stub, and the remains dropped to the ground, coating the sand with a new color. Not done playing with his prey, Naruto mentally commanded his ash to finish of the ninja, where it wrapped completely around the ninja's body and slivered the man's body, leaving only tiny fragments. and even more blood stained the sand underneath his feet. Naruto turned his gaze back onto the rest of the shinobi and saw two running at him with the kunais ready. Obviously they had not learned the lesson their comrade went through. Ryu had his ash fly towards the shinobi, ready for them to meet the same fate as their comrade. The ninja stopped abruptly in fear. They could literally there see death coming at them. However, the ground churned and rumbled around them, shaking the core of the earth. Kurahihi. Sanshuo, Black Secret Sneak. Salamander, yelled Kankuro as his puppet known as Salamander came up out of the ground and shielded the two shinobi from Ryu's ash attack. Salamander's tough armor can shield people from attacks such as those. Those two will be safe as long as they stay in there, thought Kankuro as he cut off the connection between the chakra stings used to govern the puppet. Naruto called back most of his ash with the rest by his side. He knew he could saw his way through the puppet's defenses just by using more ash. However, he didn't have the time nor patience. Hayden. Fujin, ash release. Fujin, spoke Naruto while he stretched out his open, gloved palm pointing to the sky as he coalesced and clumped some of the ash together to form three balls the size of his palm together, rotating between each other like planets around a sun. The three balls were then condensed and pressurized, becoming smaller, about half the size of Naruto's palm. The Hayden. Fujin is the manipulation of the Chikyu Tentu no Ibuki. It allowed Naruto to form and condense the ash into weapons and other things, which also increased its sharpness where it could penetrate and pierce steel easily, and the added benefit of burning and cauterizing the victim it come in contact with just the simplest touch. It had the same basis as Enten Kagetsuchi, where it applied shape transformation to the ash. Naruto, holding the condensed ash balls over his palm, flexed his arm towards the puppet, where the small balls flew at unimaginable speeds, where they pierced the puppet's defenses easily along with burning their way through the armor. The shinobi on the inside flinched at the two balls, but they stopped suddenly in front of their faces, just floating there. Naruto snapped his fingers where the balls on the inside of the puppet released all the built-up tension, where they became spikes jutting out of the puppet, covered in blood. The action destroyed the puppet salamander, causing it to become useless. The hooded, masked blonde recalled the ash back to him along with the other billions of blades clumped together, making it appear like a cloud. Kankuro gritted his teeth at the man for destroying one of his puppets and killing his comrades. He took out two sealing scrolls containing the rest of his puppets, while Naruto condensed more ash and creating 5 small balls of ash. Kankuro, don't fight him by yourself. He hasn't even moved from his position when we first started this fight, warned Tamari at her foolish younger brother. But no one was listening to her, as the shinobi among them also supported Kankuro. The ninja took out kunai with exploding tags connected to them and explosive balls with them. Kankuro took out his 2 other puppets, Crow and Black Ant, and used the chakra threads to control their movements. All Right surrounded him and used wind jutsu and exploding tags to keep the ash at bay, commanded Kankuro, and the Suna ninja roared in approval as they charged at Naruto, who Kyo, his emotionless visage hidden behind his mask. He observed as the ninja evaded his attacks, and with the help of Kankuro's puppets they were advancing upon his position. With his Sharingan anticipating each person's movement, he could see that they were going to surround him and attack from all directions. He had to applaud them. They were defending against his ash rather nicely. However, he was deliberately holding back so to observe what they were up to and drawing out the last Suna shinobi, who was hiding near the daimyo. Surround him and fire off everyone explosive tag you have, ordered Kankuro as he prepared his 2 puppets to capture Ryu. So every shinobi fired off their explosives at Naruto, who used the Hayden Fujin to protect himself by forming a shield around him. Explosion after explosion did the ninja witness the intense array of munition against their opponent. After they were done, a large dust cloud blanketed everything, preventing them from seeing the result of the continuous assault. Temaru narrowed her eyes hoping to see something, so did Kankuro, but it was all for naught as the shield protecting Ryu didn't have a crack in it. The shinobi from the outside were sweating a little. The shield that surrounded their enemy was blocking their view. They instead saw the dome of ash take the shape of spears and revealing that there was no one on the inside of the ash barrier. And they were no longer able to think as the spears rocketed forward and bored their way through the ninjas' bodies, even continuing onwards after shooting their way straight through the shinobi cannon fodder. Their blood stained the ground and muddied the sand. Tamari searched everywhere around her, but the situation was dire. There were only a few ninja left, around 7. They would be easy targets now.
Seeing black and red in the corner of her eye, she saw one of her comrades searching around the area, and behind him was Ryu Yokaze with a kunai in hand.
"Behind you!" shouted Tamari at the ninja, who turned around to find a kunai ready to slit his throat. "You're pointing that at the wrong person," spoke a voice. Naruto turned his gaze to see someone he never thought to see so soon and yet wanted to capture and kill for his own goals. Gaara no Sabaku, of the sand waterfall, standing atop the litter of the daimyo like a proud eagle ready to defend the skies. Naruto stared blankly at the Jinchuriki. Right now he was presented with the opportunity to further the Eye of the Moon plan, by extracting the Ichibi from Gaara and sealing it within the Gedo Mazo. Even though it wasn't his main objective and they would capture the Ichibi later when the hunt for the Biju began. Naruto didn't say anything but instead slit the nin's throat while throwing the kunai at Gaara, where the sand shield appeared and protected him from the kunai. "That sand is as fast as always," scrutinized Naruto. Suddenly an ash cloud appeared behind Naruto, where he hid the ash under the sand earlier after he escaped the so-called assault from Kankuro and the now dead shinobi. What was the old saying? The best defense is a good offense and the best offense is a good defense. Well, right now offense and defense were having a major stare down. Gaara's sand and Naruto's ash. "I will give you this chance, leave now," threatened Gaara as the cork on his gourd shook a little. "But if I was to leave, wouldn't you miss me?" jested Naruto, which was enough for a reaction from the redhead, where a large volume of sand attacked him and the blonde responded with an equal volume of ash countering the attack. Naruto's prediction was correct. Since his ash was designed to be more aggressive when it came to combat, Naruto's ash plowed through Gaara's sand easily, where the redhead was forced off the litter and onto his home ground. While within the royal carrier, Dato was complaining from the noise outside, as stuck-up noble usually were. "What do they think they're doing screaming and shouting like that? It's really distracting," spoke Dato as was reading a book. The door to his litter opened, revealing a figure, but was obscured mostly because of the light from the sun beaming behind the person, giving them an angelic appearance. "Ah yes, servant, bring me something to drink and entertain me," ordered Dato. The figure stepped forward a little, just enough for some of the person's defining features could be seen. The person had a slender frame which obviously belonged to a woman, and blue hair tied into a small bun with an origami flower in the bun and flower hair clips on her left bang. The woman brought her arm out in front of her, where it folded into many sheets of paper, where they wrapped around Dato, first aiming for his mouth so he couldn't call out for help. With a few minutes, Dato was lying dead in his own litter, death by asphyxiation. The woman herself folded into sheets of paper and flew off somewhere. Back with Naruto and Gaara's battle. Gaara was completely put on the defensive as his opponent kept flinging the dark gray ash at him. He's never had to move so much in a battle, while his opponent had yet to form his position. This was not someone Gaara could defeat with simple sand. However, he had the environmental advantage, as Ryu Yokaze was standing on the substance Gaara was famous for. Using the sand underneath Ryu's feet, Gaara attempted to snatch Ryu and crush with the sand. But the Akatsuki member jumped into the air and onto a small cloud of ash when the sand tried to reach up for his leg. Gaara chased after his enemy by also jumping onto a cloud of sand and using his powers to make it hover in the air. If using the desert sand was not enough for the ash, Gaara had to rely on his own sand in his gourd. Gaara made large strip of sand and compressed it, making it harder and denser. "Renden! Suna Shigur, successive shots, sand drizzle," yelled Gaara as he hurled large bullets of sand at Naruto, who countered with ash bullets the same size. "Hayden! Fujin!" shouted Naruto as he compressed his ash into a massive ball as tall as he was and hovered it above Gaara. Naruto wasn't fighting all out again because he wanted to measure his ability with the ash, so basically this was mainly a test drive, as Zetsus didn't make good test subjects. Gaara observed the large ball above. Was the enemy going to drop into on him? Instead, the ball began to branch out into many raining spikes coming down upon Gaara, where the branching spikes branched out even more as spikes shot out of the other spikes, forming a root-like system of deadly ash spikes. "Gaara!" yelled Tamari, fearful over her brother's safety. as she had seen the splitting spikes and their sheer speed. However, Gaara had shielded himself using his characteristic shield of sand, which was hardened to protect him, but some of the ash spikes had pierced and penetrated into his shield, which barely withstood the barrage of the attack, and also he wasn't fast enough to move out of the way. Naruto, seeing as his favorite ash tactic didn't work, decided to use his ash's secondary benefit. Naruto from upon his ash cloud flex his hand and had his ash revert back to its particle form and gather around the shield. Gaara didn't know what was happening and instead used some of his sand to create the Daisen no Mi, third eye, which allowed Gaara to view the outside world from within his dome of sand and saw ash converging on him where it blanketed his entire sand ball shield. Now that the ash was in place, Naruto used the Hayden, Fujin again. Gaara, seeing everything from the outside, witnessed the ash beginning to glow brightly orange and appearing as sparks. The redhead wondered what was happening, but he began to feel the inside of his sand dome heat a little. And his sand was becoming glass. Naruto could also burn his targets with his ash, reaching temperature of over 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, and it could go even higher than that. That where the name Fujin came into the jutsu, as in a way it used the wind to sharpen the ash and fuel the temperature like a flame. Gaara in the sand dome was baffled at what was happening. His sand was turning into glass before his eyes and the temperature was quickly rising. 20 seconds passed and Gaara's sand was completely glass, almost resembling a diamond. And he could now clearly see Ryu from the other side preparing another jutsu. Naruto recalled all his ash back to him and compressed it into tiny balls the size of his fingernails. He gestured his arm and had the ash fly at Gaara's now glass shield at near frightening speed. Gaara couldn't do anything other than watch the ash balls skewing his shield and cutting through his sand armor. The ball's speed and sharpness was so great it was able to cut through Gaara's sand armor. His glass dome shattered and he plummeted to the ground like a rock. Because of the height, Gaara would most likely die from the fall, if it wasn't for some sand from the desert rocketing forward and cushioning his fall. Gaara inspected the state he was in. He had multiple cuts and wounds over his body and his clothing was torn in several places. He was a little uneasy by the sight of his own blood because only 2 other people had been able to make him bleed: Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. He cringed a little when he remembered his first and greatest friend. But now was not the time to be thinking about the past. Right now he had to defeat his enemy, who was staring at him from above like a falcon or wolf on a large hill. This man was infuriating. Everything Gaara tried, it seemed to have no effect. His ash was similar in concept to the Sandame Cage's iron sand. Naruto could sense something large coming from across the dunes. Multiple chakra signatures converging on his position, but slowly they wouldn't be here for a while now. He could sense the daimyo was dead, but he had the opportunity to capture the Ikibi no Tanuki, one-tailed raccoon. He moved his arm and mentally commanded his ash to attack Gaara, who tried his hardest with the sand he had. Gaara had to do something with before he died at the Mon's hands, and the Ikibi was released and the village would suffer the Biju's wrath. Gaara created a sand clone under the cover of the ash and replaced himself with it, avoiding any damage while also preparing his strongest offensive technique. Sometimes offense could only counter offense. Naruto mentally ordered his ash to stop attacking Jinchuriki. He still needed the vessel alive so to extract the Biju. Naruto didn't care about his former friends. Everything to him was the Eye of the Moon, the infinite Tsukuyomi. If killing his former friends ensured the Eye of the Moon, then he would sacrifice any and everything to achieve it. He could sense a large buildup of chakra to his left. He momentarily wondered what Gaara was up to. But judging from the chakra buildup, it had to be a powerful technique, so he created more ash from his chakra and had it stay by his side, preparing him for what was to come. He received his answer when he sensed chakra-infused sand above him. Where he looked up, TC sand being condensed into boulder-like balls even larger than cannon balls. It didn't take genius to figure out the tactic Gaara was using, since it was similar to his own. He used the Hayden, Fujin to create a hardened shield of ash above him, and he reinforced it by creating more ash particles from his chakra. Suna Arare, sand hail, yelled Gaara as he dropped the boulder-like balls of sand on top of Naruto, who was being protected by the ash. But at some point the ash would fail as a defense, since it wasn't as hard or dense as sand or earth. In an effort to escape, Naruto jumped away from his platform of ash and landed on the soft sand gracefully.
He looked back up to see the sand hail descending upon his position. Narrowly dodging the hail as it impacted against the sandy ground where it kicked up small explosions of sand which landed in Naruto's eyes, blinding him. He couldn't see and the itchiness in his eyes were annoying as he rubbed his eyes while dodging the balls of sand. However, the blonde didn't need the Sharingan to know where the hail was coming as he could sense it. Although he had to be weary to where the Ikibi Jinchuriki was. And the fact that he could fly and possibly hide his massive chakra from sensors complicated things. So Naruto molded hand seals to perform a jutsu specifically for the time where he was in this situation. Atano Mayakudo Hibiki, Sonic Pulsing Echo, spoke Naruto as he cast the jutsu where some of his chakra was distributed to his heart, ears and brain. Naruto learnt this jutsu from the Bat clan, another animal he had a summoning with. This jutsu released ultrasonic sounds from Naruto's heart where the pulses created the sounds. When the pulse would hit something it would rebound or echo back to Naruto's ears where his brain would create a detailed image of Naruto's surroundings from people, places, trees even to the last speck of sand he was standing on. Even the cover of night Naruto could see clearer in daylight. However, unfortunately Naruto could not see chakra like the Sharingan and the images created by his brain were black with white outlines. Right now Gaara was kneeling to his right watching him almost as if waiting for a trap. And he was right in his belief as Gaara slammed his hands down on the ground where the sand moved to his command. Until Naruto regained his sight, he would have to be on the defensive, for now. Sabaku Taiso, Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral. Yelled Gaara as he surged copious amounts of sand that could easily change a landscape right at Naruto who saw the image in his mind. If things got too out of hand, Naruto could always use that jutsu. However, now was not the time. Knowing that he couldn't escape the crushing sand, Naruto jumped over it to Gaara's position, but it seemed he wouldn't be getting away easily as a stream of sand jutted out of the sand wave latching onto Naruto's leg and sent him hurtling back into the sand stream. Although the blonde saw the mental image generated by his heart, ears and brain since he was in midair he couldn't avoid it fully. Gaara kept sending shockwaves of crushing pressure into the sand hoping to kill the man. When he removed the sand all he saw was a terribly torn cloak with red clouds on it. But no blood or body. Gaara narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He didn't kill the man, no, instead he escaped, but his whereabouts were unknown for now. Although he did expect an attack coming from down below. When he was battling with Kimimaro Kagaya, one of Orochimaru's most loyal servants. Gaara had almost died at the servant's hands if he hadn't died of his disease at that time. Before his eyes Gaara could see the ash particles floating softly through the air along with the sand Gaara had been using. All the ash around the area flew at him with great speed and Gaara's sand shield protected him, but not from the whip made of ash gnashing at Gaara's sand shield. Naruto had escaped by replacing himself with a large rock not far away. It was crushed in his stead and he finally regained his sight. And immediately using the Hayden Fujin to create a whip made of the sharpest ash particles, Naruto could also form another whip in his other hand and he didn't need to have his hand suffer the effects of the ash. Also he could also fling sharpened ash spikes from the whip as projectile weapons. Also, since the Chikyu Tentuno Ibuki was extremely versatile, Naruto could also form other weapons depending on the situation, but his favorite was the whip. Naruto swept the whip horizontally at Gaara who ducked under the attack which without touching the ground created a large veil of sand that obscured everyone else's view. But Naruto continued on with the assault as he struck the ground vertically aiming for Gaara which kicked up more sand. Gaara tried to perform his catch and crush tactic again. But it failed as Ryu severed the sand with the ash whip easily and swiftly. Naruto cracked the whip which hurled ash spikes at Gaara whose sand shield barely protected him if it wasn't for him reinforcing it with his chakra. Gaara slammed his fist into the ground which in turn created a fist made of sand which diagonally punched Ryu in the gut which almost made the blonde out of breath and shooting him in the air where he landed on a ash cloud he created. Gaara yet again followed after him in attempt to not let him escape. Being Akatsuki he might have information on their movements. But there was something very wrong with this picture, something missing. Naruto checked his chakra levels, they were running dangerously low. He cursed himself for toying with his prey for too long. He knew what happened when he ran out of chakra but right now it couldn't be helped. Using the rest of his chakra he converted his ash whip using the Hayden Fujin in a pillar of scathing ash larger than 10 men. He mentally hurled the ash at Gaara as his last stand, who retaliated with a pillar of sand with as much force and density where a deadlock was achieved. Naruto didn't have much chakra left, so the ash pillar was weaker than what is was supposed to be. Gaara had to finish this fight soon. He would have to use his greatest offensive attack to kill the man before him. He gritted his teeth in frustration as he prepared the jutsu. Naruto could sense a massive buildup of chakra coming from before him. He wondered what Gaara was preparing, as whatever he was about to send at him must have been powerful if such a technique required this large amount of chakra, which was many chunins compiled together. Psycho Zatai Kogeki. Shukaku no Hoko, ultimately hard absolute attack. Spear of Shukaku. Yelled Gaara as he gathered the hardest materials in his sand and compressed it into a halberd in the shape of Shukaku's hand. Gaara hurled the spear at Naruto, who was amazed at its speed, where it quickly pierced through easily the conflicting sand and ash pillars. It even continued forward through torso and continued onwards where it exited his body. Naruto coughed up blood and finally met defeat at the hands of the redhead Jinchuriki. He plummeted to the ground where sand was kicked up from his point of impact. And he was unable to capture the Jinchuriki, but given the circumstances it was understandable. The ash Naruto had summoned dispersed in the air and was swiftly where it was merely particles losing its sharpness. Gaara on his levitating cloud of sand dropped down next to the downed Akatsuki member. He walked up to the man intent on finishing the job, as he had given him a fatal wound and he wouldn't survive for much longer, but they could hopefully salvage the secrets of the Akatsuki from his body. "This is your end," spoke Gaara adamantly as he shaped his sand to cover Ryu's neck where his throat would be crushed. "Looks like I failed. I wonder if he'll be mad," spoke Ryu. Gaara raised his eyebrow at the man, confused to what he meant. Slowly Ryu's entire body started turning gray as his entire form began falling apart into dead, gray flower petals. Nothing of the man remained but the dead flower petals coating the sand. Gaara was stunned. Was he fighting a clone the entire time? And if so, when did the enemy have time to create a clone? "Gaara!" yelled Kankuro, who was standing with Temari by the daimyo's litter. Stunned expressions on their faces. Gaara, after having an exhausting battle, forced himself to run to his siblings' positions. When he arrived at the royal carrier, he too was shocked at what he saw. Sitting in his own litter was the daimyo's body, slumped slightly, his face was pale and his eyes were a little blurred. "But how?" questioned Gaara as he stared at the Land of Wind's now dead ruler. Then it finally came to him: what was missing? The Akatsuki always work in groups of 2. Ryu Yokeis had a partner, and that partner killed the daimyo. Gaara gritted his teeth and clenched his fist at being outfoxed. He was one of the main candidates for Cage, and yet he couldn't have figured out something so simple. Not only that, their mission failed. They would have to return to the village in failure, which was even worse as many of his comrades perished in battle. He first thought that the Akatsuki were after him because of his maybe future status as Cage. But at the moment, he would place Ryu Yokeis in the bingo book for this crime against the Land of Wind. Somewhere in the Land of Rivers was Konan, who was sitting next to the prone body of Ryu Yokeis, who was currently seated on the ground holding the tiger seal while his eyes were closed. He opened his eyes to find himself back in his original body. "So the Divine Willow failed, it seems," stated Naruto out loud, alerting Konan, who looked at him curiously. "Divine Willow?" questioned the brunette. "One of my Mangekyo's powers. The Kamionanayo. Tenrai Yanagi Sagent, Divine Willow's purity. By using both my eyes can I create perfect copies of myself which are able to send information back to me. However, unlike the shadow clone, if you hit it, it won't disperse, rather it will continue to fight, it can even bleed. Also, I can grant them complete sentience if I want to, allowing them to think and strategize themselves, adding on to the fact that I can restrict their power if I want to," explained Naruto, and Konan was stunned that such a jutsu existed in the world. However, like the shadow clone jutsu, it sends information back to the original, but I see all the memories happening at once like a screen on a television, but from different perspectives all at once. And it causes great stress on my brain where I have to regularly sort through the memories. It's also very draining on my chakra. If I have a dead body beforehand, then it will require less chakra to use, as I basically send my chakra into the body replicating myself because that person had chakra running though their body. "How many copies can you create?" queried Konan. 7. Only 4 if I don't have corpses to use. Any number beyond that will become too chakra taxing and my mental fortitude can only handle 7 at a time, answered Naruto. He originally when he first discovered the ability could only sue 2 and that was with corpses not without. He trained himself in its uses until he became skilled enough with its uses that he deemed them preferable. The Tenrai Yanagi Seijin was how Naruto was able to be in multiple places at the same time without the use of clones. The jutsu was the perfect clone jutsu even surpassing that of Kage Bunshin no Jutsu although when it came to numerical distribution it was nowhere near that of the Nadaime Hokage's invention. I sensed that you killed the daimyo so I took the liberty of sending a divine willow to Gekisho informing him of the success of the mission. Said Naruto to which Konan nodded. Through the divine willow's memories could Naruto see that Gekisho was pleased with such a thing and promised he would pay the Akatsuki lavishly. And he's quite pleased with the result. So what now? Questioned Konan. For now, let's travel until we are assigned a new mission, said Naruto getting up off the ground and walking through the forest with Konan joining him. They were walking for who knows how long they suspected that they must have been in the land of fire by now. Zetsu had surprised them by showing up unannounced telling them that Pain was pleased with the success of the mission, although the leader of Akatsuki was a little sour over the failed capture of the Ikibi even if tea wasn't their main objective, even Naruto was bitter over it. But it didn't matter what was done was done. Walking along the path, the two hadn't spoken to each other for there had been nothing to speak about. Naruto was pondering over the feeling he had earlier and he felt it again when he was with Konan above the clouds. He had felt nothing since Madara's and even before that so why now? And what caused? Were the questions running through his mind. He regained himself when what appeared to be an entrance to a large hot spring came into view. He looked over to Konan to see her reaction but her neutral, blank face was in full sway it seemed. We should go to the hot springs, suggested Naruto which caught Konan by surprise as she nearly jumped out of her skin because of the silence. Pardon, replied Konan. We should go to the hot springs I imagine you want to relax after the tiresome day we had. Continued Naruto as he started walking to the hot spring without giving a chance for Konan to reply. Besides out of all the onsens in the entire world which were thousands, would they run into someone that could probably cause an insurmountable amount of trouble? A few minutes later both Akatsuki members booked themselves into the hot springs and were shown the way to the gender-specific. Naruto found the men's changing rooms where he stripped down and wrapped a towel around his waist shielding his pride from the world. It felt like forever since he had last been to an onsen. He wondered if he could get some enjoyment from it. Konan meanwhile had also found the changing rooms for the women's onsen where she stripped down and wrapped a towel around her except covering her whole body. She undid the bun in her hair allowing it to reign free from its restraints. She took out her origami flower and placed it gently upon her clothes. However it was her last accessory that made her very careful and protective. Her birthday, flower hair clips she had received from Ryu. Despite not having them for long Konan could say that the hair clips were among her most valued items, since rarely in her life did she receive gifts. She placed the flower hair clips alongside her origami flower and left to soak in some hot water to calm her sore muscles. Naruto slowly eased himself into the warm water and he instantly felt his muscles relax from the heat. He eased his head back slightly and breathed in deeply. And there it was, that feeling again. It felt contenting although it was there for just a second. What was happening to him? Not bothering to waste brain power on it Naruto just relaxed himself. Konan slipped into the water without as much care as Ryu. She was a little anxious thinking that Ryu would try to peek on her in the onsen, since he groped her ass which he has also seen, ran into a room naked, alluded to a certain performance of coitus and yet acting as if he didn't do anything wrong. Konan looked around at all the females with her in the onsen. She had rarely interacted with anyone outside the male gender so she was a little confused when it came to what women liked, since she slightly regarded herself as a tomboy, but she did know that flowers were something which women accepted universally. Not thinking any more about it. She relaxed herself in the steaming water and closed her eyes in relative peace. Naruto on the other hand was actually unwinding himself in the hot spring, it's as if nothing could bother him at this moment. However his relaxation was interrupted when he heard an adverse sound almost like giggling coming from the barrier separating the two genders. He tried to brush it off as something his imagination conjured up. But then he heard it again, which made his eyebrow tick. Like before, he tried to ignore it. But the giggling was still there. He slightly turned his head to see a man peeking through a hole in the onsen barrier and snickering perversely. It didn't take a genius or an idiot to figure out what he was giggling at. Madara had instilled into him that women were beings to be respected and that they were stronger than men, for they were able to do and endure things men couldn't. The only person Madara ever feared in his life was his own mother, and even to today he still feared her. If anyone could bring Madara to heel was his mother, his Achilles heel. In order to discipline the pervert and to help Konan feel at ease, who was on the other side, Naruto decided to use his very first jutsu, the first one he ever created. Raiden. Kaminari to Inazuma no Kaiken no Cho Himitsu. No Shin no Kyokudo no Atami wa An ni Toki Kuken to Uchu Gijitsu no Shiryo made An ni Kyoku Suru, lightning release. Super secret true extreme pain of thunder and lightning experience to forever memorize for all eternity until the end of time, space and the universe technique, spoke Naruto as he gathered chakra into his right index finger and aimed it at the pervert behind him. He shot out a small ball made of lightning chakra which traveled at pitiful speed. It was unbelievably slow that it took a whole minute to reach the pervert. When it finally struck him, the man spasmed about uncontrollably while yelping out in pain. He made comical movements as his arms and legs twisted about and his eyeballs nearly bulged out of their sockets and his tongue being tied into multiple knots. His eyes were wide and white in color as he felt himself being electrocuted. Finally the lightning around his body stopped arcing about and he slumped to the ground, smoldering as trickles of lightning winding around his body. Naruto relaxed himself knowing that the pervert had been dealt with. He created the jutsu specifically to piss off and prank Madara back when he was training the blonde. And since Madara was an old man back then, he couldn't avoid it greatly. And it always was a shocker for the old man when he awoke from his naps by being shocked and ended up smoldering on the ground, where he would later hit the back of Naruto's head with his cane, calling it discipline. Naruto closed his eyes and listened to the sounds around him. Hey Konohamaru, I didn't know you could use Raiden, spoke the pervert as he got up off the ground. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he heard that name and familiar voice. He turned around to see the same pervert getting up off the ground. Now that the slight steam cleared up, Naruto could see long white hair and tanned skin, with the man's face having two identical red lines running down his cheeks and beady black eyes. I only have natures for fire, earth and wind, spoke a higher-pitched voice where Naruto turned his head to see a small boy with a mop spiky brown hair which was currently wet. He felt the water to his left being disturbed a little to see the pervert a little away from Naruto's position. He recognized this man anywhere. How could he forget such a person? Sitting in the water grumbling was his former mentor and teacher. Muttering about how his research, peeping, was always being interrupted. Naruto looked back into the water to see his reflection. Spiky sun-kissed blonde hair and a genjutsu over his eyes that was almost a shade of magnificent blue. How was he going to get out of this one?